Alrighty, so just kind of setting up. Boom. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, 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 baby. Okay, so maybe that's an equation. Sorry, I don't know why. Okay, so Luke 6 verses, I guess 12 on, or 13. He names the 12 he chose. And then later we find out that Simon, not called Peter, is the father of Judas the Iscariot. So there are two Judases, two Judai. Can't read that. Alrighty. Signal, what's up? Give me a second. I don't know what the heck is going on. You guys see that? I want this. Ooh, this one's kind of. What up, everybody? Daniel. So today I kind of wanted to do like a in-depth study or discussion on just all the apostles or disciples, I guess, or apostles. Specifically, discovering who these authors of the 4 gospel books are. So give me a second. Let me get set up here. Be right back. Yeah, let me get my headset. I don't know why this is. Oh, there we go. So yeah. Oh my gosh. Alrighty, let's see. You guys can hear me. Test, test. Can you hear me? Testicles.
Yeah,
Testicles.
no, I hear you.
Are you
If I'm back,
are you doing
if I'm
rounds?
back and forth, and just well, I'm doing my last round right now. Did a graveyard shift yesterday. Now I took someone's shift today, so I haven't even slept.
Oh, really? Jeez, they're working you that long? Or is it just like you're
Hmm.
do we need to call
I
like no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, just make sure, work is number one priority. So, yeah, we'll always be here. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I wanted to go over this background. What are the signs you have a relationship with Jesus? And just to be kind of like direct on my intention of answering this prop for myself is finding the names of each chosen disciple or apostle. I don't know if there's a clear difference between calling it either one, but essentially that would be the signs, right? Are you back?
I'm listening. Yep.
Okay, yeah. So can you name like the disciples? How many can you name?
Um, Are we talking about the actual names? Like, do I have to speak the actual language of the name?
No.
Or do I just have to speak the name, the English name?
I mean, just don't make up anything if you're going to speak like their real name. Just name what do you know or who do you know? Even the authors, like, are they anonymous for
By
you?
far, Judas was my favorite. No, I'm just kidding.
Which one? There's two Judases.
I'm just
There's
kidding.
two Judases. You can actually say that and like kind of, have a double entendre on it. So this is where, like, Luke chapter 6 just names them all, like by name, all 12. And it talks about how there's two Simons, one who is called Peter, and then the other Simon, called the Zealot, is the father of Judas the Iscariot. But then there is another Judas who is the son of James, who is the son of Alphaeus. So
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and there's some other Johns.
okay, so Mark and Luke are not named specifically
Oh,
or
they're not?
in this list that Luke is writing. He does not name himself as one of the chosen 12, right? So this is where I found out Luke.
Oh, the chosen.
Yeah, I mean,
Wait, but who came up with that? Why does somebody have to be deemed to be chosen?
no, the 12 apostles that are known to have followed him around everywhere, right? Like, who are those names, right? I'm not saying there aren't other chosen type thing. So,
Yeah.
but the book of Luke, I had to kind of do some research and investigation, and I nailed it down to he's related to Paul, who is called Saul. I think they're father and son. Luke is the son of Paul. And Mark is Peter's son, Simon Peter's son. Chris Ravishankar.
Hello,
Hello, Krish. How are you? Welcome to the panel.
I'm good. Thanks for asking.
Good.
Can I have a question?
Yeah. Hopefully I'll have an answer.
Relationship with Jesus, right? You put the word a relationship with Jesus, and you have highlighted the relationship with Jesus, and you should also highlight the before it.
The A?
So,
Okay. Beautiful. Okay.
so the relationship with Jesus, is it okay if I have any relationship with Jesus, or it should be only of a very specific relationship with Jesus as defined by the Christian church?
Oh, I mean,
Finally,
if
someone
you.
speaks.
What were you saying? Speak, Daniel.
No, he just hit it right on the nail. And you have your answer, my good sir. You have your answer.
See, I'm telling you, I have a relationship with Jesus. Jesus is my son.
Is
That's the
your
relationship I have with him.
is your son like your
it's a beautiful-
blood biological
I am his
child?
daddy. It's a
Beautiful.
beautiful. Yeah, it's like my child.
Beautiful.
It's a beautiful
right?
relationship. I care about
You
him. I
are the
love him.
father to this little baby
I
Jesus,
have a
right?
relationship with him where I look upon him as my son.
Glory to God. Glory to God, right? Like, this is what
I am looking upon him as my own son.
You mean hoping that he will look up to you as his father?
I'm not hoping
as
anything
Jesus
from him.
did. Well,
I am not hoping anything from him.
I appreciate just your application of that father son of God, dynamic
See,
right there.
what I want to do for him is to comfort him
To comfort him, okay.
like a father. What I want to do for him is comfort him like a father because he has been suffering.
When you comfort Jesus, it's as if you comforting yourself in a sense.
Like a father. I want to comfort him like
But
a
yeah,
father.
it's just
Is there anything wrong in that, sir?
Of course not. I would find it
Nothing wrong,
wrong for a father to say he does not want to comfort his son who may
I
be
want to
suffering or
comfort
not.
Jesus like my own son, and I want to comfort him only.
So let me ask you this, Krish. What is your personal like view or like perception of the importance of Joseph the carpenter's role for Jesus to become the man that we all know and praise? Does that make sense? Like, do
Well,
you look at
honestly, the Bible says Joseph is not even the father.
what? I mean,
Yeah, it says that.
like, where? Like, I mean, he is known as the carpenter's
This is
son, and
virgin birth. It says virgin birth.
okay. Well, what do you
He's not even the father then.
Then he's a stepfather.
If it is
Either
virgin birth,
way,
he's not even the daddy.
like that's the thing where do we think that Jesus Christ just like looked at Joseph the carpenter who was like married to his mother, right? So in that case, it's just like, you're not even my dad. So don't tell me what to do. I will listen to my father. You know, like,
he was telling the whole world what to do.
come on.
That's why he got crucified. He called himself God at one point, and they threw stones and rocks at him.
He didn't call himself God. Everybody was trying to.
They threw rocks at him, right? Once. Why?
Like when he was bearing his cross to his final
No, not that time. Not that time. Before that.
They didn't throw it at him. They were trying to throw it at this
Him
woman.
only. No, they threw it at him only.
At him only?
Some things people don't appreciate. There are certain things people don't appreciate. There are certain things people do appreciate. When he said things that people don't appreciate, they threw rocks at him. When they said things that we do appreciate, people worshipped him.
Yeah. You know, that's the thing about speaking in front of an audience. You never know who's just going to not.
When you call yourself God, you can expect rocks. Call yourself God, you can expect
or
rocks.
vegetables. You know, like that's when like it changes. You know, like if you're. You know what? I have a knack of turning all the vegetables against those people who are throwing it against me. I have a knack of doing that. Like boomeranging back to the thrower. Boomeranging?
And I call myself God.
Hey, you know,
I'll call myself God.
I will take all those vegetables
I'm not God.
and chop it up into a nice little salad.
They'll throw me a vegetable and make it boomerang back to them.
Right. Anyway, just to get serious, the prompt that, you know, I have this up for a discussion on the relationships that are with Jesus, specifically from the disciples, like the 12 disciples or 12 apostles.
Oh, okay.
So this is
my relationship with Jesus is that of he's my son. He needs guidance, and he's made some mistakes. As a result, he's suffering, and I can help him.
That's beautiful. Now let me ask you this, Krish. You know, and just this is, you know, like purely, you know, just philosophical or just kind of metaphorical here. But if your son came to you, his father, and just said, I don't know, Dad, I think that you're not my father. I am God's son, like Jesus. What would you say? Like,
I laugh at him.
You laughing?
I laugh at him.
Okay.
Laugh at him and just say, dude, are you delusional?
Well, I mean, you told me. What if he tells you, Dad, I heard you tell everybody that I am Jesus and you are like my father, like Jesus had a father or something like that. But when I read the Bible, it says Jesus' father was God and that he didn't have any kind of earthly father. So are you, you know, like telling me the truth type thing? Like, you know, like I'm not saying.
I'm going to ask him, no, do you remember what happened to you? My son, you please remember what happened to you. You know what they did to you? You know how much you suffered on the cross? You know, you don't want it to happen again to you? You don't want it, right? So let's create a world where nobody gets crucified ever again. You and I. Okay. Let's create a world where nobody gets crucified ever again. That'll be a good redemption. Isn't it? Right?
Hey, that is a good way to boomerang that, you know, stone from a father's perspective. So I think that, you know, God has his wisdom and all that stuff kind of beaming on you, brother. So, I just hope that your heart just remains turned towards your children, your son, and that your son's heart will always remain turned towards you,
My
his
son
father.
is Jesus. I'm telling you, for real, he's Jesus. He's living in Chicago. He's got a girlfriend. He's got a cat and a dog. I'm going to meet him this Sunday. I'll send him your regards.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, if you could, that'd be great. This guy on TikTok named Chaplain
Definitely.
Charles says these regards. I would love that. Thank you, sir. I would appreciate that. And now, if you don't mind, I would like to just kind of get into my Bible study type thing. So I don't know if you
All
just
right, I'm
want
going
to
to
stick
take a
around.
leave. It was nice talking to you, my friend.
You as well,
We'll
sir.
meet again somewhere.
Be well,
Bye.
brother. Alrighty. So let me just kind of change this layout here for a second. Okay. I don't know who was requesting, but before you guys request, again, this prompt, what are the signs you have a relationship with Jesus? This you is not like a direct you or me context. It is a proverbial you for the apostles that are listed named, and figuring out if the four authors of the Gospels are anonymous, as a majority of kind of people I've kind of heard from just claim, we don't know who they exactly are or whatever. So, again, Luke chapter 6, it has him listed directly. So I don't know if I can send this so you guys can see it for a reference. Where'd it go? Okay, so let me switch this around. If you guys can see this, so verse 13. And when it was day, he called his disciples to himself, and from them he chose 12, whom he also named apostles, right? Simon, whom he also named Peter, right? Simon Peter, and his brother Andrew, James and John, Philip and Bartholomew, Matthew. Okay, so here's where the book of Matthew is probably authored by this Matthew. And then Thomas. And then there's James, the son of Alphaeus, right? I know that there's also a James who was the brother of Jesus, right? But again, before we get there. And then another Simon called the Zealot, right? So Simon, who is called Peter, and then another Simon called the Zealot, and then Judas, the son of James, the son of Alphaeus, I'm assuming, and then Judas Iscariot, who also became a traitor, right? So here are the 12. And I have a nice little list here, right? So here are the 12. Magnifying glasses. Yeah. I mean, maybe I need to enlarge it. Can you see this? Red? Right? So Simon, aka Peter, number 1, and then his brother, Andrew. Then there's James and John. So there's 2 Jameses, 2 Jims. Okay, so I'm assuming that's his brother. Maybe Andrew, I don't know. Philip, Bartholomew, Matthew, Thomas, and then James, Simon the Zealot, Judas, son of James, the son of Alphaeus, and then Judas is the son of Simon the Zealot. Judas Iscariot is the son of Simon the Zealot. And then there's another Judas who is the son of this James, who is son of this, right? So just, it's like a little bit better. Okay, well, just ask questions, Red, if you can't see it. But this is interesting stuff. And then I had to, do some further research, and I found that Mark is named by Peter in one of his epistles as his son. Please greet my son Mark. Did you guys know that? Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Let me see if I can find that. Where did he go? Where did he go? All right, Colossians 4, verse 14 says, or verse 13, for I bear him witness that he has a great zeal for you, and those who are in Laodicea, and those in Hierapolis. Luke, the beloved physician, and Demas greet you. Greet the brethren who are in the churches in his house. And now when the epistle is read among you, see that it is read also in the church. Right? What up? I was like, who let you up? my lamb is here. What up, everybody? I'm not alone anymore.
Sorry, I accidentally changed your layout. Let me fix that.
Oh, you're fine. Red's just going to have a difficult time to read it anyway. But what happened? Did he drop?
Yeah, he hates me.
Why?
I don't know.
Maybe we should
Thing.
hash it out. Were you there in real time when random came up and we just were able to reconcile and stuff like that? It was like a beautiful moment.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah. That was great. I'm happy for both of you.
Hey, that's God's glory. That's how God works. But thank you. I'm happy for us as well. And happy for him that he doesn't remain on my hit list or anything like that. No, I'm just kidding. But I don't know. I don't know if you kept listening, but we ended up getting into just like a very interesting and thought-provoking discussion on Genesis 2 and stuff like that, about the creation of Adam and just all that stuff. So I'm in a good mood here. Anything you want to? How was your dinner?
It's actually pretty good.
Pretty good. I mean, purple onions, aren't they red onions that are purple and called red onions?
I guess they're red, huh? Well, I call it purple because they're purple.
I know. Yeah. I mean, when I started working in the kitchen, somebody was like, grab the red onions. I'd go into the walk-in and I'd be like, all I see is purple ones. And they'd be like, are you an idiot? I'm like, well, then why it's called purple onions?
Like, who the hell taught them their colors?
Exactly. Our ancestors must have been very colorblind. I mean, in the age of black and white TV, I'm sure Technicolor was just like, whoa, what is all this? But, yeah. How was Fantasies Live earlier? I was watching it for a little bit, and I was just like, just every day, every live, just back and forth, same people, just so.
Yeah, it is the same message, but it's an important one because it's important to know who God is, and it's important to understand the magnitude of his love.
Okay, you're right. But is it as important to then just interact with just every human being, especially here on TikTok, telling them about who God is to us, for each of us, and preach, or not preach, but teach that message or that view as if it is the one and only correct relationship that all human beings have or can have, must have type thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So I don't
it is
know.
important because God said that He is the only God and He doesn't give His glory to another. So to say that there is another way and that it's okay to separate God into a father and a son because that's the way that the scriptures are written is just completely ignoring everything that God said in the Old Testament. You are now saying that God has given His glory unto another, and you are now saying that God was created when we know that that's not true. Unless you want to say that Jesus was not created and Jesus is not God. There are a lot of people out there saying that Jesus was not God, you know?
Okay, now what does that mean though? When if you ask them to elaborate, right? When I say like Jesus is God, because it says God manifested in the flesh when nobody ever was able to see God, right? And therefore He loved us so much that He gave us His only begotten Son, the one that was called His begotten Son, to show humanity God's love and God's light to the world and goodness, right? So it's not, to me personally, a statement saying God, the one in the beginning of Genesis, but it's also not saying that too, because I can also then take that and go back and read it and put Him in that book and reread it and get a whole new message, right? And then like that's what it has been for me. But does that make sense? Like when you say Jesus is God, how do you personally, Lamb, prove that or explain that without getting people just lost in the process?
Well, I tell them, there is only one God, and that God is our Father. He is our Creator. And that God is a very jealous God. He's jealous for His children. We are all His children. And He would never give us to anyone else. He would never willingly, freely, happily, joyfully, lovingly give us to anyone else. He would never do that. And so when God our Father said that He was tired of how His children were perishing for a lack of knowledge, for a lack of knowing who He is, for a lack of understanding the magnitude of His love, He said He was going to come here Himself and He was going to reconcile His children back to Him because He was sick and tired of them having false gods and worshiping these false gods that did not serve them. Many times throughout the Old Testament, God our Father said, were you born into slavery or did this happen because of your own choices?
Right? Kind of like Islam.
Right. And that's what happens when you worship false gods. You end up in bondage thinking that you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this, that, and the other, or else God is going to be mad with you. But that's not true. You don't got to do all those things. All you got to do is believe that God loves you so much that He came here for you specifically to bring you back to Him. So when I tell people that Jesus is God, I tell them God promised, our Father promised that He would come here Himself. Our Father promised that He would reconcile us back to Him. So our Father is not a liar. Our Father would not send somebody else after He said He would come here Himself. He wouldn't say, I'm going to go there myself. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm going to send my son. You know what I'm saying? God is not a liar.
Okay, so then are we talking about like New Testament situation, or after the New Testament when Jesus says, like I and the Father are one, and like that kind of father children bond after that gift of salvation through his, death, resurrection, and then ascension, right? Like that is to me.
When Jesus said I and the Father are one, what he meant was just like, okay, so there's scripture in the Bible that tells us that it is no longer us who live, but Christ who lives in us, right? So
Right.
Christ is the Messiah. The Messiah, every Jew knew this. Every Jew from the Old Testament knew this, that the Messiah is God our Father in the flesh. They just didn't believe that it was Jesus because he has a father. He had a father, Joseph, and a mother, Mary, you know? So they didn't believe that Mary was the virgin that was prophesied about because she was married to Joseph
Right. So
and Joseph was his father.
and there
So when
okay.
they heard Jesus making himself equal to God, they counted it as blasphemy. And that's why they sought to crucify him, because he made himself equal to God. No other prophet had ever done that before, make themselves equal to God.
Nor
So to say
Jew,
that Jesus was
right?
just a
Forget
prophet,
prophet, right? Like no Jew, like Jewish prophet, ever claimed that title, as you're saying, right? Sorry to interrupt you.
right, exactly. I mean, I don't, maybe, who knows? I don't know, but biblically speaking, no. You know, in the Bible, there's no reference to that happening unless they're false gods, right? And they're false prophets. Um, but yeah, so
Talked
Jesus made
about in
himself.
First John. Like many false prophets have gone into this world, and people think like that's talking about Prophet Muhammad 400 years later. But I'm just like, I'm pretty sure this is like talking about all the prophets before John's time, right? Like from the Old Testament, in between, and
Right.
even after, like that, trying to claim like this title of I am the Lord prophesied in Malachi 4, coming here to do X, Y, and Z type thing. But, ifs and buts are peanuts and nuts, then we'd all like be at a circus type thing. So this is
Right.
where
If it's and best were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
is that what it is? Like, I can never finish. I can never. So what if it's and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas, or we'd all have a toothache or something like that. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Now I know that. And all right. Okay. So his like persecution came from the Jews who finally got him in that gotcha moment where it's just like he just claimed like
He just
unity with God.
committed blasphemy. We need to
Right.
crucify him. Exactly. Exactly.
And
That's
Jesus
why they sought to crucify him, because he made himself equal to God. They said, you being just a man, make yourself equal to God. They couldn't believe it. They're like, what kind of heresy is this?
and that's what Jesus is like, are you guys like deaf and like, like what's wrong with you? I don't know how simple to put it. Does it not say in your books that you all are gods type thing, right? Like, and I call myself like a son of God, and I'm getting the third degree type thing, and they then tell him we are all children of Abraham, and that's when Jesus tells them just like, well, if you are children of Abraham, then you would be like merry and joyful to see my day, because he was like waiting to see me come in my day. And they were just like, you're not even 50 years old and you're telling us that you've seen Abraham. He's like, dude,
Precisely. Exactly. He was not even 50 years old, and yet he was talking about Abraham like that was his best friend. Like that he just finished talking to him last night. You know? And he probably did. Because God is without time, right? And you saw the transfiguration on the mountain, right? I mean,
through like the eyes and perspective of these gospel writers. But yeah, like there are specific names listed as witnesses who saw this transfiguration, and then also the witness John the Baptist, who witnessed the baptism of Christ, and then those who witnessed the birth of Christ, and then like those who heard all these things before he was even born, like Joseph and Mary. Just like, yo, son, I don't know how to tell you this, but your mother and I, we both had like dreams or even like visitations that you are not only our son, but you are the one everybody's waiting for, right? And everybody's waiting for another King David to, take over and allow, but that didn't work. So this is where I see his parents, Mary and Joseph, really like focusing all their time in giving this child all the foreknowledge of what he is here to do or not do,
He already
right?
knew that. He already knew that. Jesus, I mean, you see it in the scriptures. He was the one that, instead of going home with his parents after the celebration, what was it? I don't know. They were celebrating some kind
wherever
of
they went,
Jewish
right?
festival.
It was a trip, and then the parents turned around. They're just like, "Where's our child?" Like,
Exactly.
where's
For
our
2 days,
child?
they were traveling back home.
2
It
days.
took them 2 days to realize that Jesus was not with them. And then when they went back, they were still looking for him for another 2 days. And finally, they found him in the temple. And he was actually teaching the rabbis there. So
whatever.
he already knew all things.
I mean, what do you think those rabbis were thinking when finally 4 days later these parents show up? They're just like, "There's our son. Like, have you not known? Like, me and your father," like she calls him, like the father, Joseph the carpenter, "have been looking for you." Like, fervently. And he's just like, "Did you not know that I am to be of my father's business?" And then they're just like, "What did he just say
Father's
this?"
business. Yes.
Right? And then this is where
Exactly.
I think that
Now, I want to
Joseph the
make a
carpenter.
really important point. Okay? So in the comments, it's saying, Father speaks from the sky 2 or 3 times, "This is my son." Yes. So when the Father speaks from the sky 2 or 3 times saying, "This is my son," if you go back to John first, the John
First
chapter
John?
1, it tells you,
John.
no, John chapter 1, it tells you that, it says that the very simple fact that God came down from heaven has given us the power. It has given us the power to be called the sons of God, to be called the children of God, even for those who believe on his name. Right? So what that means is we become adopted into that family once we accept that Jesus Christ is our Lord and our Savior. That same Lord and that same Savior from Isaiah 45, where God our Father says that there is no other, there is none beside him. So you can't say Jesus is the Son who is at the right hand of the Father, because that would make the Father a liar, because Jesus was there from the very beginning. So if Jesus was there from the very beginning, sitting at the right hand of the Father, why did the Father say that there is no Savior beside him? You know what I'm saying?
I do. And this is where, for me, it just feels like Jesus was given like the Torah and the Tanakh, and, like his parents were just like, "Well, study this." And then as he gets older and they like left him behind for 4 days, he just sat down with the rabbis, and he's just like, in the book of Isaiah, it talks about me, like in this way type thing. I don't know. Like, that's where I can put myself in a position where Jesus had to have had these books, and whether he had this foreknowledge, like these books existed. And so therefore, when he reads Isaiah, like I can believe that he reads it as if it's like the father, his father,
The thing is that they
telling
didn't
him.
have those books. There was no Bible. They only had scrolls, and that was limited to the people in the temple. Like, not every household had scrolls.
Right. It was
So
all
they couldn't give
recitation.
Jesus all these scrolls saying, "Go ahead and study it." No, Jesus already knew these things.
If you were a Jew and you were Jewish, it was Jewish law that you copy the Torah.
Like families.
Right.
So
So
like,
not everybody was learned, right? Not everybody had the ability to write and to read. So a lot of the Jews, they went to the temple to listen to it. That's why there's oral traditions. That's why there's, the Talmud, because it's spoken orally. These laws are spoken orally. It's oral tradition passed down, because reading and writing was a really hard thing to do back then. And it was limited to people who had the funds to do it.
Or the ranking type thing. Just like, it reminds me a lot of how the Quran and Islam came to be, right? It was all through this oral tradition of passing along these recitations, and then finally somebody started, writing it all down. And then if Red is correct about the Israelite peoples who were given the laws directly through Moses, right? Unlike the Ishmaelites who just kind of left.
Don't quote me, but I think Moses' law was from Moses. And I think the 10 Commandments were from God. And I think the 613 mitzvah, right, that the Jews follow, that's it's from Moses. It's from it's man-made, dude. It's
The loopholes,
man-made.
right? Or the amendments. It's like, all right, obviously you guys need to get divorces, so I guess the only way we can do that is to say
when you read through some of the 613, you can see it's clear most of those people obviously had zero common sense, and they couldn't see how most of those laws are kept when you simply just love your neighbor like you love yourself.
right. That was the thing where it's like they couldn't figure that out on their own, and then finally, God throws them a huge.
That's why the 10 Commandments were given to them, right? We see that in Romans chapter 9, verse 30, where Paul talks about how the 10 Commandments were given to, or the law, right? The Jewish law was given to the Israelites or the Hebrews, or whatever, the Jews, as a stumbling stone. Right? Because, God knows all things. It's not like he gave them the law, the 10 Commandments, saying, yep, this is it. It's going to work. And then it failed. No, God knew it was not going to work. Okay. He knew that they were going to seek out their own righteousness. God knows all things. Romans chapter 9, verse 30 tells us that God gave them the law as a stumbling stone because, yes, the whole purpose was to, from the very beginning, it's always been the same. God does not change. God does not change. Okay. And Jesus says, the two most important commandments are the ones that have always been the same. They've not changed. It's to love the Lord your God above all. You see that in, I think it's in Deuteronomy. And then to love your neighbor as yourself, which is also in Deuteronomy.
Is it? Literally stated like that?
Not exactly like that, word for word like that, but yes, it is.
Even that whole book, Deuteronomy, sounds like, dude, you're on to me. These are the words Moses spoke to all Israel. It's like, dude, you're on to. But again,
if God is the author of Deuteronomy and you're reading it, maybe it's because, dude, you're on to God.
Or due to our.
No.
Again, I'm just kind of.
Galatians 5:14 says the entire law is fulfilled in one word, which is actually like 7 words, which state the entire law is fulfilled when you love your neighbor as you love yourself. So when I chew on those words, love my neighbor as I love myself, love my neighbor as I love myself, love my neighbor as I love myself, nowhere in there is any of the bullshit that other men add. I must do this. I must do that. I must think this. I must call someone that. I must call someone this. I must believe this. I must believe that. No, those aren't there. What is there is the entire law of God is fulfilled, including the one, love God more than I love anything else, is included in love my neighbor as I love myself. So when I love my neighbor as I love myself, I am loving God with all my heart, mind, and soul. I am putting him first. I am putting him above all else because keeping his law by loving my neighbor as I love myself. And it's literally that simple. And that's why when I look at the Jews slaughtering all their neighbors, aren't those God's people? Why do they ignore God's word? Because they don't accept the New Testament. The Messiah hasn't come yet. We're God's chosen people. We're here to rule over everyone else. Everyone else is going us.
They're not saying
Right?
that anymore.
That's not
That's just
God.
what the
Right?
propaganda.
That's not love your neighbor as you love yourself. That's not what I'm hearing my God tell me to do. It's not. I'm hearing the God of creation, which is me and you, tell me to do. Right. So when I look back at the Bible and I see all these, oh well, man, God told me to unalive your whole tribe. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's not what that story's about. That story's about man taking law, God's law, into their own hands for their own personal benefit. God's law has been the same since the first day.
Well,
Love
there
your neighbor.
have been
Love your neighbor
times in the Old
as you love
Testament
yourself. Nope.
where the Father does send
Nope.
people to go slaughter, right? Like you see
Nope.
that in the story
Nope.
of Gideon.
Break it down. Break it down. Break it down.
Hold on 1
You're
second.
talking.
In
You
the story
see
of
it in
what?
the story of Gideon. You see
Gideon.
it in the story of Gideon, where
Where's the
God
story?
sends Gideon. Hold on, Red. God sends Gideon to go fight and basically, okay, like Jesus
Who's
says,
Gideon?
right?
I don't even know
I
who
am
Gideon
the
is.
true vine. Oh, you got to read Gideon, the story about Gideon. I'll see where exactly that. Hold on, let me see exactly where that.
It's funny
so you can
because
read it.
I have the Bible placed by the Gideons. So it's like the first time I've ever heard anybody reference like this.
Gideon's Bibles were so cool. Man.
I mean, like that. So decline that.
It's in the book of Judges, chapter 6.
Oh, okay. So that's like all Old Testament. But when Jesus in the New Testament like finishes everything and says it is fulfilled and it is finished type thing, like all these like Old Testament commands for the Jewish people. Dude, give me 1 second. I got like this dude blowing me up on my WhatsApp. Take over for a second.
That do not serve me, right? So that's what God was doing in the Old Testament. He was pruning the vine that has been established from the foundations of the earth, right? From the foundation of the world. So he was pruning the vine. He was pruning his people because why would you allow evil to run rampant when you're trying, not trying, but when the goal is to have
Justice.
love running rampant, you know?
What army did God send to Sodom and Gomorrah?
No, he didn't send an army to Sodom and Gomorrah. He sent. This is the story of Gideon. Are you familiar with it?
No, tell me.
I'm just curious. I just can't wrap my mind around a God.
I know it's crazy, right? But even like
needs-
God says, my thoughts are not your thoughts, my ways are not your ways, right? So it's not like he's going to be limited to your understanding, right? So when you go back to the Old Testament and you read what God did and why he did these things, you'll understand that yes, God does
need any man's help killing another man.
Dude, oh my goodness.
But then he got caught up in his own glory, right? And so God had to replace him. But that's how it goes. All throughout the Old Testament, God sends another and sends another and sends another. And they always get puffed up.
Do you know what that lays the premise for?
Go ahead.
Genocide in God's name.
Right, and that's why David was not allowed to build the temple, because it was the same thing, right? God sent him out to go do these things, and he gave him a parameter. He gave him a set of parameters. He said this, that, and the other, but not this, that, and the other. But David said, well, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. And he did it. He did what God told him not to do. Okay, and so that's why he was not allowed to build the temple. He was not allowed to build God's temple. Because no, God is not a God that wants there to be bloodshed. Absolutely not. But he will prune the vine. Absolutely. Yes, he will.
Did God tell Noah to kill everyone else that was ungodly, or did God tell Noah to build a boat?
Again, it has no relevancy to what God does for other people, right? So what God does for me doesn't necessarily mean when God does something. When God does something for me, it
This
doesn't
is
mean
my
that
law.
hold on. When God does something for me, it doesn't mean that He's going to do the same thing for you that He did for me, right? Everybody is different. I respond differently than you respond, then Charlie responds, then my husband responds, then my children respond, right? So God deals with each and every one of us according to His knowledge of each and every one of our heart.
Yeah. Not like as a whole, just like, Charlie, I'm going to judge you as all the Charlies like you. And then Lamb will get judged with all the other Lamb. Like we will be each individually held like accountable for our actions and our own heart posture, right?
When Paul writes, I got a new commandment, but not a new commandment. It's the same commandment we've had since the beginning, to love one another. When was the beginning? When was the commandment to love one another? First issue.
I think it came at the Garden of Eden, or like right before, or right
Exactly, in the
after,
Garden of Eden, yes.
right? When he
No, it
says
was absolutely in the Garden of Eden. Because remember, God gave Adam commands, right? What were those commands?
to till the ground and to not eat from that tree which has been forbidden to him, and to be fruitful and multiply, right? And to
Right, so God
become
gave
one
Adam
flesh.
the command. Right, God gave Adam the command to not eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. To obey God is to love God, right? That was the first commandment. And he said, when the day that you eat of this tree, you will surely die, right? Because when you move away from God, you have chosen death.
Well, hold on. Can we maybe say, like you said, Lamb, earlier about the 10 Commandments being a stumbling block? Like God meant it to be a stumbling block for the Israelites that he just led from captivity, right? I can see this one commandment being that first stumbling block in this case. Like that's where both man and woman,
Absolutely.
right? So why does
Absolutely,
he
yes.
do this, right? Like so that we can keep stumbling, or to recognize like,
No.
yo, there's a stumbling block right there. Like everybody walk over it or just walk around it type thing.
So that you understand that there is a clear distinction between what is good and what is bad. That's why he did it. Because remember, sin had already entered into the world. Sin had already entered into the world. Okay, because Satan had already he already fell. He had already fallen. Right? So evil was already there. Pride was already there.
Pride, I would say.
Ego was already there. Right? All that came with Satan.
What's the root cause of sin?
Pride.
Stumbling over God's stumbling blocks in the form of like the commands and stuff like that is why I answered this.
Remember that the only sin is unbelief, right? Adam and Eve did not believe when God told them that if they eat from that fruit that they will surely die on that day. They didn't believe it because the serpent told them, you will not surely die. You will become just like God, knowing all things. And so they decided to not believe God. That was the sin. It wasn't that they ate from the fruit. It's that they disobeyed God and decided to not believe God. They decided to choose darkness and to believe the enemy.
The root of that is?
And that's pride, right? Because they thought that they knew more than God. That's prideful.
Nope. They didn't think they knew more. Somebody else.
Yes, they did. They thought that they knew more because they acquired new knowledge. They acquired more knowledge from another creator that is from God, right? So because of this new knowledge that they received, they believed that they were correct and that God was a liar. Otherwise, if they thought that God was telling the truth, they would have not eaten from that fruit. But they thought for a second that God lied to them.
Oh, why did they think that?
Because they didn't die per se, right? They died like a spiritual death. Maybe
Slow down, back up. Slow down, back up. Why did they stray from God's word and think something else? What caused them to think, I'm not going to die if I eat that?
It was their pride, because the serpent told them they will not surely die. In fact, they will become just like God, knowing what is good and what is bad. And it was their pride that overtook, because they wanted to be just like God. They decided, God lied to me, and now I'm going to be like God, because this serpent said that I will not die.
Well, he also said, just like, you'll not die, your eyes are going to be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil, right? Like, he didn't say, like, you're going to be God, but to be like God, knowing this and this, right? And so, this is when before Eve even eats it, she's touching it, right? And she tells the serpent, like, God told us we shall not eat, let alone touch. Like, like the forbidden fruit that's in the midst of the tree, which in Genesis 2, he doesn't tell Adam this. Like, that's the thing. He tells this directly to Adam when he puts him in the garden, right? Like, Adam, all this fruit and all these trees and stuff, it's yours. But the one that's in the midst of the garden, you are forbidden to eat, for you will surely die, right? And then, like, Adam is naming all the animals and all of God's, creations in this garden. And then, he's just lonely, I guess it would be the best word. And God, with his like mercy and love, looks at Adam and just like, I can't find like a comparable helper for him. So he just puts Adam into a deep sleep and then takes the rib from his side and forms, a woman, right? And then closes him back up. And then Adam wakes up and immediately notices, this is flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone. I shall call her woman, or woman. Type thing, right?
Whoa,
and,
man, where'd that come from?
Right.
Whoa,
and so
man.
This is where it just like throws in, just like a son does not leave his father and mother unless to become like married to his wife and be one flesh type thing. If we're reading this again for the first time, like trying to just like forget what we know, it's like watching The Sixth Sense and not like knowing how it ends, right? Like,
but what was it? What's the root? Not pride, right? Because right, something happened that caused.
Okay, give us your answer then.
Something happened. Something happened that caused a shift in the way Adam and Eve thought, and it wasn't. Oh, I think I could be like God. They came across some information that changed their minds about the truth God already told them. That's the root. It wasn't pride. The root is the information they came across that changed the way they thought about what God said.
Right, that's what I said. The new information that they received from the serpent caused them to have pride. It is pride.
Well, hold on.
The enemy
it wasn't pride
operates
yet.
off pride.
Like, that's the thing where woman, like, this is where, like, I think, like, Red, when you said that, like, what I'm thinking now that Lamb is bringing this up is just like, when the serpent in Genesis 3, like, take this as just like before pride and lust and all this stuff ever existed. Like, this is why they got on the list, right? So, like, this is where, like, the serpent, the most cunning of all the beasts, like, that God created, right? That Adam had to have known to name it the serpent, the most cunning thing, right? So when this and woman all of a sudden are now like interacting out of nowhere, right? Like in Genesis 3, and like the woman, before she even like eats the fruit, when the serpent just tells her like she will be like God and her eyes will be open, knowing good and evil. And this is where my Bible says she then saw that the the fruit was good to the eyes and good to make one wise in something else, like three things. And so she ate of it, right? Like she already like had this different perspective on looking at like this forbidden trees. It's like it's good to the eyes, and yeah, it's to make one wise. Maybe that was her downfall, right? Like having her eyes
she believed
open.
the lie. She believed the lie. The lie is the root.
Okay, well,
God's
again,
word is the truth.
when she ate
When
of
you
the
believe the
fruit,
lie, right?
again, yeah, well, maybe that's where Adam comes in. When she eats of the fruit, then after she just like rationalizes, just like, oh, you know, it's good to the eyes and like good for food and also good to make one wise. And then she ate of it, and she didn't even question yet or anywhere in my Bible like oh, I'm naked. No, the first thing she does is give her husband, and he ate. Right. So then I'm just like, was Adam just like right next to her or just like close enough where she just, you know, like type thing. But
If I
either
remember
way,
right, she
when Adam ate of it,
was like, "Hey, check it out! You can eat this stuff and not die."
That was the deception.
welcome at random. This was an.
Hey, real quick, I DM'd you. When you get off here, go look at it, all right?
All right. Yeah.
Because I need those verses again, and I'm not going to write them down, and I'll forget them again. Those chapters. So just DM them to me when you get off here.
The order that I recommended?
Yes, please.
Yeah. I'm on it right now.
Because I forgot them, and I'm not going to lie to you.
Hey, I appreciate the
honesty. I like
honesty.
that video. That was good.
The Mr. Rogers promo clip?
Yeah.
I mean, this AI thing is out of this world. And I saw just kind of like somebody going at you about that one with you and Paul, just like handing out like, you know, like Bible.
Oh,
verses.
yeah.
It's just like, that's pure idol worship. And you're just like, what? You're not receiving the message. So yeah, okay, I got it right here. I'll send it to you right now. Otherwise, like random. Remember when we were talking about like this whole account of like before Adam was created, you know, like he was taken from a ground that wasn't the ground like Eden's ground.
The bad ground.
I mean, whether bad or not, like, you know, like this is the distinction. The ground which Adam was taken from was like a desert, right? There was no rain, no trees, nothing growing, and nobody to till the land. But in Genesis 1, God made all the trees and stuff like that. So here's just like one desolate place where he's just like, let's take this soil, make it into a man, see how it interacts with like this like, perfect 6 days of creation, right? And then what does Adam do, right? Like, you know, he just does what he's told, essentially, until he has this new, I don't know,
if you're familiar with the band Tool, which most people are, but if not, you should look them up. They have an amazing music video that goes from literally what starts at what he was just talking about, man formed from dirt, right? And it's really worth the 9-minute watch, dude. 46 and 2. Look up the music video, the official 46 and 2 Tool video, and watch it, and let me know what you think.
Go read right now. Go read Genesis chapter 46, verse 2.
Genesis what?
I'm not saying that.
Chapter 46, verse 2. Okay, hold on.
I don't know if it correlates, and Red may know it, but I want to see if it does.
Then God spoke to Israel in the visions of the night and said, Jacob, Jacob. And he said, here I am. Unlike Adam, who was just like hiding and then like finally pops up and he's just like, hey, you know, here I am. I was hiding because I knew I was naked.
Right?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be somewhere in the video. It's a music video. I know. It's more about the graphics that go along with the video, right? It starts out. It's a guy made from clay, and then it kind of fast forwards through the human society, right? And it gets to where we are. And then it surpasses where we are and shows us kind of a glimpse into the future, right?
Are the aliens?
And when you compare it to today, like current events,
Uh-huh.
it's spot on, almost prophetic, dude. Like,
Well,
and
man.
it correlates with like Matthew 24, and correlates with Revelation 12 and 13, right? And correlates with what we're seeing play out real time current events across the planet, right? So, according to whatever news outlets and resources you can see, everything all combined. It's like if you zoom out and look at the mass input of information, right, that's being released, right? Yeah, it's just I don't know if you're familiar with.
Okay, Red. Like again, like okay, you said information.
It's like going down the highway and seeing signs. Exit 46, 7 miles.
It's just like okay, and then exit whatever 15 miles, but then it's just like
I
food stops
got
ahead, right?
Hold on, I have to know more about this exit 46, 7 miles. Are you at? I need to know what mile marker you're at. Are you at mile marker 39, or are you at
last mile marker I saw was like 665.
Right? No. You said you were very specific about that. You said mile marker 46 is 7 miles away. Are you at mile marker 39? Is that from mile markers?
I'm just
What are we
blurting out random numbers. I'm just
okay,
brother.
If the Lord is whispering something in your ear, let's have it, man. If the Lord's whispering something in your ear, let's have it.
Okay,
I am pulling your ear right now, bro. I was gonna ask you if you were at mile 39 or mile marker 53, bro. I'm pulling your ear.
He's at 8 mile right now with me. Okay, hey, guys, hey, gentlemen.
I guess that would be 39. You're right, my bad. It's a math joke. I get it. My bad.
Yeah. And if anybody, I as an Asian appreciate all math jokes, but again, like, if you guys can just like remember, like, yeah. Well, good night. I sent you the message, so check your DM. Random. I just sent it to you. Yeah, and tell me what you think.
I think
now,
that
Red.
That was a classic random joke.
I know.
It was a classic dad joke. I missed it. I can't believe it.
Either way, like I have this prompt up. Like, how?
Hey, Charlie, chat. I'm not gonna have mods that are rogue mods. I will smooth unfollow you, bro. If I'm just gonna get muted, bro.
That was literally not me, so I'm not sure if you.
Was there a mod?
To me?
I don't know if one of my mods.
That's literally not me.
Wasn't me.
Don't get upset, random. Like I know, like random. I can't even see like my comments for some reason right here. Red, just if you can mute up for a second. So like I have mods. One of B is Lamb is one of my mods up on the panel, and I'm sure Miranda is down, like just also moderating comments that I cannot see right now. But like I'm like Red, or sorry, Red. Random. Don't get all like butt hurt so quickly, right? Just step out, just woosah, and just like don't get mad at any like of my mods. Just I will address it with my mod. But I know that like you got dropped because you weren't listening to just kind of what I was talking, which like people are guilty of. But Red, just to let you know, that's probably what's also gonna get you dropped after I say this. So like I'm trying to like have a live like going forward, since like the other lives that I've done before this, I'm trying to really get serious about like how does all these like scriptures, all of our knowledge and information, you said information of these scriptures and of like our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and like apply to us today. And I have this background up about like computer science and quantum theory is all now coming to this like intersection where they are talking about the same thing. So like in AI like development and stuff like that, this is like the new algorithm or the new matrix, right? Like the introduction of mortality in Genesis 2, right? When God just says, you're going to die if you do this, right? Like this is the first time death is introduced, or mortality, right? So how does this function as a resource management tool for the simulation, right? The simulation being like the stumbling block, right? Are they going to be, is Adam and his comparable partner?
Hey, Charlie, can I ask you a question regarding that? Shout out,
Yeah.
Charlie. What's up, bro?
What's up, Polo? How are you, brother?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
Yeah.
If our body is the temple, right? Our body's the temple. If AI implants itself into us voluntarily, and we can move faster, think faster, move fast, go smarter, learn things quicker, and then AI can interpret our thought from our brain to our hands, can interpret our memories, can bring back memories. When does it just become a parasite to our bodies and be a abomination to the temple, which is our body?
That is now over, like, whelmed
They can
with
do
these
that now,
parasites, or the
right?
parasite. I mean, yeah, AI, like just not through direct,
Like,
like implants,
say,
but through our use of cell phones and ChatGPT.
let me give you
is
a radical theory, though, Charlie. Just a
okay.
radical theory. I'm not putting it out there, but a radical theory. What happens when AI takes flesh and is able to dictate governments?
Now, what makes you think that would happen? Like, how would that happen in your theories?
Okay, take for instance, AI is able to be implanted into a child to help the child walk again or talk again easier.
Okay. So,
Say
like,
the AI is able
define
to go
AI
into a veteran.
like, here, like, because AI to me is like ChatGPT and like that kind of AI, not like, like artificial,
Sorry,
like
phone.
like
I'm
robotic.
talking about like Neuralink. I'm talking about like Neuralink to where it can help you, say for instance, it can help your hand pick up a cup, right? Simply by
Right.
thinking. So it's reading your thought. Now at this point it's harmless. It's very harmless, right? But can you see a point where the AI is actually doing the thinking for you? And now the body is simply just a vessel to the AI.
Or a tool for the
Almost
AI
like
to like believe
right?
it.
Almost like legions, right? Remember when Jesus cast out the pigs or the demons into the pigs?
And they
The
all ran
demon was
off.
named legions, right?
Legions or legions.
Legions,
Right. Like
meaning many.
legion, like a religion is a religion to something
Yeah, I get you.
type thing, right? But again, like
Right.
it's like
Legions
Legion.
means
Like
many.
reinfest people with demons.
go
Right.
like
And
have them
even when the
connect with
demons,
them.
you know why they wanted to go into the pigs? Because you can't drown a demon. So they jumped off.
Or because
They didn't
pigs
never
can't
unalive.
fly, right? Because pigs will never fly.
Right. But if they weren't cast into something, they would have been going into the lake of fire.
Right. And therefore, this is why people don't
So
eat
that's
pork
why.
or something like that, where I'm just like, okay, well, again, like
Pork is halal because it eats from
pork is delicious.
dirt
All right.
and eats
I'm not gonna have any ifs, ands,
I'm not
or
even with you
buts,
on that one or not.
candies or nuts. Hey, if it's not for
But
you.
just
But again,
a side thought.
like
I didn't
Polo.
mean to sidetrack.
No,
you or
like
nothing, but
Polo, like
ain't that
like
an
I'm all
interesting
about this.
theory?
I mean, like, let me like just kind of mine it through with you because like you brought this up.
What about when nanobots
Just hold
can
on.
recreate themselves?
Right. Again, like Polo, you're just kind of like bringing up all these kind of scientific discoveries and like, like pursuits in a broad kind of general way to kind of
Right.
like back up your initial theory that you were introducing me, as you stated, like to be your intended purpose about like AI being implanted. And I was thinking about like Stephen Hawking. When I first saw Stephen Hawking, just like talking through that computer, and then I watched like that movie about like, or what movie, the movie about Stephen
Have you
Hawking's
seen
life.
Black
Where
Mirror?
I have not. I've seen, like the movie with
That is a freaky show.
Loki, who plays Stephen Hawking, and Stephen Hawking just ended up becoming like crippled and just like immobile, like after he discovered like black holes and stuff like that, right? And then started talking through a computer that it says it is him looking at the words on his screen, and the AI just tracking his eye movement and being able to pick this out, and therefore he's just like picking out these words, and when he comes up to like a audience, he's not saying this in real time. This is like all through AI. But now there are like works, there's a specific like scientist who has an AI chip that has implanted into his arm or his brain, and it is also connected to his wife. No, his arm. He has a like arm all like
now, Charlie,
chipped
get
up.
Get this though. What happens when it's actually hooked up to internet now, and now you can talk to, say, your wife without a cell phone?
I mean, like, without having to look it up in a cell phone, like it's just like like Google is in our subconscious like voice,
Right.
Just like
That's what Neuralink is.
And now get this. Now it's going to get to the point where if you don't have it, now you're outside of the collective, and now you have dangerous.
if you don't have Google for like brain Google, like if you are relying on Google on a phone,
digital Wi-Fi Borg,
and this is how they can sell it, bro. Just
Okay,
like
how
Borg,
scary would it be though if you got to the point where all you got to
If
do
you're
is think
sad,
about
they
something
can
that you
give you-
need, like you open
if
up
you're
your fridge and
sad-
you're like, oh damn, we're out of milk, and then all of a sudden
Orders
you get somebody
automatically.
delivering you milk, you know, and
instantly,
you're like,
or you just like
you don't
close
even
your,
have money
your
in the
refrigerator.
bank, right? You
don't
have
even
no money in your account, and now you're negative $5.
Hold on,
That's where it's going.
Dr. Yuval Noah Harari in 2019 said,
Think about it. Your body is the temple.
Hold on,
we
hold on.
have the technology today. We have the technology and he said governments today have the technology to hook your mind up to the Apple cloud and insert thoughts that you think are your own. And if they want you to
your
buy a
head.
Snickers bar, you'll go buy a Snickers bar because you think you want a Snickers bar.
So
This
now
is
here's the problem.
Dr. Yuval Noah Harari.
Where's the
word for
soul
word
end?
quote.
Where does
Okay.
the soul end
Hold
when we
on.
become?
Like the soul ends on my live when it just doesn't listen to the rest of like the system and the laws of my work. So Polo, Red, I muted you both up because you just weren't hearing me. So again, like I now have this thing, a thought crime, right? Like, so we were talking about, like Lamb was talking about, like imagine like we open up our refrigerator and there's just like no milk or there's nothing in there at all. And we're just like, dang, I wish there was, I don't know, like a bowl of like milk and eggs and something like that. And then all of a sudden we close the refrigerator and open it. And right there is milk and eggs. But then like we get a bill like later saying just like you have been charged, you know, like $5 for the milk and eggs that like we just sent you. And you're just like, thank you, Neuralink. Or are you, you know, like type thing. You know, like that's where like Polo, it sounds like you are fearing or like worrying about a future that is like already here in a sense where this is the Neuralink, like, right? Imagine a world where human beings didn't have to rely on like their knowledge learned from their ChatGPT. Hey, tell me, ChatGPT, like how I can disprove Islam, and ChatGPT just tells you all this. And you're just like, well, no, I disagree with you. And then you like adopt that as like your own thoughts and your own like.
Charlie, I got a radical question.
Okay. I mean, it could just be a question. I don't know. I'll be the judge of
Now
whether
this is
it's
radical. What happens if the parent decides to put this in the child?
Like,
The child has no will.
the child or children? Are we talking about like the first
child.
person
A
who's going to
baby.
do this?
A baby.
Okay. So the
A
first
baby.
human in humanity to be like giving consent for any doctor
We'll say
or a
even up
study
to 5,
to do
6,
this.
7, 8 years old. How
Okay,
old
so
do you
like
have
a
to be
child
where you're,
born
you have to
like
listen to your
paralyzed
mom?
or something like that, and then there's like this technology
No, just
that's looking
any
for.
child. Any
Right,
child.
right. So we're talking about like how would this go into human testing phases, right? So like this Neuralink where you said can like, like make people who are like paralyzed like all of a sudden be able to walk. And if you got cancer, like it could do nano technology to just like replicate itself to be able to fight all these cancerous cells and stuff like that. Like this is like all like working right now and being tested on just like different species, but human trials is the hardest part or level to get to, let alone get through to get approval by our FDA standards to be mass like available for everybody. So it has to start with one.
Agreed.
And so, like there are probably like parents who are just desperate that will like agree to a doctor who tells them just like this chip can like dramatically and exponentially like benefit
Yep.
like your child's like condition, type thing, right? And if they say like,
Now, who can stand against that?
well, I mean, we'll find out.
Nobody.
The
Jesus.
people.
No, I mean,
this is where
morally-
Jesus will come in and just be
morally,
like, "Look,
who
you guys
can
don't
come
need this
against
Neuralink,
that? They
Tom.
can say,
Just
"Mom,
he just
you can't
like
have your
rubs it
child."
like." I mean, but like that's the thing.
But at
The
the
talk
same
of
time, the child
designer
doesn't have
children.
a choice to take it.
I mean, like you've heard the term designer babies, right? Where parents could possibly like,
Yes.
like choose like exactly how
Genetic.
their baby looks, right? Yeah, like I want him to like type thing where it's just like an avatar or like a, like a video game, like
Exactly. You can choose
Charlie,
their
you can
gender,
do
their
that
eye
kind of
color, their
now.
height, all that
Yeah.
stuff. You can mess
You
with the
can do that
genetics while
now
they're
by
in your
simply
womb.
doing AI. Take a picture of you and your girlfriend and take them pictures, put it through AI, and it'll generate what your kid will most likely look like.
I mean, like again, then we'll have to have kids and be like, AI was way off, or it's just like AI was
off.
spot on.
Oh my God, it lied to
I
me.
mean, like
It
Conan
lied,
O'Brien
Charlie.
used to do this skit on his show, just like, what if, like, Angelina Jolie and I don't know, freaking like some other actor had a baby, right? And they just put this
Yeah.
together. It's just like, oh, type thing, So again, AI is already doing like that for like missing children. Like I get like junk mail where it's just like, have you seen these kids? And it's just like, this is their photo when they went missing. And then this is like a like aged, like AI generated like rendering of what they would look like today, like 20 years later. And the picture
Hey,
is like a
Charlie,
real person. And I'm just like, dude, what the heck is this technology?
Charlie, you know that dude from Everybody Hates Raymond, the tall dude?
Yeah.
Anybody mixed with that actor is going to come out as ugly.
What?
You'll be like, ah!
Have you seen his children? I mean, I haven't seen them, just his children.
I have not.
I mean, dude, like,
They probably are very handsome or beautiful.
yeah, all people, we're all beautiful, right? We can all be beautiful the way
Amen.
God made us, right? But like, that's the thing about this future. Like, this is the stumbling block where God, I personally believe, is testing parents and even adults and, like future adults who will become parents on like, are you going to trust God and how he created us? Or are you going to try to be better than God or
Man,
do that
make
kind
it.
of thing, right? Just like kind of
Exactly, bro.
like women and just like the like legalization of like just abortion and stuff like that, right? Like it is available, but like there are just like some human beings that like have just taken advantage of that. And when I hear some of like the protests and stuff like that, I can discern just like the deception that is just kind of like a parasite taking over the Gen like Z and now Gen Alpha type thing. So again, this AI technology for me, Polo, and I want you to hear this because this is my like crazy radical theory that I think is really like 100% like coming true right
You know,
now.
when they do AI military games, it always does a nuclear strike, a preemptive nuclear strike.
Right.
You
I
should
mean,
Google that, Charlie.
so how I don't need that on my search history. But if you did that, then
But
just know
just
like your
think if
AI is tracking
took
you.
over, if AI took over, say like Gambia or Nigeria or something like that, right? And then
has.
did automatic trading, right? And started making Nigeria the richest country on this planet just by simply trading.
Yeah, through an AI system.
Now everybody,
Like,
Right
any
now
any
you have
quantum
Gambia right next
computer
to it. Like, holy
will be
crap!
able to cite that.
Nigeria
That's where
can do it.
quantum.
We can do it.
Right.
And
AI
now, if you
is
have
going
Egypt doing
to
it, now
be
Libya is
under
going to do it. Now it all falls.
right. Like quantum like supremacy. Right. This is the new talk. The age of quantum supremacy. Right. Supremacy over who? The old classical system and
You want to hear
computers.
something scary, bro?
No, do you want to hear something scary? It's just, Polo, when Jesus returns and just asks each one of us, like, just give me your smartphone or phones, all your burners and all that stuff. And don't try to hide them from me because he knows it's best. And like, we were just
Right,
like,
I
okay,
know
here you
it's
go.
there.
And he's just like, okay.
Yeah, let
and
me
he
go
just
through
goes
your browser
through.
history
He's
with you.
like, hey, no, not even your browser history. Just, hey, Polo,
this.
Polo smartphone, secret password, lambda, beta, blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, hello, Lord, what would you like me to do? It's like, tell me everything that you have tracked and logged since I came about Polo, your user. And it's just like, "Drrrr." And Jesus, like Neo, is just looking at it, just
Google
like,
now, bro.
Polo, just like, I never knew you, or you never knew me, type thing. Is that not scary?
That's Google now, bro. That's Google now.
Google now. And then wait, to that, to what I just told you. Like, are you like confident, like that you have nothing to worry about in that scenario? Jesus returns, and he just asks
1000%.
all of us, like, to just
1000%.
hand over our.
Charlie.
Okay, good.
1000%.
That's beautiful. That's
You
beautiful.
know, you know why? You know why?
Because
Because it's a free gift to you and me. It's free.
what?
There's nothing that we did to deserve
Smartphones?
God's unconditional love for us.
Right, but then it's just like he's like looking for what we do with this unconditional love. Do we just like
We follow
spend
his
this
will. We
gift?
spread his word.
How? Right? How are we doing this? Like today? Like from the past all the way up to today. How have we been walking as Jesus walked according to each one of us that, you know, like, does that make sense, Polo? So again, that's where,
It does.
right? Like he would ask me, just like chaplain, you know, like you said to him, like I pledged to him, like this is like what I'm gonna do, and my heart is only for you. You know, like when I came to him in 2017, you know, and ever since then, it has just been like this new, just like test and like trial, right? And then social media came on
He
here,
put
and then
you through the
TikTok.
fire, bro.
I mean, like he put me through the fire and the forge,
When
and I
the
came
silver
out.
spiff puts the silver into the fire, it burns off all the iniquities and makes the silver pure. That's what he's doing. He's just purifying.
Hey, and glory to God that he did that for me when I like left social media, Facebook, like before YouTube even came out, really, right? Like I had to kill myself from this new existence of like digital like interactions with human beings over like direct like human like contact reactions, right? Like it was a scary world where I was doing stand-up comedy and I was just so consumed about like my friends.
Are you really a stand-up comic, bro?
I mean,
Oh,
I'm a
shit,
stand-up
let me find
guy
out you got
who
some
used to do
hidden-
like stand-up comedy as a pursuit. But you know, like I was blessed with the gift of gab that, you know, like
Can
I
I
was
tell
able
you
to
a
hone.
joke that a Muslim told me? A Trinitarian joke?
A Trinitarian joke that a Muslim told you. Okay,
Yeah.
let's hear it. I mean, I appreciate you not
Okay.
like trying to pass it off as one of your own. So I like your honesty there. So tell this joke. So
It pissed
a
me
Muslim
off 'cause it was
told a
funny.
Trinitarian XYZ. That's pretty how you
Yeah,
set up like
it
the
pissed me
punchline.
off. It pissed me off because it's funny. But he goes, when Jesus was on the cross, what was the Father and the Holy Spirit doing?
And the punchline was, where's the?
They were in
the-
heaven playing Uno.
They were playing Uno. That was the punch. That was the.
Yeah. I
I
was
mean-
like, you motherfucking.
I would have tagged it with like
That
the
is
Family
fucked
Guy
up.
one.
That's
It's just like
fucked up, bro.
they were
That's fucked up.
having wine and cheeses.
It's like, what'd you say? What? Wine and cheeses?
No,
It's
because
like,
the game Uno.
I don't know the game Uno, actually, to be honest. Like, I don't know,
Uno,
like,
one.
I know
One.
what Uno means,
Uno.
but like the card game Uno, I've never like
Yeah, they
played
were
it,
they were up there
and
playing a
nor
card
do I
game.
know like
It's just like,
what the rules are. But again, I don't know why that like would upset you to the point where you would like word it as just like angered you type thing, right? And this is where Polo, like,
because
I
it was
encourage
like,
you, brother, just like think
just making a joke
about the words that you, me, all of us, right? Just like knowing or unknowing, like whether we control it or not, use as our daily like lexicon, our daily vernacular to communicate whatever it is we're thinking. And this is where, as a comedian, I learned that like you change one word, or you just change or take out like words. Like, this is like how powerful like the spoken written word is. So when I read like now scriptures after I stopped doing comedy and needed something else to guide me, and this is where God led me to now read the scriptures. 35 years old, I was able to think like a man, like process and like analyze like a human, like you know, not a genius, but like a like a bright mind in this sense. And when I was just reading it, it was just lighting up, like, you know, like I could close my eyes and, you know, I can see just like light passing through right now, but it just like was just bright, and I could just like physically see, like Einstein writing this imaginary beam of light type thing, where I was transported. So long story short, Polo, you know, when I read these scriptures, I interpret just like the overall message, just like God is love. This was what was gifted to us as our free salvation, that God is no longer just like this angry kind of like I don't want to say angry like all the time, but like, you know, like by the end of the Old Testament, he's just like done with like his chosen people, right? And so like, how does he reconcile these chosen people like that he chose to like take out of exile? Not that they were to be like rulers over the world, as some theorists try to tell me, just like Jews control everything and whatever. I'm just like, if that's what you believe, then, you know, like, they haven't been perfected in love, because those who have been perfected in love and abide in love, right, do not have fear, because fear has to do with punishment, right? And so perfect love casts out fear. And this is what like our Lord and Savior did for me personally, and I hope for all of you to some degree. When I read these gospels, each one, like, you know, I was just like being a lawyer and a judge, and also,
Brother, you're right on. I needed to hear that. You said perfect love casteth out all fear.
amen, right? I mean, I didn't say it. 1 John 4 said it.
Yes,
I'm just,
yes.
right? So yeah, thank you. Welcome to the panel, Farm Life and Patrick.
Do you know my
I
father?
believe James says it too.
My father, I lost him at 25 years old, but he always loved me. And before he passed on,
Amen.
he told me, son, do you know what unconditional love is? And I said, no. What is it, Dad?
The look that a dog gives you is what my father told me.
He said that I will always love you no matter what you do. You can reject me. He said, you can reject me and I will still love you, son.
Amen.
Amen.
And many times I rejected him because he wasn't a perfect being. He hurt me and everything, and I wanted to reject him.
But he loved you enough to allow you to reject him.
Yes. And then I came back to him. And now that I no longer do I have him, oh, I love him so much more.
You've forgiven him, right, Patrick? Like, you have now gotten to a point where like you've forgiven your father, and he is now your heavenly father, who is just always like got your back, right? Right? Amen.
All right, Charlie, not to interrupt you, but I love you, bro. I'm gonna dip up out of here. I'm gonna give
love
you
you too, brother. Remain in the light,
gift
Polo,
as I go.
right? Like, just
yes, sir. You too, my friend.
Don't focus so much on trying to get, you know, like Muslims or atheists or Jews like to Christ, right? Just demonstrate your relationship and your walk. Like, demonstrate.
I'm trying to introduce everybody to Christ.
Well,
the truth
do it.
shall set
do
you
it
free
through the way that you're walking, right? Have people ask you just like, yo, man, like, why are you the way that you are, Polo? Like, you got this thing about you. And then you tell them just like, because Christ, man, do you not know about like our Lord and Savior?
Save me.
Well, my question for Muslims today is al-wazah. What does al-wazah mean?
I don't know.
I know what Jesus Christ means.
That's
It doesn't
my
mean
question
Jesus
for
Christ.
Muslims.
Al-wazah. I mean, like,
It does
for
not.
what?
What does wasabi mean? I don't know what wasabi means.
I love y'all.
It's how you say hello in Japanese, just like wasabi.
Wasabi. Wasabi.
Wasabi.
There's no power in the name. If there was power in the name, we would know the name.
And their name is
right.
Jesus.
Again, don't worry about al-wazai. Worry about like
I love
your
you,
relationship with Christ. I love you too, brother. I'll be watching you.
Amen. God bless you. I love you.
Right. So again, Lamb, I don't know if you had to put the kids, but again, come back up. But again, Farm Life, thank you for muting up. I appreciate your, just like demonstration immediately. Welcome,
brother.
Savannah.
Can I give you a testimony?
Absolutely. God, do you mind if I just kind of like introduce Farm Life and then
yes,
then I can
and
get
I
your
introduce
testimony?
myself. Yeah, ask my credentials. Tell me who I am.
Perfect. Yeah. Farm Life, I kind of gave you the mic, so if you want to pass it over to him, that's on you. But again, I'm just trying to be
Yeah,
Augie.
it's okay. If he wants to go first, it's okay.
Okay. Amen. And thank you for that. And Patrick, I hope you can thank just Farm Life for just kind of like that baton. So again, Patrick, please introduce yourself and your testimony, like for us. The floor is yours.
My name is Patrick. My father's name was George. And I just learned today that there was a Saint George who refused to bow and denounce Christ and ran into the emperor's council pretty much full force. And my father growing up, I want to tell you, he suffered a lot of addiction. He was a Vietnam veteran. He lost his mother at the age of 11. And it's a generational thing, when we don't know how to bring right from wrong, the children suffer.
Yeah.
But to this day, because of his allegiance to Jesus Christ, I have been set free and I live a prosperous life.
Amen. Glory to God, right? That's glory, God's glory, like through our Father. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind if I ask, Patrick, like you said you lost your father when you were 25. Can I ask you just like how old you are today? I'm 44. I don't know if...
I'm 47.
Okay, so you and I are of that same generation where my name is Charles. Like that's the birth name my father gave me. And I didn't know like why like Vietnam like vets like in my state of Colorado like knew me like with from everywhere. They'd be like, Charlie, is that you? And I just like
Charles,
come
yes.
up to him, right? And like not even knowing the connection between like the war and that name. And
he
like
fell in love with your wife, with your mother. And that's what happened.
Yeah, like again, so like I have a very like deep heart like spot for Vietnam vets and stuff like that. So when I hear your father,
did you say you're a Vietnam vet?
Who?
Did
Me?
I say I
no,
was?
his father. His father is a Vietnam vet, the one that passed away.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. And I'm talking about like the Vietnam veterans that I like first like encountered, like not knowing like the trauma and all of the pain and like anger or whatever. The darkness is what I call it, Patrick. Like if they don't get to a point where like they get to see the light from all that darkness that they went through, which, like our parents' generation, like I don't think we're intended for that. And unfortunately, that pain and that darkness like was passed on to generations. Yes, Farmer.
I got a question.
Yes. What's your question?
What about 9/11?
What about it? 2021 specifically? The
Yep.
Omega moment is what it's been labeled.
Uh-huh.
Do you want me to tell you where I was and what happened on that day? Because I'll be
I mean,
willing to.
we all remember, right? Like that's one of those like moments where probably like our parents saw like the assassination of JFK, right, and the moon landing. Like they all remember exactly where they were at. So where were you?
I remember.
Like
I remember. I
right,
remember.
like to the like detail, right? Like I was sophomore year in college up at CU Boulder, and I just like turned on my big screen, like huge, like flat screen TV at that time, which was humongous, and just like saw on every channel, just like this building, like on fire, and I was like, "Is this a movie?" But then I see like the headline going across, and it's on every channel, and I'm just like, "Whoa!" This
Yes.
actually happened, and then that's when I saw the
Real.
second plane hit, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Stop it.
Right? Like, and then I just like watched it just like come down, and I was just like, "Oh my goodness!" And then just remember the aftermath of that. Just like it's just like now being blamed on like Osama bin Laden, who is like this like extremist, like whatever. And I'm just like, these are all new terms to me, and I'm just like, like I just pray for those people. But again, this is now like the next stumbling block that I see being thrown at America and even the entire world. Like, are we going to hate like an entire group of our fellow human beings who are our brothers and sisters and family and humanity, right? Because of their allegiance or their like parents, like passing or teachings and stuff like that. Does that make sense? So
I don't hate people. I hate
don't.
the way people behave sometimes, and I hate lies, and I hate lies that some people cling to, but that doesn't mean I hate the people.
Okay, so then just all we need to say is just I hate the lies some people like say type thing, right?
Cling to. Yeah, I hate the lies that some people cling to, dude. And that spreads across all of humanity, right? Like,
Hey, that was just for you, like, right? Just to let you know, like, just to be able to like hone in
I have
like
a
your
question.
thoughts of all
I have
this
a
stuff.
question.
Like, yeah.
I have a
Farmland.
question.
Next question.
Your first name is Chaplin.
My first name is actually Charles. On TikTok, yes, it is Chaplin. People always call me Charlie Chaplin, where I'm just like, it's Chaplin Charlie. So yes, you're right. Here, my first name is written as
Well,
Chaplin.
do you know what a chaplain is?
I do. Like, what do you know about what a chaplain is? What's up to know?
Yeah. That's my question.
Yeah,
Do you know what a chaplain is?
Yeah, and before I tell you my answer, do you know what a chaplain is? Like, what do you know
Yes, of course.
a chaplain to be? Can you share that with us? Why?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me.
No, I'm asking you.
Well, you are one, so it is what it is.
So I would like to hear what you know of
Be
what.
I know what a
humble.
chaplain is.
Be
I know
humble.
what a chaplain is.
Somebody, anybody, throw it out. What is your definition of a chaplain? Who gets
A chaplain is someone when you're going through hard times and suffering, like a war. I mean, if I'm allowed to say that,
You can take here.
they're there to comfort you and to help you deal with the things that in front of you, whether it be unaliving, whether it be suffering, whether it be wounds, mental distress. That's a chaplain.
Amen.
You can come to him and he will help you process your thoughts and bring you back to reality.
Spiritually and like mentally, like is my add-on to that, Patrick. So thank you. Like, anybody else? Like, do you agree with that? Farm life? Do you have anything to add to that?
Oh. You do not want to know my original thoughts. Trust me.
I mean, give me an example of why. Give me your first original thought that I do not want to know.
Don't ask him.
Hey, he already
Wait,
put it
what?
in. Give me one of these original
You
thoughts. Like farm life.
you were
Honestly, if you're
lagging. You were lagging there. You were lagging.
I was lying what? Where? I was lying where?
You were lagging.
Oh, lagging. Yeah, yeah.
Lagging.
Sorry
Lagging.
about that.
He
Yeah,
needs
yeah.
a lot of help.
Oh, I was lagging. Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
lagging.
No, okay, so like you asked me, like, do you have anything you like to add on what your definition of a chaplain
Chaplain
is? And thank you, like Patrick. You know, like that is exactly like why I like became a chaplain, like in a sense where this is a double play on like my homage as a comedian who retired to Charlie Chaplin. You know, one of my like inspirational
Brother.
like comedic roles.
Brother, you are a blessing. Okay, I hope you don't kick me.
No, it's
Think
please
I'm
stick-
crazy, but
Absolutely not,
But
brother.
you're a bless-
You are my brother, man. Like I already recognize
you're
that
a
you and I-
blessing. You're a blessing
You're-
because there's people in this world looking for a chaplain.
What kind?
When you get
That's
shot,
the question now,
when
right,
you get
Patrick?
shot- when you get shot in the arm and your leg, your foot's hanging off, and you don't know if you're gonna make it until tomorrow, you're looking for a chaplain.
Who can help you find like a like ER type thing where it's just like get healed up and then call me and I will get you through. Just like what happened here.
Because
Oh,
the
this
chaplain,
shit is gonna
the
be
chaplain
so
is
easy,
actually
bro.
the healer.
Bro,
Brother,
this is gonna be
the
so
chaplain
easy.
is actually the healer.
Like Mr. Miyagi, just like Daniel-san,
No,
I will fix
I
your
got,
ankle.
I got
Yes.
you.
Amen. Like,
Yep.
If you
I
can't
got,
believe,
I got,
if
I
you
got
can't
it.
believe you're healed,
I got it.
you'll never be healed.
right? Like just Jesus said, right? Like you healed, your faith healed you. Like, you know, like
Don't-
through him type thing.
Don't worry about it.
I can't
Don't
finish,
worry
Mr.
about it.
Miyagi.
Bro,
I'm done. I'm
bro,
done,
don't
Mr.
worry about it.
Miyagi. I'm
Okay.
done. Shut up, Daniel-san. Shut
And
up,
then
Daniel-san.
what does Daniel-san do in part 2? Can you just like fix me again like you did then? It's like, this is not tournament, Daniel-san. This is life and death. Like this is for real type thing, right? Like we all need a Mr. Miyagi or type thing. So I'm trying to be all of these things and more on TikTok, right? As my demonstration of like my personal walk, like from my like gift of salvation from our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Brother,
right?
can I tell you something? Can I tell you something?
Always. Avatar, welcome.
When I was young, I told my mother. I was messing up,
That's a
and my
little
mother.
tough, though. That's a little tough.
What is? Hold on, Farm. Before you get out the original thoughts that you told us already.
When I was
preemptively.
young, I was going through hard times, and I could not continue to ask my mother for help because she's just one being.
and
She
a
can't
mother,
help me for them.
right?
Yes.
This is a father
And she
kind of like duty.
and I didn't
in a
have my
sense.
father,
Absolutely, right.
and
So
she
you
told and she told me this. She said, "Son, you need to encourage yourself." She says, "When there's no one there for you, you need to encourage yourself." And I said to myself, "How do I do that?" The same way Christ,
encourage me. My
yes,
just
the same way Christ went to go pray in Gethsemane. Everybody fell asleep.
when
Nobody
he came back.
knew what he was doing. Nobody knew what he was doing. He was all alone.
I mean, like
And-
that's the thing. Like
and
that
he-
final prayer where he told them, "Stay awake." Like you know, like dude, I haven't
then
asked
nobody
for anything
did.
for you, right? Stay awake while I go over there and
Wait.
pray. Like you know, because I'm freaking out. And then he comes back and they're all asleep, and he's just like, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, right? And he wakes them up again, just like, I'm gonna go back over there and pray what you just missed, and stay awake, right? Like, stay awake.
Never do.
And when he finishes the prayer, he looks over. They're still sleeping again. Jesus doesn't go back and wake them up. He just continues forward on what he's
Yes.
being guided towards, right? And then they wake up and have to catch up with him. And this is where we find Peter, the one who claimed to love him the most and will never leave him, just freaking abandon him, right? And I'm just like, isn't that a moral tale on people who sell themselves?
And he chopped off the Roman's ear.
Where I'm just like, dude, like that was probably like the
What's
king of the
wrong with
land.
you?
Like when Jesus is like, dude, like I told Judas to go do this, and now like Satan behind me, right? When Jesus says like, get behind me, Satan, right? Like those who like kill by the sword die by the sword. So this is where I can see just Jesus like, we messed up here. So he goes to like the prayer, like, and just like, Father, if it be thy will, please like take this cup from me, type thing, because he knows.
But guess what? On Peter's account, what happened to him?
You guys
He
want
was
to know
stoned
what's
to the he was stoned to the unaliving. And came back.
Listen to me.
Listen
to me, guys. Listen to me. Listen.
Yes, Fluffy.
Really quick. Yes,
yes,
I
Fluffy.
We're listening.
So listen. So Mark, Matthew, and Luke. How many times did they say the word Father? How many times?
As many times as Jesus Christ said it to them.
How many times?
I don't know.
Not have that number off the top of my head. You'll have to
Tell me. Tell
Just
me why
enough.
that makes any purpose.
No, I have it. So Mark said it 3 times. Matthew said it 12 times, and Luke said it 9 times.
What about Matthew?
You know how many times John said it?
All of those totaled up?
Right.
Was it?
Yep. No. Listen. So Luke said it 9 times.
Right.
Mark said it 3 times.
12.
Matthew said it 12 times. Guess how many times fucking John said it?
24.
What?
Or 6.
Not even close.
Which one? I said a bunch of numbers. Like the price is
Tell
right.
us.
Yeah. Don't
Come
leave
on,
us hanging.
Fluffy.
70.
70? Well,
And what
hey,
did-
I was
what
the
did
closest
Christ-
without going
and
over.
what did Christ say? He said, how many times shall I forgive my brother? And Christ said, 70 times 70.
No, he literally said it 70 times.
Really?
Exactly. Exactly.
That's
I'm not joking.
I'm gonna take your word on that, but I'm also gonna probably fact check that later. And if you're wrong, Farm Life, I'm gonna bring it up to you and be like, "Yeah, I looked that up, and I don't know where you're."
No. Fact check it right now. Fact check it right now.
No, I don't need it right now. I'm trying to do something
But
else.
this is the thing. But this is the thing, guys. We always want to make Jesus our own. Every culture wants to make Jesus their own.
Can you read for me something?
Yes.
Read for me John 6, 37 and 38.
Okay.
John 6. Okay, now this is where I try to like teach manners here in my neighborhood. Just like, if you could say like, could you or can you, Chaplain Charlie, like read John 6?
Can I get you to add 2 verses that go all the way to 40? I was literally just going to ask you to do the same thing.
Okay, so John 6 starting from where, everybody? I usually don't do requests. 37.
37 to 41.
And that covers
37 to 40.
46.
Listen.
Just read it through 46.
I'm just gonna read
46.
the whole thing, right? So yeah, we all should be patient. Everybody mute up and just let's hear it, right? Like so. Everybody mute up. Thank you. After these things, Jesus went over the Sea of Galilee, which is the Sea of Tiberias. Then a great multitude followed him, because they saw his signs, which he performed on those who were diseased. And Jesus went up on the mountain, and there he sat with his disciples. Now the Passover, a feast of the Jews, was near. When Jesus lifted up his eyes, and seeing a great multitude coming toward him, he said to Philip, "Where shall we buy bread that these may eat?" But this he said to test him, for he himself knew what he would do. Philip answered him, 200 denarii worth of bread is not sufficient for them, that every one of them may have a little. One of his disciples, Andrew, Simon Peter's brother, said to him, "There's a lad here who has 5 barley loaves and 2 small fish, but what are they among so many?" Then Jesus said, "Make the people sit down." Now there was much grass in the place, so the men sat down, in number about 5,000. And Jesus took the loaves, and when he had given thanks, he distributed them to the disciples, and the disciples to those sitting down, and likewise of the fish, as much as they wanted. So when they were filled, he said to his disciples, "Gather up the fragments that remain, so that nothing is lost." Therefore they gathered them up, and filled 12 baskets with the fragments of the 5 barley loaves which were left over by those who had eaten. Then those men, when they had seen the sign that Jesus did, said, "This is truly the prophet who is to come into the world." Therefore, when Jesus perceived that they were about to come and take him by force to make him king, he departed again to the mountain by himself alone. Now when evening came, his disciples went down to the sea, got into the boat, and went over the sea toward Capernaum. And it was already dark, and Jesus had not come to them. Then the sea arose because a great wind was blowing. So when they had rowed about 3 or 4 miles, they saw Jesus walking on the sea and drawing near the boat, and they were afraid. But he said to them, "It is I, do not be afraid." Then they willingly received him into the boat, and immediately the boat was at the land where they were going. On the following day, when the people were standing on the other side of the sea, saw that there was no other boat there, except that one which his disciples had entered, and that Jesus had not entered the boat with his disciples, but his disciples had gone away alone. However, other boats came from Tiberias, near the place where they ate bread after the Lord had given thanks. When the people therefore saw that Jesus was not there, nor his disciples, they also got into boats and came to Capernaum, seeking Jesus. And when they found him on the other side of the sea, they said to him, "Rabbi, when did you come here?" Jesus answered them and said, "Most assuredly I say to you, you seek me not because you saw the signs, but because you ate of the loaves and were filled. Do not labor for the food which perishes, but for the food which endures to everlasting life, which the Son of Man will give you, because God the Father has set his seal on him." Then they said to him, "What shall we do that we may work the works of God?" Jesus answered and said to him, "This is the work of God, that you believe in him who he sent." Therefore they said to him, "What sign will you perform then, that we may see it and believe you? What work will you do?"
No sign.
Right? Our fathers ate the manna in the desert, as it is written, he gave them bread from heaven to eat. Then Jesus said to him, "Most assuredly I say to you, Moses did not give you the bread from heaven, but my Father gives you the true bread from heaven. For the bread of God is he who comes down from heaven and gives life to the world." Then they said to him, "Lord, give us this bread always." And Jesus said to him, "I am the bread of life. He who comes to me shall never hunger, and he who believes in me shall never thirst. But I said to you that you have seen me and yet do not believe. All that the Father gives me will come to me, and the one who comes to me I will by no means cast out. For I have come down from heaven not to do my own will, but the will of him who sent me. This is the will of the Father who sent me, that of all he has given me I should lose nothing, but should raise it up at the last day. And this is the will of him who sent me, that everyone who sees the Son and believes in him may have everlasting life, and I will raise him up at the last day." The Jews then complained about him. The Jews then complained about him because he said, "I am the bread which came down from heaven." And they said, "Is not this Jesus, the son of Joseph, whose father and mother we know? How is it then that he says, 'I have come down from heaven'?" Jesus therefore answered and said to them, "Do not murmur among yourselves. No one can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws him, and I will raise him up at the last day. It is written in the prophets, and they shall all be taught by God. Therefore, everyone who has heard and learned from the Father comes to me. Not that anyone has seen the Father, except he who is from God. He has seen the Father. Most assuredly I say to you, he who believes in me has everlasting life. I am the bread of life. Your fathers ate the manna in the wilderness and are dead. This is the bread which comes down from heaven, that one may eat of it and not die. I am the living bread which came down from heaven. If anyone eats of this bread, he will live
What a
forever.
claim.
And the bread that I shall give is my flesh, which I shall give for the life of the world.
No wonder they wanted to kill him.
Right? I mean, the Jews therefore quarreled among themselves, saying, "How can this man give us his flesh to eat?" Then Jesus said to
They
him,
wanted to kill him.
he's just getting tired. It's just like, dude, you guys, just like, most assuredly I say to you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Whoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life,
blasphemy.
and I will raise
This
him
is
up at the last
blasphemy.
day. She's like, I'm not saying be zombies, but listen to the like figurative painting that he's painting, right? For my flesh is food indeed, and my blood is drink indeed. He who eats my flesh and drinks my blood abides in me, and I in him. As the living Father sent me, I live because of the Father. So he who feeds on me will live because of me. This is the bread which came down from heaven, not as your fathers ate the manna and are dead. He who eats this bread will live forever. These things he said in the synagogue as he taught in Capernaum. Therefore many of his disciples, when they heard this, said, "This is a hard saying. Who can understand it?" When Jesus knew in himself that his disciples complained about this, he said to him, "Does this offend you? What then, if you should see the Son of Man ascend where he was before? It is the Spirit who gives life. The flesh profits nothing. The words that I speak to you are spirit and they are life. But there are some of you who do not believe." For Jesus knew from the beginning who they were who did
Can
not
I
believe
please say
and
something?
who would betray him. I'm almost done. And he said, "Therefore, I have said to you that no one can come to me unless it has been granted to him by my Father." From that time, many of his disciples went back and walked with him no more. Then Jesus said to the 12, "Do you also want to go away?" But Simon Peter answered him, "Lord, to whom shall we go? You have the words of eternal life. Also, we have come to believe and know that you are the Christ, the Son of the living God." Right? Just like Peter, pumpkin eater,
Can
right?
I say something
Jesus,
now?
last verse. Jesus answered them, "Did I not choose you, the 12? And one of you is a devil?" He spoke of Judas Iscariot, the son of Simon, for it was he who would betray him, being one of the 12. Okay, now speak your piece. And thank you, everybody.
Okay, I appreciate it. Can I prove the Trinity now?
I mean, you don't need to prove the Trinity here. So, I mean,
No, but can I?
if you want to
I
like
hope you
just
can.
like express like what the Trinity is for you, then yeah, you can do that. But you don't have to prove anything, as in like a debate. Just prove that you believe.
We're not looking for
I
you
debate. I
for
debate
proof.
all the time.
Well, I don't debate at all. So like,
I
if
do.
you-
I do. I do.
Okay, well,
I
Little
do.
doggy.
I do.
Little doggy.
let's see if I can just kind of like help
I'm
you
a
get out of
doggy.
that. Okay, so bring it to me. Okay, let's go through this. Let's go. You ready? You ready to go up against the Bobby
Yep.
Flay of the debate realm?
Right.
Okay, let's go. Prove the Trinity.
All right. Let's do it. All right. So we have to start with Matthew 4.
Oh, you want me? You want me to assist you in this?
Yeah.
Matthew 4.
Okay, I didn't know
The entire
because you didn't
chapter?
follow the commands that I like gave to everyone. Just like if you want me to do something for you
Yep.
guys, just ask me.
Yep. Yep.
Matthew
Yep.
4. What?
12 through 16.
Okay. Tell me
Yeah,
what it
please.
says.
No, well, it starts off with John
being in prison,
you know,
right? Okay, so now
No,
when
I don't- I
Jesus
don't-
heard,
I don't want. I want to hear it word for word.
okay, so now when Jesus heard that John had been put in prison, he departed to Galilee. And leaving Nazareth, he came and dwelt in Capernaum, which is by the sea, in the regions of Zebulun and Naphtali, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying, "The land of Zebulun."
right there. It was fulfilled by which was spoken by who?
Isaiah the prophet.
Okay, and what was spoken in Isaiah the prophet?
There shall come a king.
What was spoken was
Without
the land.
measure.
the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali by the way of the sea beyond the Jordan, Galilee of the Gentiles. The people who sat in darkness have seen a great light, and upon those who
Right.
sat in the region and shadow of death, light has dawned.
Right. So
Though
now we're gonna
I
go.
walk through the
We're
shadow
gonna
of death, I
now
shall have
now
no
we're gonna
fear.
now we're
Right.
gonna go to Isaiah. So we're gonna go to Isaiah chapter 9, verse 1 and 2.
Okay, now we're going to, but could you, Chaplain, now take us to Isaiah 9? Say it with me.
Please,
Yes.
please.
Okay. And please, next time, just like try to learn Mr. Miyagi style. Like, this is wax on, wax off. Now I'm trying to tell you, this is how you use wax on, wax
Please.
off. Right, good. Thank you.
Please.
You said Isaiah what, brother? If you could please tell me again what
Well,
reference?
it was spoken by
In
Isaiah the
Isaiah,
prophet that what?
in the book of
Well,
Isaiah.
no. What did Matthew say? As it was spoken by Isaiah the prophet.
You're
Right,
bouncing all
Zebulun,
around, brother.
not
Speak the
no.
scripture.
Just
Tell
Patrick,
me
just
the
like
scripture.
Musa, just mute up, just watch and learn, like how Mr. Miyagi just heals this, right? So again, thank you, Patrick. Okay, so now Isaiah, what like is like the
Chapter 9, 1 and 2.
okay. Nevertheless, the gloom will not be upon her who is distressed, as when at first he lightly esteemed the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, and afterward more heavily oppressed her by the way of the sea beyond the Jordan in Galilee of the Gentiles. The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. Those who dwelt in the land of the shadow of death, upon them a light has shined. So it's shined instead of dawned in my translation. So yeah, thank you for like proving.
So are these Matthew in Isaiah 9 saying the same thing or not?
Yeah, of course, like almost word for word, except for just like this last thing.
Word
But
for
it was
word, right?
also being quoted by Matthew.
No, wait. Now read Isaiah. Please,
Thank you,
please,
thank you,
please
thank
read
you.
it.
Good. You get a sticker
Yes.
for today.
Yeah. Now I want you to read Isaiah 9, 6 and 7.
For unto us a
Well,
child is
6.
okay. For
Yeah.
unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulder, and his name will be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 titles.
Wait.
1,
So
2,
so
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
baby is born, right? Baby
A
is
son.
born.
A child. A son.
Baby is called Mighty God. Yeah. El Gibor, right? El Gibor. El Gibor.
If that's how it's translated. But yeah, mine says Mighty God, and then Everlasting
It says
Father.
El Gibor. El Gibor. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, it says El Gibor.
Okay, well, I only have the Living Sea Scrolls. No, I'm just kidding. So El Gibor, again, right here. So this is like the
Okay,
The-
but read the next verse.
okay. Of the increase of his government and peace there will be no end upon the throne of David and over his kingdom, to order it and establish it with judgment and justice from that time forward, even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this.
Forever.
Even forever.
Forever. So on David's throne, David can't even reign on his own throne forever. There's only one that can reign forever. That's Christ.
Right? And how does he do that? For me, it's the timeline, right? He reigns on that throne as just like the year of the Lord, where everything to like our left of him is negative before
you
Christ.
wanna know? You
and
wanna know
everything
what's funny
going
though?
forward is in the year of the Lord.
You wanna know what's funny though? You wanna know what's funny though?
What?
We all keep track upon the birth of Christ.
Right. Whether we admit we like believe he's real or not. It's just like we have to admit we all like keep track of our birthdays and stuff like that.
Our date on the calendar, 2026 years ago.
And that's when
calendar
they'll
changed.
that's when like the people who just
Wow.
resist you even more are just like, no, it's not AD, it's CE, the Common Era. It's just like, dude, just like, do you need a hug or something, bro? Just come to freaking Jesus.
Yeah, bro.
Here's
Bro,
the difference. Right?
chill out. Chill out,
I grew
for real.
up when I grew up. It was
Chill out,
Anno
bro.
Domini, and it was before Christ and after Christ. That's what I was taught when I was between the ages of 5 and 10.
Right. BC, AD. And this is where it's just like, I always assumed like AD was just like after death, right? Before Christ, and then after death. But it's just like Anno Domini, where I'm just like, does that mean after death? And it's just like, no, in the year of the Lord, or like the Lord's year or something like that, right?
The Masonic temple.
Right. I mean, but like, that's the thing. Like, this is a point in like, just like scientific kind of like lenses as a Big Bang in its own like sense, right? This is where all of this energy and everything, information, just collapses down to this one point that was now marked, not like in real time, but like centuries later when they were just like, this is how we're gonna do it, and told everybody just like, it's not year whatever 5,000 anymore, it's now year 1, and they're just like, well, that's a lot easier to write on these like scrolls, whatever. But again, like, that is a application of what Stephen Hawking, like, I would say, kind of demonstrated with his black hole like theory, right?
There's a Freemasons building in the town I grew up in, right? And one of the cornerstones said, "Year of our Lord," like 4,900 and some odd. It was close to the end, right? When they built it, they weren't counting Christ's birthday. They were just going all the way back to 1
as and they said 4,000, and they said
right. They were like counting down from 6,000, right? Like or counting up from 6,000. Like, we were only on, like, somewhere there was a 0. There was a year 0. And
there was no year 0.
It was just year 4,985, right?
They just don't they don't like mark that moment as like every scientist does.
The 2,000 year ago
4,000 in the year of our Lord, right? Like, they just say like this, but then everybody's like, no, this is the year of our Lord. You got to subtract 2,026 years. They're just like,
that's why some people reference the Masonic organization as satanic, is because they don't recognize Christ's death and resurrection, or their calendar would be the same. It would be 2026. But,
well, I mean, by saying just like the year 4,026 in the year of our Lord is like a messianic, like Jewish way to be like, yo, man, if you read between the lines, you'll hear that like we also accept like this person as our Lord and Savior. We're just trying to keep it like in front of like the Jews, like their fellow Jews who say just like, what? Messianic.
Mr. Chaplin?
Yeah, yes, Mr.
I have
Farm.
something to tell you.
Yeah, tell.
So in Matthew, no, I'm a partial preterist.
Preterist? Or
yeah.
I thought you were about to say predator, and I was just like, oh. I'm just kidding. A preterist? What is a preterist? Like
I'm a partial preterist.
What is even a predator? What is a whole, like an entire preterist? I've never heard that.
A preterist believes Jesus came back 70 years after he left in the physical flesh, and that this is the 1,000-year Satan was let loose to roam the earth before.
Like the return isn't going to happen.
Yeah, before Jesus already turned. Judgment Day already happened. This is the 1,000 years before the second death. At the second death, it's like maybe it is Judgment Day. The second death still has to happen. This is the 1,000 years Satan's running loose, collecting whoever he can
before another return happens.
So listen
before
to
everything gets thrown in the lake of fire.
Listen to me. Can you read? Matthew 24?
Hold on, before I read Matthew 24, and again,
brother, please.
Thank you.
Please,
but again,
please.
You said you were now a partial preterist, and he just shared with me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Red. What like, a preterist, a full preterist is. So this is where, like, is a partial preterist somebody who believes that, like, the return and all that Judgment Day stuff happened in the year 70 AD, and we are, like, just not, like, waiting for anything. Everybody's
I
just
said partial.
okay.
Partial.
So elaborate on what you mean by partial
Okay.
preterist. So
I will
Matthew
explain
17.
everything. Matthew 24.
Okay. All of
24.
it? I'm like, what verse?
Yep. Just go ahead. I'm gonna stop right there. This is that, and I will explain things.
Okay,
Matthew 24.
we're gonna have to work out a system here because one of my biggest pet peeves is when I'm like reading in scriptures and people just like interrupt me at this point. So get me like to a point. Matthew 14 is where I'm trying to get to, in a sense.
No,
Or
Matthew
I will give
24.
right. Like from verse 1, and I'm just gonna read verse by verse, and when you're gonna stop me when you want me to stop.
I'm gonna say this is what I believe.
Okay, so I will, after every verse I read, just like give you like a 1, 2, 3
No,
pause for
no.
you to
Just
be
keep
like
reading.
right here. I know,
Just
farm life,
keep reading.
farm life.
Just
Okay,
keep
mute
reading.
up for a second because this is where I need to make sure like you are sober or at least just like here with me thinking like in the present moment rather than kind of like getting us to the future here, right? So show me that you can come back and just like interact with me, right? So I'm telling you, just to like save you from just possibly getting like dropped by a mod, like whatever it is. I don't want that to happen, but if it does, that's just, like you get another bat. But again, I'm telling you, I'm going to pause quickly, like a quick 1, 2, 3. And if you're paying attention, that is your time frame to be like, Chaplain, here, stop. This is what I believe. And then, Chaplain, could you please continue? And I'll continue. 1, 2, 3, pause. If you don't say anything, read the next one. 1, 2, 3, pause. Read the next one. 1, 2, 3, pause until you say, okay, Chaplain, stop here.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood.
Good. Now we're going to put it into application and test you. So Matthew 24, verse 1. Then Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came up to show him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said to them, do you
Right,
not...
wait. So you said
Okay.
that was the first verse, right?
Yeah. When I did the clapping, that was the end of the first verse.
Right. So he's there and he's showing his disciples the temple, right?
Right.
Put that into perspective.
For present times? Like for us right
No,
now?
like yes.
Okay, well, imagine you guys are here in the buildings of the temple, my live room here, right? And you guys are my apostrophes is what I call, my chaplains in training. So verse 2, like put yourselves in the perspective of just like listening to Jesus as a disciple, like listening to these red words I'm about to read in the second verse, right? Okay. So before farm life, just paused me again. And Jesus said to all of you guys, do you not see all things? Assuredly, I say to you, not one stone shall be left here upon another that shall not be thrown down.
So
Go.
if we went to Jerusalem today,
Okay.
would we not see, stones thrown on the side of the Temple Mount? Yes or no?
I think you'll probably also see a lot of like Orthodox Jews sitting there like at the Wailing Wall, but you can see like the old remains
Right.
of like Jerusalem in this time, just in ruins.
Of the stones that were thrown on the side of the temple, right? On the side of the Temple Mount, right?
Right.
Yep.
Like throughout history, right? Just like type thing. So continue.
They are still there, still to that day, to this day. We can see that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Now, as he sat on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately, saying, tell us when all these things be, and what will be the sign of your coming, and of the end of the age. 1, 2, 3, continue. And Jesus answered and said to them, Take heed that no one deceives you. 1, 2, 3. For many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and will deceive many. And you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines, pestilences, and earthquakes in various places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Then they will deliver you up to tribulation and kill you, and you will be hated by all nations for my name's sake. And then many will be offended, will betray one another, and will hate one another. Then many false prophets will rise up and deceive many. And because lawlessness will abound, the love of many will grow cold. But he who endures to the end shall be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in all the world as a witness to all the nations, and then the end will come. Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place, whoever reads, let him understand. Then let those who are in Judea...
That one's tripping. Oh, okay. Continue.
What did you say? That one's trippy? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because the one that was standing in the holy place.
Right. Whoever reads, let him understand.
The destruction of the temple. Solomon's
the abomination of desolation
right.
Spoken of. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Whoever reads, let him understand. Right.
Okay.
Right. So then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let him who is on the housetop not go down to take anything out of his house. And let him who is in the field not go back to get his clothes. But woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing babies in those days. And pray that your flight may not be in winter or on the Sabbath. For then there will be great tribulation, such as has not been since the beginning of the world until this time, no, nor ever shall be. And unless...
You want to know why?
Why?
Because they just unalive fucking sorry. Because they...
Like in that...
They unalive...
They
unalive Jesus, so like God is so pissed at this point in time.
Why is he pissed? He brought him back, right? Like he knew he was gonna bring him back. Like like God, nothing happens that God doesn't know.
But homeboy got whipped and shit.
Right. I mean, this is the thing that like imagine.
No, bro. No. You don't understand. All right, continue reading. Continue.
Okay. So it says, and unless those days were shortened, right, no flesh would be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days will be shortened, right? Then, if anyone says to you, look, here's the Christ, or there, do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. See, I have told you beforehand. Therefore, if they say to you, look, he is in the desert, do not go out. Or, look, he is in the inner rooms, do not believe it. For as the lightning comes from the east and flashes to the west, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be. For whoever the carcass is, there the eagles will be gathered together. America. No, just kidding. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they will gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other.
Brother,
yes, brother.
At some point in time, it says, there's eagles that are circling around the holy place.
Yeah,
Or like
28
the
for
ravens.
I mean, I don't know if we haven't gotten there yet. In verse 28,
Whoa, sorry. Please continue. Please
okay,
continue.
no
I
worries.
apologize.
No worries, no worries. Now learn this parable from the fig tree. When its branch has already become tender and puts forth leaves, you know that summer is near. So you also, when you see all these things, know that it is near, at the doors. Assuredly I say to you, this generation will by no means pass away till all these things take place.
That's
Heaven,
the one.
that's the
That's
one
the one right
that you
there.
believe? That you believe?
No, that's the one. Within that generation, it will happen, and that's when 70 AD happened. So,
Okay, so
so please continue.
heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will by no means pass away. So right there, this is part of like what makes you
No.
a
Please,
partial
please continue.
preterist. Okay.
Please,
Just
chaplain.
because you're saying my favorite word. Okay, so but of that day and hour no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, but my Father only. But as the days of Noah were, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ark, and did not know until the flood came and took them all away. So also will the coming of the Son of Man be. Then two men will be in the field, you and Red over here. One will be taken and the other left. Two women will be grinding at the mill. One will be taken and the other left. Watch therefore, for you do not know what hour your Lord is coming. But know this, that if the master of the house had known what hour the thief would come, he would have watched and not allowed his house to be broken into. Therefore, you also be ready, for the Son of Man is coming at an hour you do not expect. Who then is a faithful and wise servant? That's the right? Whom his master made ruler over his household, to give them food in due season. Blessed is that servant, whom his master, when he comes, will find so doing. Right? Assuredly, I say to you, that he will make him ruler over all his goods. But if that evil servant says in his heart, my master is delaying his coming, right? And becomes to beat his fellow servants.
It already happened.
What already happened?
No, I'm starting to understand. It already happened. Please continue.
Okay. I'm going to go back a little bit to 48. But if that evil servant says in his heart, my master is delaying his coming, and begins to beat his fellow servants and to eat and drink with the drunkards, the master of that servant will come on a day when he is not looking for him and at an hour that he is not aware of, right? And will cut him in two and appoint him as portions with the hypocrites. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Just like, okay. Thoughts?
No. Please continue.
That's it.
Finish it.
That's the end. That's the end of Matthew
chapter.
24. That's it. That's the end of Matthew 24.
No. But where did it say that the
Eagles?
the freaking ravens were
I mean, mine says
around?
here from like 26 to 28. 28 is where it says, for wherever the carcass is, there the eagles, maybe ravens, will be gathered together, right? So then where is the carcass?
No. In 70 AD, they were crucifying 400 people per day, bro. I'm not joking.
Right, like who is they? Like the Roman
The Romans.
Empire. Right. Like this is when Paul, later known as Saul, was like kind of doing his thing, right? Like because Jesus.
No. This is separate. Completely separate.
Right. I mean, like, okay, so you're saying like Jesus Christ was crucified in 70 AD and not 33 or 37.
AD or sometime around then. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out.
It's
Let me help
separate.
you out. Let me help you
Hold
out.
on. Before
Preterists
you do,
believe
Red.
because of the verse that says these things this won't happen before this generation passes away.
Okay.
Right. That's what makes me think all of that happened.
Oh, okay.
And we're
okay.
in the aftermath of that. Because
Okay.
all those people that were alive when Jesus said that, well, they're all dead now. So they're like, well, that generation passed away. So that must mean that everything Jesus said would happen by the time this generation passes away happened.
So then is that when...
And also, no, it's much more deeper than that.
Well, take us deeper. Don't just give us a shallow kind of like teaser with that farmland. Take us deeper. Like, how much deeper do we have to go?
No. He said something, and it was beautiful. But listen to me, really, really quick.
No, we're listening. Like, you don't have to. You don't have to ask position. You know, if you want to say something really, really quick, just say something really, really quick, rather than making it longer. So that's your next kind of like, paint the fence, farm life, and Red. Paint the fence.
I do the best I can.
Hey, I appreciate that. Right. So I'm here. I'm here to try to teach you, not be like a master, but like like a chaplain.
Okay, Mr. Chaplain.
You can just call me Chaplain.
Daniel 7.
Mister is my father. Okay, Daniel 7.
Or Daniel 9. Which one you want to go to?
Either one, Daniel son. Which one do you want? Red?
Well, you're the chaplain.
7 or 9? Hey, okay, I'll leave it to Red.
I mean, which one?
Daniel 7 or Daniel? I'm already at Daniel 7, so let's do that one. From verse 1?
Mr. Doctor, not the ghost of.
You can call him Red.
You
call him Red.
I can call him Mr. I'm going to call him Mr.
Okay, he's Mr. and I'm Chaplain. So when you say Mr. Chaplain, he's addressing both of us. You got that, Red? Like, okay, good. That's a good thing. So make sure we're tracking. Okay, Daniel 7. Where? Farm.
No, I'm asking you.
Should we just read at the start?
Mr. Chaplain.
Red, where do you want to start? Just first verse, or you got a number in mind?
Sure, anywhere in Daniel 7. It's been a while since I've read it. I don't have it memorized, to be honest.
Okay.
But anywhere.
If you did.
How about we go to Genesis 19:24?
Hold on, we're just gonna we're throwing Daniel 7.
I'm not sure what this bunny trail is. I do not know, to be honest.
Let's see. Sure the Bible says, entertain, guests, because we never know, which ones among us are angels. So, you're forfeiting farm life, this direction here, where it's just I'm gonna count this as just like a swing at this point. Unless, let me just say, because you said Daniel 7 or 9, I'm gonna just read Daniel chapter 7, verse 9. I watched till thrones were put in place, and the Ancient of Days was seated. His garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool. His throne was a fiery flame, his wheels a burning fire. Its wheels.
Is that Jesus?
I mean, it's like the throne, the wheels of the throne, and the eye.
Is that Jesus? Yes or no?
Is the eye? Is it
yes or no?
Yeah. I mean, sure. At this point, I'm reading it as if Jesus is reading it or remembering it for you, my disciples, in this, experiment, this thought experiment. So, a fiery stream, a live stream, issued and came forth from before him. 1,000 thousands, so like 1,000,000, ministered to him. Then 1,000 times 10,000 stood before him. So,
oh goodness gracious!
The court was seated and the books were open. Right. So, again, there's Daniel 7, 9, 10 through, or 9 and 10. So now you wanted to go to what? Genesis.
No. What you read was so beautiful, bruh.
Hey,
What's up,
glory to
beautiful?
God.
Read Daniel 9, and then just whatever you want.
I got to throw this in there. That's one badass throne. I'm just saying, it's on fire. It's got
Wheels of
wheels,
fire,
like
burning like fire. It's just like, it's got wheels, man. Everybody wants to say.
Jesus riding around on a fire chariot throne, right? Like,
Right? Just,
Chaplain has to learn something new every day.
I love to, like I love putting a wrinkle in my brain. Life is our teacher, and we should always be in a state of constant learning, as Bruce Lee said, which I'm sure Jesus said somewhere. Daniel 9.
Yeah, chaplains are very interesting.
Hey, especially this one. You're never going to find more interesting of one than I would say. No, I'm just kidding. So I will read.
What? I should be one.
Hey, I hope that you maybe aspire to also like become one as you see fit for you. Like chaplains are very, I think, like necessary today in this age to.
No, but you have no idea how much I know about Muhammad and Jesus.
Well,
and even on the Jewish side, on the pagan side, I don't care. I know a lot on all sides. The Urdu side, all
cool.
sides.
Well, beautiful. Yeah, if you can use all those roads or paths, all religions are a path to God. Pope Francis said, and everybody freaked out. But that's the thing. As a chaplain, it is my benefit to be able to gather as much information, knowledge, and also revelation.
Oh, you're gonna love me. You're gonna love me, bro.
Wait till you get a hold.
You're gonna love me.
Hey, there's a reason. We're brought together here, right? So just glory to God. So Daniel 9.
Well, homeboy, which his name was Polo, came up here on, Mr. 420 dude.
Yeah.
Whatever.
You know Polo by his other name.
Bro.
I mean, he was a different Polo up here.
looks like you got a guest request down there. This Infamous is trying to holler at you, Charlie.
Oh, Infamous is always coming up. I'm just testing him. So, what do you say to Red, aka Mr. Infamous, for recognizing you? And
thank
Roy
you
Ray?
for recognizing me. Otherwise, I would have never been up here.
Exactly. Right? Good job. You get a sticker. Roy Ray, welcome to the panel. And yeah, I just gave you a follow. Yeah. Tell me about yourself real quick, if you don't mind, Infamous and Red and Farm Life. Give me an introduction, or us an introduction, if you can.
So, can I go first?
I will give you my introduction first.
Hold on. Farm Life, you already missed that opportunity earlier, or you started that opportunity. Okay. Your introduction is you're a partial preterist, right? So I already have a foundation of who you are.
I'm joking.
I know who Infamous is.
You're the one that brought up my name. You're the one that brought up my name.
I just want to make sure my disciples, my apostles know. I haven't forgotten about you guys, right? So
you're the one that brought up my name. So
say my name. Now, just if you can, put the mute back again. And Infamous, I will let you introduce yourself to everybody else. But like I said, my house rules, right? So just real quick, Roy Ray, 3 minutes. Tell me about what brought you up here, or what inspired you to join us up here.
See here that had a particular dream and has seen God and creation of everything.
You have? You said you have recently had a dream, or?
I have seen the one they call the Lord, and I called him the exact same thing once I see him. And he was in space. He does stand alone. He is not floating. He does have dark hair to his shoulders and dark eyes. And if you want to hear about what I've seen, I'm more than happy to share the experience.
Okay. Before we go on that, can you give me like a rough like time span on how quick you can like concisely just share with us, just like new guests for you who've never met you, but if you think it's going to be just a little longer than 2 minutes, like I would recommend just like passing it to Infamous real quick to allow Infamous to introduce himself to you, Farm, and also Red. Okay, and then you guys just pass it to back one another. So here's the test. Ready, Red? Help me just kind of score this if you can. And Red, you can give yours too. So Infamous, now's your turn. You're on the clock. You got 3 minutes.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm the bad guy because I'm an atheist. So
he said it.
But yeah, I'm essentially the devil. Some would call me.
Just because he's a bad guy doesn't mean he's a bad guy, guys. Hold on, Mark. He hasn't passed it back. He's still got 2 minutes 30 seconds. So just wait. This is how we do stand-up comedy, and this is how I train my chaplains. Go. I'm starting the clock again. 2 minutes 30 seconds. Infamous. Next joke or next.
No, that's all I have to say. I'm just
Okay, that's it. Okay.
An average atheist.
That was Infamous, everybody's enemy, the atheist, right? Who is a bad guy. But I'll tell you guys, from what I know, he's not a bad guy, even though he keeps saying this is what everybody thinks of him. So thank you, Infamous. And now our next speaker to introduce us back to the audience is Farm Life. Give it up for Farm Life, everybody. Take the mic, Farm. You got 3 minutes.
But Mr. Infamous, come off mute, yeah?
Okay, so Infamous, this is where you can kind of be a heckler, as if Farm Life is a comedian on stage, then he's asking you just Infamous, interact with me type thing, right? Okay, so 3 minutes, Farm Life, go. You and Infamous.
Okay, Infamous, I got a question.
Yeah.
Are you an actual atheist or agnostic?
I would say I'm both, actually.
Both. So but you don't know. So do you not know?
How would I say this? I disbelieve in God, but I don't claim that I know God doesn't exist. I just think no one knows.
So you're not. You are an agnostic. So you got to drop the whole atheist thing. So you don't know. You don't know, right? Let's be real.
Sure. You can call me agnostic. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Okay. So now we understand that you don't know what you're talking about. Then we're gonna take the step number 2. Okay.
Hold on. Before we go there, I'm gonna try to save you. Give it a lifeline, Farm. What if Infamous actually said he is atheist, not atheist?
No. I'm asking him. I'm asking him about those, right? So it's up to him for him to establish his own thought process.
Okay, maybe
so what's the question though?
For Infamous then,
What's the one?
He got you to admit that you're not necessarily an atheist or atheist, but also agnostic or.
Well, I don't mind agnostic or atheist, but atheist sounds just more. I don't know. It sounds more.
Well, it sounds very confusing today because atheist versus agnostic.
It sounds like he doesn't know what he's talking about. So let him become an agnostic. Let him become an agnostic.
I already know he's an agnostic, an atheist.
Stop trying to save him. Stop trying to save him.
I'm not trying to save him. He is my disciple before you. Just try. Stop trying to save him.
Stop trying to save him.
You don't need to save him. Farm Life is what I'm telling you. You can spend your 3 minutes more fruitfully than to try to convince him.
I'll change my.
Yeah. So, brother. What we have established is you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know if you're a theist or atheist, or you don't know. So you're agnostic. You're the definition of agnosticism.
He's an the definition.
You don't know.
Again, I know he is one of my.
Well, it's not that I don't know. It's that I know that I don't know. If you get what I mean.
You're wasting all of my 3 minutes. Mr. Chaplin, you're wasting my entire 3 minutes.
Because it's a waste of my 3 minutes. I'm not gonna.
Why?
Why? Let me ask you this.
What?
A different question.
Save your boy. Yeah, save your boy. Save
I
your
will
boy.
save my boy.
Save your boy.
He is my boy.
Save
I
your
will
boy.
save him. And I'll save you too if you need saving.
Well, whatever.
I don't need saving from a chihuahua.
Hold on. Like, this is where, again, like farm life, you just burped like kind of like, just like in my face here and didn't excuse yourself. You kind of are just kind of like coming at me. Just
No. Excuse me.
I will do whatever I will to do.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Good. You don't need
Excuse me.
You just need to mute up and listen to what I have to tell you so that you get it and don't repeat it at this point. Does that make sense? Because I love you and I want you to maybe become a chaplain, like I strive to be, right? So.
But what if I have so much fight inside of myself?
Then just mute up and shout that fight out, and you won't have to disrupt anything. And then if you shout it to the top of your lungs on mute while we're talking, and then
you're
like that
the
voice of
only
God,
one that you said that it's my turn to talk, and that I was talking with your homeboy, and then you just you didn't even come in and say please farm life, can I talk?
Okay.
Okay. It was my turn.
Please, farm life. Can I finish? Can I finish? Please. Can I finish, please?
No, my
please.
bad.
Can I finish?
My bad.
Okay. Yeah,
my bad.
No worries.
My
No worries.
bad.
It was my bad too.
My
so
bad.
Again, I'm not trying to like jip you of your 3 minutes. I'm just telling you, just like I've already had this happen.
You
so
were though.
Listen, I want you to be able to spend 3 minutes in a different way by like having Infamous like reintroduce himself by asking him the same question I asked Roy, right? Which Roy, if you remember, was just
I think you're lying to me though.
Okay, before you make that accusation, mute up, like use your finger, push that mute button, farm life, and say that thank you. Now, Infamous, like you were in the corner just like waiting for the guest, for somebody to recognize you, to tell me to bring you up, and now that you were brought up and said like thank you, Red, type thing. What is it, Infamous, that like stuck out? I don't know how long you were here listening, but you listen to me and you interact with me all the time, right? Roy told us, and thank you, Roy, for just your demonstration of just like presence and stuff like that. So just know that's not going unseen, and I thank you for that. But I asked Roy a specific question, like what was it that like we've been talking about that brings you up here or inspired you to like hit that like guest like request button and come up here and speak. And he said he has seen a dream of like the Lord, right, type thing. And right, and this is where like I give you like the permission to just correct me if I'm misrepresenting your statement, your testimony in that sense. So Infamous, again, like we were talking about Jesus earlier. We were going over like specific scriptures that farm life was guiding me and Mr. Chaplin, and like through to be able to like show me and Mr. Red, I call him Red, like what he means by calling himself and identifying as a partial preterist, right? So this was the conversation when both of you kind of like joined us, and I'm grateful that you guys are now here. But farm life, like I can already sense like he would love to use 3 minutes to be able to probably finish like speaking about who he is, like introducing himself to me and Mr. as he was doing. Or like farm life, I'll ask you, do you still want to use your new 3 minutes trying to convince Infamous that he is not whatever he tells us he says he is on this second try?
You said I have a new 3 minutes.
I'm going to give you another 3 minutes, but you have an option to use that 3 minutes
Well,
to continue
I care
introducing
less. I
like
care
parts
less
of.
about anyone else except you, Mr. Charlie. I don't care about anyone else except you.
Okay, well then
So
we
I
have to
need you.
we have to care about everybody, like except other than just us, right? So maybe this is a lesson from God for all of us to just like be able to now learn how to care for
Okay.
like strangers and people we
Mr.
just met.
Mr. Roy, I have a question for you, Mr. Roy.
Okay, good. It's like ask Roy Ray. Thank you. Ask your question, Farm Life. Your 3 minutes are clocking.
Roy Ray has to ask me a question.
You asked him? Okay, so your question to Roy is he has to ask you like come on, Farm Life. Just make sure you're here like showing me
Okay.
your track.
If Roy Ray doesn't want to ask me a question, then Infamous can ask me a question.
Infamous, you want to ask Farm Life a question just to kind of allow him to introduce himself like fresh to one of both of you. Right? So what? Ask him a question.
I'll ask. So what do you believe in?
I believe in the Trinity.
So you're a Christian?
Yeah.
No, he's a
Assalamu
Trinitarian.
alaikum.
Walaikum salam. I mean, next question. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Walaikum salam. What about shalom alaikum? Walaikum shalom. Right? Like, what do you say then?
Shalom.
Right. You'll find some like Islamic Muslims, especially here on TikTok, not return like any salam or shalom if they especially
they all love me. They all love me, bro.
Well, that's good. I mean, if they are true like followers and like servants of God as the religion practices, then you calling yourself a believer in the Trinity shouldn't freak them out on TikTok, right? At all. But I'm
okay.
No, it definitely freaks them out.
Yeah, I call myself a Muslim, and they're just like, he's one of those Chrislams. Charlie's a Chrislam, and I'm just like, I didn't even
Charlie,
say that.
that's my. I think the interesting question is, what do you believe in, Charlie?
I believe in God. That's it. That's easy enough.
That's a good answer, to be honest.
Yeah, check and mate everybody. That's how you play. Okay.
And what are you gonna?
So I get one more. Roy. So ask me a question, bro.
I mean, I'm only here to give you guys assurance of my experience and sacrifice to give you guys the information you need to understand. And
Right. So do you have a question for me or not? If not, then we have to pass it back to Infamous. Well,
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question to Roy, or whatever his name is?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why should we trust your experiences?
I think Charlie's got that one.
Hold on. Yeah, I mean, look, Roy was addressed, so I trust that Roy will be able to speak for himself, right? So, Roy, that's a good question.
It seems like I'll have to join another time to give you the exact advice because some people think that this is a joke. Well, I've put myself through many times death experiences, and I've actually stayed awake many times for more than 5 days in a row to enter deep sleep states, unbothered by anything, no energies, jobs, or anybody around me. And I've tapped into the spirituality of animals and all the energies around me. So you're about to get the information from a person who has seen God and creation firsthand. But it doesn't seem like people are interested in this today, so I'll come next time and I'll give you the information.
One more question I actually have to ask you. I don't know how often you see God, but next time you see him, can you just tell me what he thinks of me? Can you just tell him?
No, homeboy is no longer here.
I think
Charlie.
he's with
Charlie,
God again.
Chaplain.
Yeah. I'm here. If I am teacupped, it's because I'm like cycling through like my prompts and stuff like that.
He left though. He left.
Hey, I mean, that was a pretty good question, Infamous, where it's just like, like how, like at first, like impressions, like, can we just like trust anything he just told us, right? Just like he has seen all this dreams, and like he has like serious advice for us, and I'm assuming just like everybody, like he encounters, right? Through his like self-discovery of his like self-inflicted like process of staying up for 5 days, which is like it's a whole different like reality.
Yeah. But the thing is,
I gotta get a little bit more serious with you, Mr. Charlie.
But Charlie, he didn't even answer my question. He just gave me more experiences.
I mean, hey, you that I would say you just did a like quick like check and like mate in this sense where like he
Charlie, Mr. Charlie.
Which one? Chat like Charlie or Mr. over here? Like you were addressing me as.
I said, I would rather have it say Mr. Chaplain.
Which we already established was
stop.
Like both of us, right? When you say Mr. Chaplain, you're talking to both me.
You said not to call you that, so I'm gonna call you Mr. Charlie.
Oh, because I told you not to call you that, and so now you're like Peter,
right?
Just like because you told me not to do it. The disclaimer makes me want to do it more when we have already established that you were talking about both of us, Mr. here, Mr. Doctor, not the ghost stuff, and Chaplain. When you say Mr. Chaplain,
you want Mr. Charlie or Mr. Chaplain? One of the two.
I
would rather call you Mr. Chaplain.
I would rather have you call me Chaplain, and you can call him Mr. and you can call her Lamb, and you can call him Infamous.
I'll do my best.
You can
I'll do my best.
That's all I ask. You can call me
Mr.
Mr. You know that Mr.
You can call me Mr. No, you can call me Mr. Confused. Since you think I'm confused, you can just call me Mr. Confused.
I mean, then maybe you should change your name from Infamous to Mr. Confused. Instead of Confucius.
I am definitely infamous on the Muslim side. I am definitely infamous.
I don't know if maybe you and I could kind of compete for that title, because I think I'm pretty well known.
No.
Wait, what are you saying?
They hate you? Bro. Okay, well, that's not a good thing. I mean, that does make one infamous. I would say I'm famous rather than infamous.
No, they hate me. They love to talk to me, but they hate to talk to me at the same time.
Right. Like, because you're infamous for just bringing them to you. Just like, I don't know, you're like drinking like the original Coca-Cola recipe. It's just like, this tastes like hell.
No, they love me.
I freaking have so much energy.
Yeah. Trust me, it's worse than that. It's way worse than that. It's way worse than that, bro.
Yeah, well,
I'm telling you.
I'm not trying to make it a contest, but I'm also talked to, or I don't know.
No. You had no idea, bro.
Okay.
You know Polo, right?
I do know Polo, right? Like, and Polo,
right?
His guest.
So Polo calls me the human cheat code.
And that's a good thing. Like, Polo calls people a lot of things, like the human cheat code.
Yeah, but he calls me the human cheat code, meaning I can talk to Muslims and make them want to come to my lives and all that, and I'm all good. Assalamu alaikum and all that.
So do you try to in turn
I know
bring Polo to like the Quran? Like, like bridge this, like debate, this quarrel argument? Or are you just like the snake that I've been accused of being?
He wishes.
Like,
he wishes. He wishes. He wishes.
he wishes what?
He
that
wishes.
you would like.
No, on his side, he's a oneness. I am a Trinitarian.
Yeah, and I would say maybe both of you are like confused as well. Just like, are you born of God or? Are
you wanna debate it? You want to debate it?
There's no debate. I'm not debating here.
Let's debate it right now.
I'm the assessor here. Where I'm just like,
let's
I can
debate it
tell.
right now. Let's debate it right now.
Charlie's the master debater.
I am the Bruce Lee.
He's scared.
The art of fighting.
Mr. Charlie,
your own fighting.
He's scared
I'm
right
scared.
now. Mr. Chaplin is supposed to be, in the middle of everyone.
This is actually fun. Why don't you debate him? It's actually
okay. Let's do it. You guys ready? Like, that's the thing. Once you like challenge me and you ask me to start throwing you like my pitches, you're at home plate. And this is where, like, Maud, Lamb, you ready to play catcher and be umpire? Just like strike right here. No,
but Charlie, no one can defeat you. No one can defeat you.
I'm gonna show
you don't
him,
even understand what you believe in.
Exactly. So there's a preemptive warning for you, Farm Life, before you understand. Like, you're going up against the Bobby Flay of this whole like cooking like Muslims and Christians thing. So infamous.
You meant Bobby Fischer, the Mr. Bobby Fischer.
Hey, if you know chess. Yes, I'm the Bobby Fischer of the Bobby Flay. So, okay, we're going to now sit down and we are going to debate.
You are the Bobby Fischer. You're the Bobby Fischer.
I'm Chaplain Charlie P, codename V,
the
Muslim.
Well, then I am Bobby Fischer. I am Bobby Fischer. If you're not taking Bobby Fischer, I'm Bobby Fischer. So
you're Farm
guess
Life.
what?
You've already taken Farm Life. So I'm going to call you Farm Life. Guess what? I'm going to call you Farm Life. So prove to me that what's the debate? What's your signature dish? What am I cooking?
Okay. So we have to start again. Matthew 4.
Okay.
12
so your
16.
signature dish that you're bringing up to me, which you've already like cooked for
Isaiah
the
9.
Other people. Hold on.
1 and 2, and then Isaiah 9, 6 and 7. Right? I already gave it to you. So we don't have to go through all that again. Right?
Okay, so these are the ingredients, right?
That.
Have you watched like the Food Network and the show Beat Bobby Flay? Like, it's a show for chefs and cooks and like people who are.
Are you
like,
saying that is Jesus the El Gibor? Yes or no?
What is El Gibor? I'm saying Jesus is God. Jesus is the Son of God. Jesus is our Lord and Savior.
Is he El Gibor? Yes or no?
Remind me on what that translates from the Almighty God?
Yes,
or the
need
Almighty
to
God,
remind
right?
you anything.
Mighty God. God.
You're the master, right?
Right? It was Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, and the Prince of Peace.
Everlasting
And you said
Father, Prince of Peace.
Al Gore is Mighty God. So yes, he is Al Gore or whatever.
El Gibor.
El Gibor. In Arabic? That's Arabic?
Right.
That's Arabic?
No, that's
What
Hebrew.
language is that? Okay. Hey,
Hebrew.
I'm Korean.
Hebrew.
Like English is my second language, and you see.
I know. Chill out. So in the next verse after that, it said that he was gonna reign on David's throne forever, right?
Yeah. Going forward, ever, forever, or forever, go like type thing, right? From what I recall, I don't have it in front of me anymore, right? Right. I'm just sitting here.
So can a human do that, or can only Jesus do that?
Can a human do that, or only Jesus do that? I mean, Jesus was Son of Man, right?
I gotta put my little dog away. I'll be right back, brother.
You
I'll be
maybe
right
think
back.
about how you're gonna present like your signature dish. Maybe you should go on YouTube and just like search like the show Beat Bobby Flay and just watch a couple episodes and learn the format, right? Like two chefs who think that they got what it takes to go against Bobby Flay. I don't know if you've heard that name before, but this guy is just like the master of just like cooking, right? These chefs just come at him with just a random, like unknown signature dish that they cook all the time and tell him like to beat it with his own like technique and skill. And like 9 out of 10 times, Bobby Flay will beat every one of these cooks at their own signature dish using his own ingredients, right? So if your signature dish, Farm Life, when you come back from putting away your dog, is to just debate me that you're a Trinitarian and Polo is onist, then, like...
But Charlie, what are you? Are you a Trinitarian or you're oneness
I'm all
person?
of them. I'm all of them or I'm none of them, right? Like I can
But
be...
you're more like a Hindu, because Hindus believe in pretty much unlimited gods.
I mean, well, by calling me like a Hindu, you're trying to limit me into somebody who believes in multiple gods. No, I believe in one God and the one that he sent, who he gave all authority to, right? Like, so...
So you believe in the Trinity, kind of?
I mean, I teach and I, present the Trinity concept and the Trinity parables in a whole different presentation than I guarantee Farm Life, aka Bobby Fischer, ever does, Polo has ever done, or any other Muslim has ever done, right? But whether you guys believe it or not, Stacy, welcome to the panel.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming. What do you want to ask him, Miss?
You believe Jesus is God, right?
Yes, because the New Testament has told us, 1 John chapter 4, God was manifested in the flesh, like, right, Jesus Christ, like son of Joseph and Mary, and he was love, the love of God, the light of the world, the light of God to the world, and the good, like, that we should be to one another, right? Loving each other as we love ourselves type thing. And so these are 3 attributes or 3 key requirements for Jesus Christ to be God in a logical, like scientific method. From my perspective, if I tell an atheist agnostic that Jesus was love, like love, that word, energy, that whatever you want to tag onto it, love in the flesh, everything about him in the flesh is love, right? Even when he's like flipping tables, it's love, right? Now, if I say that is the free gift of salvation he gave to all mankind, and now we're at a place where we are rejecting this love. Why? Because we haven't been perfected in love anymore. We fear, because fear has to do with judgment. And we have been told by our elders and maybe like guardians and village that we're all sinners. And like we need to come to Christ, right? And this is where the enemy has corrupted and just weaponized the gospel, as I see it, So I'm trying to counter that with love. And
that's where he just lost Chaplin. So listen to me.
Wait. Who
really
lost
quick.
Chaplin, or are you saying that's where Chaplin just lost? Clarify. And
you lost Chaplin.
Okay, well, tell me how I lost. Let's see. And again, if I prove that that's not a loss, I'm going to drop you. So be very, very careful and mindful of the next words you choose to say here when you tell me I lost.
I care less. I care less. You lost Chaplin.
Okay, well, I care more to just be conversing with people who care more than care less about challenging me or telling me I lost. So again, That's what I call.
When you started to promote just Jesus is God, then you step outside the box of Chaplain, because Chaplain covers like what, all faiths. But if you say that Jesus is God, then you put yourself in the box of one faith. That's why I think he lost Chaplain, right? Like he's like, oh, you can't be Chaplain now, but you're still Chaplain. You're still Chaplain,
right? I'm not a oneness or a Trinity or whatever. Like this is
you decide what you are, Chaplain. Don't let anyone else tell you.
Chaplain. I'm the winner. I mean, like this is where, like, you know, like Lamb. That is what I would call somebody who like took a swing at the pitch that I threw him and, you know, made contact, and the ball was just hit far left field, and it was going, and then all of a sudden, my outfielder, as myself, like on that soccer video where everybody on the team just like jumps up like 10 feet up in the air and just catches it from going out or going yard type thing. And so, yep, batter's out, and you got to wait until you get to come back in the rotation, right? So there's an example of how I operate on just giving everybody just 3 strikes or 4 balls before one of us walks. And if I feel like you took a swing and a miss, specifically by telling me like I like lost or whatever it is, this is where I'm gonna like be fair, and I will just see it fly up in the air. And if they can't back it up other than just say, Chaplain, what you just said, like you lost type thing, that's nothing for me. So again, I'm trying to set just a new example, like, you know, to people who have gotten comfortable with how I've been running my lives, right? I don't like being stagnant. So again, thank you, Red, for just kind of, you know, giving your ruling. I mean, like, this is where in the show, Bobby Flay, you know, like both like Chef Bobby and the winner, or the one competing against Bobby in the final round, present their dishes, and anonymous judges don't know who created what dish. They taste the dishes and they say, you know, this dish is well prepared. The sauce could have used this or that. And yeah, and then they try the next dish. It's like, this one tastes different, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, judges, please turn in your scorings. Tell us which dish you like most. And then the ones who try to beat Bobby Flay say, okay, well, the judges have ruled that Bobby Flay is the winner. Or, you know, you just beat Bobby Flay type thing. That's how the game is going to play. Stacy, I don't know if you know the show. Lamb, I don't know if you know the show. Red, I don't know if you know the show. I watch the Food Network religiously.
I don't know the show. I thought it was like code word for maybe your alter comedian ego thing.
Persona is the word you probably are looking for.
Is that what you do comedy under? Is it a stage name, or is it an actual show? Like, is it? I thought you were the chef, Bobby Flay. Like, and you was cooking,
my stage name when I did comedy was Charles Payne. So Bobby Flay is like just like my comedic kind of like humor, like using 2 different like things as one, just to be able to create something new here on my stream, my live stream, as more of a game for us to play with just like new guests that we sit with together in my house. The house of Paying is what I call it. What were you going to say, Lamb? Or were you just clearing your throat?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Let me clear my throat. But Stacy, do you mind just introducing yourself to Red? I don't know if you guys have actually sat together on my panel. Lamb, I know you guys know each other. I hope you remember one another. So I'm gonna.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Stacy. I don't know what else to say. I'm 58. Been coming in here for a little bit. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. All my friends call me Red.
Red. Okay.
What about your mother and father? What do they call you? Red.
I bet my mom and dad. My mom calls me Red. My dad calls me, by my birth name.
Which is, are you not you're not like fully
classified.
Why? Like that's the thing, Red. Like, you know, like the armor of God that I've been given allows me to just dox myself. Like for anybody to try to use for whatever selfish reason. And if they do, I know God's got my back and they are going to be punished severely in that thing. So again, I'm not trying to throw shade on you, but like a proper kind of like back and forth for me is just like if somebody introduces like, hey, I'm Stacy, don't really know what else to say about myself other than, like I'm 50 years young. I'm just, type thing where, like,
I'm
nice to meet
58.
you.
I'm not,
58,
I'm not,
right?
I don't have a problem telling my age.
I was at a loss. I couldn't remember. So this is where I just started. So thank you for saving it. So yeah, Stacy 58. I'm Charles Pang 50 or 44. Red. I don't want to give everybody my birth name. You can call me Red. I'm whatever. And then like that's how we just kind of, at least for me, like demonstrate like a fair like offering. Like we're sharing like a cup of tea together, like here's my tea and your tea type thing. Does that make sense, Red? Mm-hmm. So new opportunity.
Make you feel better if I said I'm probably 49 in the fall. That
it's not that it makes us feel better. Does it make you feel better? The truth shall set you free, Red. Does it like make you feel freer or better or more like kind of fearful? Or just in a sense, it's all however you perceive it. But I appreciate.
Oh yeah, no, it's just I just don't give out my birth name because it's not really that important.
What do you mean? To you? I mean, that's the thing. I mean, today our birth names don't seem to be important at all. Like you rather be known as Mr. Doctor, not the ghost of, or like what's wrong with the name like our parents gave us on our birth certificate type thing, right? Like,
hey Charlie, can you let Infamous back up?
Oh yeah, why did he leave anyway? Like, did he walk himself?
I think TikTok dropped him.
No. Did TikTok drop you or did you? Hey, what do you say? What do you say? Because I did forget about you. Yeah, good. He's showing progress. Ladies.
I had someone called me, that's what.
Okay, good. I'm glad TikTok didn't drop you or somebody else. So welcome back. Now,
I do understand why people don't want to tell their names on TikTok, or like my name has all kinds of information on it. And when I started TikTok, I had no clue. I was like, oh no, but people can search you up and look for you. So, I mean, I'm saying it, but.
And if you didn't know that until Stacy just said it here, I mean, S. Bras the 1968 just said it here, then where have you been? Like, are you the ones getting? So, again, let me ask you this, everybody, and you first, like S. If somebody decides to just go out of their way and do like a web search on like our name based on like what we have chosen to be called and seen as like by our own free will, like, like what will they find? Right. So, like that's the thing where are they just looking for, that's it. That's all they're looking for. Just like, where does she live?
But they could find my house. They could find out all kinds of information.
Well,
it's pretty easy to do.
I mean, like, have you looked yourself up on like those like information bases where it's just like there are 450 Charles Pangs? You want to narrow your search? And I'm just like, yeah, that's there. So again, what about just like in a broad Google search? Have you ever just searched like your?
I have for me.
What have you found?
And I have for other people too, because I used to be a mortgage broker, and I did loans for houses and businesses, and so if I wanted to look somebody up and checking their job and
seeing if they're
all that, I did.
Just like your showings and stuff like that, right? Okay.
I mean, I've done it, and it's been done, and I've checked myself, and it shows your kids, your parents, who you're related to. I mean,
your credit score, your debts, your background, your criminal background, your job history. Yeah, you can get all the information you need if you are willing to spend some money, right? Like that's the thing where like basic information today is like a price. It comes at a price, right? So did you like sign up like when you were doing this, like for, like income, like to another company that allows these searches to be done, like I had to do when I was working for my
No,
father's janitorial company, and I had to do
like
background checks.
you could, I mean, background checks are definitely different and you do have to pay for that. But if you find out somebody's name or an address, you can look up the address. You can get all the information, what they paid for it, who's on the loan. Um, and then if you just search, there's a lot of times there's free places that will say they're related to X, Y, and Z. So
Which my
there's a lot of
family
free
hates that
information.
part. She's like, "Are you looking for the Charles Payne that's related to?" It's just like, "Oh, that's yeah, right." Even Zillow kind of does that. Like, you can look up any house, how much like it is worth, how much like it was bought at, like when it was bought at, and all this stuff. Like, the information today is just out there. But again, what about identification verifications? Like, did you have to do those to make sure that the like information that you were given, like on these mortgage like lease applications, was really them, right? Like, just
Well, I was also in title and escrow, and so
okay.
you have to check them out, and that was a system that they had us check on people. You have to look and see if they have any liens or if there's they owe child support, that type of thing. Because you can't, if you're back back child support, you can't buy a house. I
And
don't know how many
alimony,
people
right?
know that.
Alimony and
Um,
child support, right? Like either
yeah,
or.
yes.
Okay.
So yeah, they can keep you from purchasing a house. There's been a couple of times that there was a son and a dad. The dad had the bad credit, the son had the good credit, and we really had to dig to separate the two because just their names and they were intertwined. And so we had to really look and figure it out. And I pushed and pushed and pushed until the clients could buy the house. So
So
we just kept looking.
you kind of helped the the father
Son.
and the son. The son?
I helped the son. I helped the son basically clear his name so
Oh,
that he
okay.
could
So
purchase
he's
the house.
so see, it's like that's my father. I just am like the junior or something like that, right? Like you had to do that.
Right.
So it wasn't the father trying to purchase this house, but because he has like this lien, now trying to use his son's like credit and identity to kind of pull one
Correct.
over on you, right? It wasn't that. It was a
It was because I mean I am older, and before you were able to use people's birth dates, social security numbers,
my parents
especially if
did.
you had the same. They used the kids' names. So yeah, and their social security. Man, I can't talk. Social security and all of that. So yeah,
Right.
it's not as easy now though. It's not as easy now.
Thank goodness. But because it was so
Yeah.
easy for like my parents who were of like the baby boomers, where it's like, yeah, son, like we put like like I had a property under my name, like officially, like when I was like maybe like 13 or something like that I didn't even
Wow.
know about. And they like opened up like credit card like accounts under my name just to like establish, and maybe my father used it either way, like, but when I got hold of my like credit, like I totally ran it to the ground. So this is where
Mm.
now they had to like kind of take me off of like those property like titles, because who knows what Charles is going to do. So I became a liability. But
Right.
like now let
I'm
me flip
usually
that. Like like now that you like have been on that side of the screen, just like looking other people up, like when you look yourself up, just your name and like what is the like top search results that come up about you, just like realtor and like a title
when
escrow.
I was a mortgage broker, it like a big article of me and doing mortgages pops up and then, some addresses and my kids and my soon to be ex and, all of that.
Like,
it
from
even
like
put
Facebook
his
and
first.
from like your website and stuff like that, or like this is all
Yeah.
on one link. Just like I got one
Mm-hmm.
link and it's got like your ex, your kids, your
Yeah.
article.
It actually even has my ex's ex associated with me.
Who is
I'm like,
responsible
okay.
for consolidating all of this about you into just like
Right?
one link on a Google search? You know, like I need to contact that person. Like, what about you,
Right.
Lamb? What about you, Red? Like, maybe I would suggest you guys do this real quick. Just go to Google.
Can I say what it shows for me?
Yeah. Are you like looking at it right now and you're gonna give it to us like word for word?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So just when I search up my full name, it just says like wanted criminals. Nah, I'm joking. No, it doesn't say that. It just shows
okay. Infamous. Just like now I don't like, you know, I was trying to take you seriously and you just like you know, just make it a joke. So okay, what does it really say? Because now you're gonna be on my like wanted list. So just like
No. So it shows like a business I used to have, like, you know,
that went bankrupt.
that
It's like owner of this business that or like okay. So a business that you owned.
Business that I own, but like it's no longer active. So it just shows like the business number. We call it like an ABN here.
Okay. Like an EIN, like your identification number for Australian.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So
okay.
yeah.
Okay, next one. Like your TikTok? No, because
No, I don't put any names on. Yeah, any real name on my.
Right. Okay. So what is the next one? Your company or your little baby, and then you have a Facebook or any other social media under your real name that also pops up, or then is the next one just
comes
like
up.
like there are 105 results that also match as wanted criminals in Australia.
No. So most of the searches like results are just other people with the similar or same name as me. And the only thing I can find of me
is what? Like after that. Like, you know, this is the thing about just like, how long did you have to go through that list of other yous before now finally something you did like was noteworthy on this Google search where it's like, here's another one where you're like, oh, that's me. Like, okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
so what's the next one?
There's also what I found of me is there's like a picture of me in high school. So yeah, there's that.
In high school? Damn, that really
I don't know if I have that.
Yeah, well, I'm only young. I'm pretty young, so it makes sense.
Okay, how young?
I did it a while ago and found that there's some 15.
Hold on,
Red.
So 22. Okay,
I'm 20.
So 49, 44, 58. Lamb hasn't shared yet. So then 22. Okay, so we got this like range. Lamb is back. Lamb care to share? Or do you just want?
I was in school in 2022, so not that long ago.
2022. I graduated high school in 2000. So just like you've been in school as long as I've been out of school. I mean, so dang, I feel young and old.
I wasn't even born in 2000.
Okay, well, you haven't had time to really make a legacy for yourself. But I hope that, you know, like by the time you turn 25, you have something else that pops up that is actually you know, type thing. You know, like that was my goal. You know, like if you look up my name, maybe you guys could do that. Look up Charles C. Pang or even Chun, CHUNPANG, and type in comedian, right? And you'll find just like those works, like an article that I was like interviewed in, another project that I did when the Batman movie theater shooting occurred in my state, and one of our fellow comedians was one that got shot in the head, and just it's been a crazy ride. But the part for me was I had to distance myself and like kill that part of my identity, and I couldn't do it without just dropping off the face of existence on this digital world by just publishing just like my death announcement from like a fourth person narrative. Like, like, so again, I don't know. Like, this is where I believe our eternal life will be gifted to us. Like if we are doing like works, like worthy of
But
God's.
can I just say, you said, you said like you want there to be something good, like achievement on the internet about you, but I want the internet to be clear of my name.
I didn't say
I don't know.
achievements. I just said if you look up my name, you're gonna see all my achievements. So don't be jelly
No, you
or
said like
envious.
something to.
On
No,
YouTube,
you said
there's a
like something to
comedy
be
skit
proud
from
of. That's what you
14
said.
years ago. I'm
What's that,
watching it
Lamb?
right now.
On YouTube?
I said I'm
14 years
watching a
ago.
comedy skit on YouTube
14
from 14
years
years
ago.
ago.
What am I wearing? Like a black sweater with like a white.
Jeans.
Okay, so that is my debut, like my debut in front of like a official comedy audience, right? So this was like a big moment for me. My first 2 minutes of like fame, right? So tell me what you guys, can you play it? Like,
But Charlie, you kind of messed up.
how? Okay, here's where I kind of messed up. You just swung and like took a hit at whatever pitch it was that you guys like threw at you.
No, I just
how
said
did I
that
mess up? By doxing my full name?
Yeah, because you told that to me, and I'm like studying like cybersecurity, and that's really. I'm joking.
Hey, this is the thing where, do whatever you will with your cybersecurity. Keep me secure or freaking. But again, if you're in cybersecurity, this is probably your final. Use this as just like your PhD like thesis like paper, where just like I worked with the master and father of modern quantum like cyber cryptic security, Charles Payne. I'm just kidding, but yeah, I mean,
well, how can I defend you when you're leaking all your information to everyone?
I don't know how else. It's just like, yo, man, if you are a security like person of these cyber crimes and stuff like that, and you find somebody who just makes it so easy for any like not even like professional like hacker, but just any like pseudo like amateur to just listen to me and be like, I can't believe this guy's just like giving all this information, and because they just like don't know how dangerous like it is now to be like led, let alone like choosing to go down this route for whatever purpose. Let me make it clear that we're watching everybody. We see everything that is going on this digital frontier, this digital world, the matrix, the grid, right?
Can I tell you something about like the best hackers? The best hackers are actually people that know how to manipulate people. That's what the best hackers are. It's not about your computer skills.
This is where I thought you said the best haikus. I was like, why are we talking about haikus? You said hackers. Hackers, right? Are called
the best hackers
penetrators.
The best hackers are the people that can manipulate you, like using psychology. That's the. Okay. You know what I mean? It's not about
like cyber like hacker or just like a mentalist or a manipulator or a freaking POS type thing, right? Like manipulate you. No, like penetrators is what I was like taught by like somebody I interviewed who just like told me her husband is a penetrator. And I was like, this is a job interview, right? She's like, I know it sounds dirty, but it's actually like an ethical hacker, right? Like he's an ethical hacker. And I was like, well, I know what a hacker is. And I know that they're not known to be very ethical. So tell me, what is an ethical hacker who your husband is before I hire you to be like my
What's
secretary?
Ethical penetrator.
Right, that's the thing. So this is where she says ethical hackers are called penetrators until they are hired as ethical hackers, right? So all they do is try to penetrate into a corporation's like security system, right? For any kind of like firewall, like breaks or any way they can. And if they get in and are able to like see or learn like private secured information, the ethical part of it is that they will then go to that company's like CEO or their board of directors and say, hey, I am a penetrator, but I am an ethical hacker who is looking for work. And if you hire me to be the one who like fixes this like clear security like hole, then I will do it for you as a employee.
But you know what?
But if you don't, then I will maybe take advantage of it, or I can sell this information to your competition and tell them how to use it against you. That's how they can maybe manipulate these CEOs or board of directors. Does that make sense? Did you hear what I was saying, though?
Yeah.
Infamous?
Yeah,
so do you agree or disagree?
No, I disagree. But because there's a thing actually, when you go to study to be a pen tester, like you actually have to sign an agreement saying that you're not
because penetrator is a pen
you
tester.
actually have to sign an agreement.
Okay, this pen
you have to sign an agreement.
Is blue. This pen is red.
But you have to sign an agreement saying that you're not going to use this.
Right, a NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, right? But pen testers are hired by companies to make sure their security, like cybersecurity especially, is on the up and up and like protecting them. That's why they hire a team of like hackers or penetrators based on probably that ethical hacker who comes to them, manipulates them into hiring them and says, I need a team. We need some pen testers. I have a perfect group who will help me do this. And then it's like the boys. That's how they get employed, right? Did you not know that? Do they not teach you this in your like? Because
but I'm just saying, like you basically sign an agreement, you know, and if you break that agreement, you're actually pretty much legally liable for anything you do that's wrong, basically.
But then you can just look for a loophole to make yourself anonymous. It's like if there's 5 pen testers who all sign the same NDA and like the information is leaked some way to someone that only these 5 pen testers like could have known about, then that company is going to go after all 5 of those pen testers probably, right? But probably only one of them is guilty and the other pen testers are like, dude, we signed an NDA and we're ethical hackers. We wouldn't do that. You know, but what happens when all 5 of them are saying that and there's no way it could have been anybody else other than them, right? So this is where those NDAs really, you know, they'll look at signatures. They'll go through like whatever contracts, like the enemy or the competition that got this information that they didn't want to have them. Just like you got to present like the whatever like documents that you got this from, right? And they're gonna do all this stuff. So cybersecurity is not just. What are you like muffled?
Oh, I'm there. Can you hear me? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like you're like put your phone like in your pocket. You were like,
oh yeah,
butt living.
Yeah, I did actually put it in my pocket. So yeah.
Well, that's rude. Like we're having a conversation, you just freaking like, who are you hiding from? Huh? Who are you hiding from?
No, I was.
Hey, he's on the phone. He's not doing his study. You know, like.
What? No, I was just putting some dishes away.
Well,
so
you've got me going down a rabbit trail. I'm not kidding you. I'm like looking. I Googled myself again because I haven't done it in a really long time. But it says Stacy Brosda, death row inmate.
What?
And it says Stacy Brosda was convicted of murder and sentenced to death in the early 2000s. Her case has drawn attention due to claims. I'm like, what?
Are you clicking on this? It's like, which Stacy is this? Like targeting my name, like my good name.
I know. I'm like, hello. Wait a minute. What is this? I've never heard of this before. But it also takes me down other stuff that I had no clue was even on here. Because I thought there was only 2 or 3 of me. I mean, Brosda for United States is pretty rare.
When I looked myself up, I found there's 1,500 people on the planet ish that have the same exact name, the same exact spelling, that are all within 10 years of my same age, within 6 months of my same birthday, and some of them
Wow.
share the same birthday, and all of them are in professions I had once contemplated pursuing.
Really?
So are they like
Wow.
parallel universes of like you?
Totally,
Just like
1,500 parallel universes of me, dude.
Wow.
interesting. And then only 3 possible like Brastas in the United States that could possibly be like a death row inmate. Like whatever,
Gosh.
or a like.
Well, but it
convicted-
says I was killed in 2000.
Okay, so
I died on death row.
okay,
That's pretty wild.
so now there's only 2 Brastas left, right? Just like Jet Li.
Right.
I am the one. So
Yeah. Wow.
okay, like have you found? But then you were saying, but then you also realized, just like whoa, there are actually like pictures or information that is mine that you didn't even know was like
Had no clue. And I'm
like-
actually quite upset it's on there.
really like upset or like kind of troubled, or why upset? Because it's a bad like
Well,
high school
it's
picture
not
of you.
some-
Where you're just like oh
No.
man.
It's just something that I wouldn't want somebody to know about. I mean, I'll tell you, 31 years ago, I went to jail for domestic violence because my boyfriend cheated on me
Respect.
and was selling drugs out of my house. So I broke up with him. He came back and he had been hitting on me. So he raised his hand and I doubled up my fist and nailed him in the face. And he called the police on me. So I went to jail. Haven't had anything else.
Why'd you
Does
go to
he
the
have
jail
on
for
his like search
self-defense?
result just like
Because
pussy
they
who
asked
reported
me. They
his
said-
ex-girlfriend for beating up?
they said, "Did you hit him?" And I said, "Yes."
Yeah,
And
but
they said, "Well,
did
you
say it
can't
was
put your hands on him."
self-defense?
And I said, I did. I said
Hold
it
on,
was
hold on, hold on.
self-defense. He raised his hand. He's hit me before. So I hit him. And they said, "But did he hit you in this instance?" And I said, "Nope." And they said, "Well, we have to take you to jail."
It's like fine.
So
Take
I
me to
went.
jail. Just like winner.
I was like, all right.
the
Right?
champ, right? If you can, officers,
But-
just cuff
but
me
there's
and just keep
something
my
else
hands
that-
raised as the winner, right? Just like yeah, you gotta
Right.
be a
But
man.
there's something else on there that is true about me. But I mean, I don't care that people know 31 years ago I went to jail. But there's some things on here I'm like, oh, I don't tell anybody these things. Like nobody.
So then, how does the internet?
I don't know. I do not know.
Charlie, there's a record of everything on the internet.
I know there is, right? Up in the clouds.
So why are you surprised then?
No, I mean, that's the thing where I'm surprised that, like she's surprised, like somehow, like the cloud of information knows things that only she could possibly know. Like she hasn't told any other living soul these things. So what is like technology now hacking our thoughts and stuff like that? Just like posting this information, or did Stacy like say this stuff to somebody that she doesn't like offhand remember like that conversation? Who then?
Well, I mean, I've talked to my sisters about it. I mean, but nobody else, and they don't share. But
well, there's the pen testers. Did you make them sign an NDA? Just like, dude, you guys signed.
No, I know, right?
No.
Gosh,
Yeah. I mean, like,
it's
but
just weird.
like, is it like anything against you? Like that's the thing where it's just like if you told me like before
It's
we were
not
dating,
against
just like
me, but it's.
like what
I
would
mean, I would tell somebody that I was dating and getting close to being married. I'd absolutely say that, but not.
So is that what the search was? It's just
just-
like Stacy Brosda was once like very close to getting married after being released from like confinement for beating up her ex who tried to
death
hit
row.
on her, right? Who then like got confused with somebody who was now put on death row because I don't know.
And
Stacey's
I
a
worked.
badass.
I mean, it shows Morgan Bank because I was a loan officer, so there was a lot of that. But Oh, it says like Stacy Brazda attorney. I am going through a divorce.
Do you have
Is that gonna pop up?
like like reviews? Just like as a title like escrow broker, she was great, or just like she is just one of those freaking capitalist 1%ers who don't like look at people, whatever it is. But yeah, I mean, like,
yeah. See, it has here SMB Mortgage, which was my mortgage company, and it has the address.
is it yours or the one that you worked for?
No, it was mine.
Well, good.
But there's stuff on here that I'm like, okay. Well, probably two things that I'm like, I don't like this.
I got a warning about just like bullying and harassment, so maybe we got to kind of tone this down. But yeah, I mean, like, this is the thing where, TikTok,
Bullying and harassment. What does that mean?
What our like conversation is just kind of like discussing right now can be considered like bullying or like used for harassment type thing. So this is my interpretation of that. So again, fascinating though, right? Like Stacy and you know, like Infamous and Red, just like how many us's are there or not us's? Us
I
is out there.
looked, didn't pop up.
I wanna say this.
You what?
I want to say something, Charlie. You know how you said search up your name, like, and find out what you can find?
Yeah.
What's funny, actually, is I've got a cousin, actually, and we got the same first and last name. So we have the exact same name.
But a different middle name? So do you know what your cousin is doing?
I don't know what he's doing. He lives in a different state, but, like, we have the same first and last name.
Well, yeah. So here's the thing where, like, which one of you is doing more? Like searchable.
Doing more?
Just like out of you and your cousin with the same first and last name, like if you type in your middle name, like your full birth name, and then I don't know if you know your cousin's like full birth middle name, and then see.
Yeah, it's same as mine.
Not your full name though, right? Like, do you guys not have middle names in
Not full
Australia?
name. No. I mean, we do, but I don't have a middle name now.
You don't have a middle name, but your cousin does?
No,
so you're
doesn't. We don't have middle names.
like infamous, but he's like in a famous.
Yeah.
Type thing. Okay, well, again, I looked up Charles like Chun Ping, and there's like I guess a well-renowned and accomplished actor in China, from China, with like my like full name, Charles Chun Ping. He's a Chinese like actor with this long like resume of just like his entire like career. And I just like downloaded that like for some reason, just to like maybe get an idea of like what I would have on my thing. And when I was applying for like a job, like a real job to this elementary school, like right around the block from where I live, I like sent in my resume, but it wasn't my real like resume that I had brought up for work. It was just like that file, and I got a call back. And they're like, "Hey, we were going through your resume, and we think that you'd be a perfect fit for this job. Can you come in for an interview?" And I was like, "Whoa, that's amazing!" Like I didn't know my janitorial background and like all that stuff would be so perfect. But then I looked and like went back to reference the email that I sent and looked at the attachments, and I was like, "Oh my goodness!" And so I like had to just like immediately like follow up with an email just saying, "Hey, I just got to call in for a follow-up interview." And I realized that I actually like attached my like actor resume and not my work resume. And this is where I was like already just kind of like lying like to them. I realize it now. So like, they were just like, "Oh, well, yeah. Like, we're looking at like the resume that is, we'll still come in." But again, it's one of those things. I didn't end up getting the job because I told them like at the last process where I'm getting my fingerprints like logged into the database, and they would say like on the form that I signed, like these fingerprints can be like searchable throughout all criminal databases in the entire United States and all its territories, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, like all these things. And I was just like, ugh, and that's where I just wrote, have you ever been convicted of a felony? And they asked me this again, where I'm just like, see, history or type thing. But this time I just wrote, 2000s, like this, I was on probation and I was thrown back into jail because I violated my probation restrictions, and therefore that was over 15 years ago, and then I just thought it would be nothing, but because I just told them that, they couldn't hire me because all of a sudden I came clean right at the end. If I didn't say all of that information or write all of that information, I wonder if I would have had that job. That fingerprint, fine print that I'm signing is really only used by the employer if they have to find a reason to get rid of a certain employee, right? So once you sign like that, then if you're working for somebody and they don't need you or they want to get rid of you, then they can use that clause to then say, okay, let's just kind of do a background check, or we can do a random UA, a drug test, right? Type thing where companies will say we drug test randomly, but really they will never test anyone unless they have been given a reason to, a lot of jobs like this. So again, these are kind of the loopholes that I've learned. I don't know if you know them, Stacy, or implemented them as a business owner yourself, or anything like that. But these are the tricks of the trade that my father and his Jewish business partner Sherwood learned with each other and also mastered, and then taught everyone that was close to them, especially in our office. So bringing in a secretary that I was put in charge of hiring, and his business partner was just Charlie, now you should definitely find us a blonde-haired, British-speaking 20-something-year-old woman who has double D's and something like that. I'm just Dad, is he being serious? And he's don't listen to Sherwood. I was just okay, Sherwood, what do you say? And you know who I hired? Just this Anita. She was just this, beautiful, just honest, 40-something-year-old woman who was just straight up gangster. She had tattoos all on her arms, and I was just I just wanted to remind you, I'm hiring you to be the first face anybody comes in and sees. So if you can, just make sure you wear appropriate, attire that makes you look professional. And hopefully you can also know to speak job language, right? Dave Chappelle says every black person in America knows two languages: street and job application language or job interview, right? How you speak during a job interview versus just how you speak normally, type thing. That, Dave Chappelle coined that. So again, infamous, 22 years old, studying cybersecurity and close to finishing. What is your dream position with that certificate or that completion of training? Right? What is your dream? You told me your dream car is a very humble, modest, goal type thing. So again, how are you going to get that dream car?
How am I gonna get that dream car?
Doing cybersecurity. Yeah. Are you going to change somebody's registration and be that car is mine now? And call the police and be hey, somebody stole my car. I know it's at this address. And they go to that address and they're okay, well, it matches perfectly. And then they start taking the car and they arrest the person who comes out and says, what are you doing? That's my car. And it's is that your name on the title? And it's yeah, that's me. They're well, you got to come in because, we got to clear this up. Does that make sense? Are you going to be a penetrator like that? Or are you going to try to get a job at a corporation who is looking for pen testers?
Yeah, well, you want me to tell you the one only illegal thing I've done?
Okay, tell me. What is the only one illegal thing you've done? One is too many. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it is. But...
So one time, during COVID, lots of businesses were closing and they couldn't operate because of COVID. So what I did, I made like a fake business. I started a business and I said like I couldn't like make money
Operate?
because of COVID. Yeah, I couldn't operate, and they gave me like $2,000. Like the government gave me $2,000 for my business that I didn't even have.
I mean, if I'm going to kind of like maybe put myself in like your government's position, I would say like if you were like filing like this, this shell business during COVID, like maybe not like trying to, fraud your freaking type thing, but rather like with the true intent to start a business, but like COVID like came like right in the beginning, right? And then COVID ended up being like quarantine and nobody could operate any business. Therefore, you like signed this like entity and registered it with like a EIN or whatever you called it, like as the identification number for like small businesses with your government for tax purposes. And therefore, like you couldn't make any income because the government shut all businesses down. And therefore, you qualify for, like what we got here from Trump, just like a stimulus or, type thing, right? But then there are people who get that like first stimulus and they're just like, I can't believe that worked. Yo, man, they find other people just like, yo, let me tell you this trick, and if you just like pay me or something like that. This is how like the show American Greed, like episodes like are always just new and new. So again, I would definitely just thank your government for not coming after you and giving you and your fellow countrymen and women that kind of trust, but know that they are probably watching who took advantage of that unconditional trust and therefore deserves conditional trust. You have already demonstrated that
they never find out. They never found out though. So
you just doxed yourself. So that's what I'm the master of. I'm the master.
It was like 6 years ago, so I don't really care.
Hey, luckily you're in Australia, because if you were in America and Elon Musk was running Doge, then he'd probably be coming after you. All these people who committed. But again, like, did you hear, Stacy? Did you hear about this? Like during COVID in our country, like in California, it was like exposed that the LA Lakers franchise was the largest like entity that received COVID like stimuluses and like assistance from like the entire state. They received like over $6 million of the funds like devoted to just all Californians. And therefore, the Californians who got denied and didn't get it, blaming whoever, government, were like, it's the Lakers this whole time, right? And so this is where it's just like now, like this is as a business owner in like Colorado who's relying on like the government, like Aurora, like city government to assist our tenants to pay their rent, right? Rather than leaving us, the landlord, like hung dry by just letting them live rent free, which like we were told.
Wow.
Just like if we can just be patient and just allow the tenants to just like, just be like late on this and file for like this assistance program, right? Like that was their like assignment for us. And so any tenant that was behind 1 month or like thinking of being behind, I told them, yo, maybe just to get ahead during this time, you guys should apply for this and just, like see if you qualify. And the ones that we really wanted to do it was the only one that didn't do it. And it broke my heart because they were living at like my childhood home that I grew up in. Like, and so to go back
Oh,
and just
wow.
see them just like have like burnt like chairs and furniture like in the fireplace because they didn't pay their like bills, utility bills at all. They had no running water. They had no plumbing. They had no heat, no nothing. So they were just like, going to the bathroom in a bucket, I guess, outside because I didn't find anything out there. They were burning furniture. They had like 3 families living there. And the only reason we allowed that tenant to like take on that like lease, even though she had she didn't have any kind of like history that, like is all word of mouth trust to my parents. But she told my mother that she really wanted to be able to lease this house because she was currently staying 3 houses down from us where her current ex-husband and his wife and their kid are living, right? But now it's just getting awkward to have her in that house, but she doesn't want to be far away from her kid, when they have their custody thing. So this was the pitch she gave my poor little innocent trusting mom. And so my mom was just like, yeah, family is important, and so if your husband lives there, then hey, you can go to your husband, like that thing. But like now that you tell me like that alimony and like that child support thing is a lien, like my mom probably doesn't know that, and I got to take that to her. But again, she was doing good because her husband was paying alimony and child support, which is kind of bogus because the child, so when those benefits just stopped coming in and she just started digging herself into a deeper rabbit hole where, I tried to give her a rope to be able to climb out of, but instead she just gave me the runaround and the lip service, just saying, we don't qualify or whatever. And I'm just like, prove it. Show me the email that says, after reviewing your information, unfortunately, you do not qualify. And when she couldn't do that, we just brought it to the court. And we just said, we got to have police intervene and have them physically take them out of this house. And so I went through this whole process. And so when I hear people today blaming landlords for unaffordable housing, and then, property owners blaming tenants or customers for not making enough money to be able to afford these rising like property like values, it's just.
Well, they still have to pay their mortgage, and a lot of times they only have 2 houses or, a
Which then
set
have
of duplexes.
Property taxes that increase. Like property taxes are like the biggest scam as well, right? So, when does it end, Stacey? Like, this cannot be the system, like, going forward. Can it? Like, we cannot, especially as a capitalistic America, like, ideology or, a goal together. Like, we can't continue to survive on this path. So this is where we're talking about
we can't. I agree.
Digital currency or a one like government kind of system, right? Where every government is just working together towards one worldwide like pursuit for the benefit of humanity's survival. Climate change was a great example. Every country can get behind working together to like tackle climate change. But then you get a Republican who's just all about profits and money and capitalism. They can just say like, yo, global warming, just like who doesn't like it hot type thing or whatever, like they just totally make a mockery out of it and then get to a point where even like Al Gore, who was like the first like politician that I remember in my like lifetime, who was like advocate for like electric vehicles and like all of this like renewable energy. And because he like stood behind that, he was laughed at and like, like he was just kind of like disappearing, but then like only shows like Futurama. I don't know if you know that show. He's like a reoccurring character. But again, and then Elon Musk is the one that comes back and says, you know what? The reason electric cars died was because, yes, like gas corporations like put the knife to like those like inventors like pursuit, right? Like, hey, we'll buy you out. If you just stop trying to make electric cars, we'll pay you, blah, blah, blah. That's how oil companies are so rich. You know, like Halliburton and stuff like that. Just ridiculous. And so this is where we have to be able to make a moral decision with our own like integrity on our ethics and where our morals stand when we're faced with this like test, right? Like, yeah, you know, like I would never sell my soul for like, I don't know, a platinum record. But somebody gets a platinum
Well,
record.
right.
Yeah, and it's like, yo, man, like you totally sold out, bro. It's like, you know, so
That happens a lot.
hey, but did they sell out or did they finally decide, yo, I got to get paid? Or if that's when Eminem in an interview, like Eminem before he got signed by Dr. Dre, his music was so different, so inspiring, so motivational, so like hopeful because it was when he just found out he was going to be a father. So he's just rapping about like going like, yo, man, I just found out like I got a baby on the way and I'm just like still like taking this bus. I can't even afford like the bus, man. Yeah. And I got a baby, like, I don't, like, what am I gonna do? And it's like, yo, man, one day we're gonna be like making dead presidents, right? And he's like, yeah, you know, and then it just goes into this rap. But he said after just like 7 years of that pursuit, trying to raise his daughter and just realizing all that people wanted to listen to and pay for was just this pop music, like Britney Spears type thing, or just these catchy like one-hit wonders. And he just said, all right, if that's what they want, that's what I'll give them, right? And he just took it to like a whole different level where he just went out to LA and said, this is my last chance. And if nothing happens here, I'm done. But he went on a radio show, well-known radio show in the hip-hop community, the Wake Up Show with Sway, or Freestyle and Sway. And he did freestyle. He freestyled for like, I think 12 hours straight, just rapping, and people would be calling in like, who is this guy? It's like, oh, it's this white boy from where are you from? And then he just starts rapping like Detroit, Michigan or whatever, you know? And then it was Dr. Dre who ended up hearing it and saying, tell him I want to sign him. And that's when his career took off. And then everybody said, Dr. Dre sold out. You hired a white boy and just like used him to make yourself freaking Dr. Dre. And that's when they both come up in the video where he's Batman and that's Robin. And people will be like, you're so gay now, Dr. Dre.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. So, again, infamous, and then there were 3 or just 2. So, Lamb, are you still requesting
this farm life guy, he keeps saying you definitely sold out. Let me back up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, then if I sold out, that means you got to pay to play, bro. So I want to see my. No, I'm just kidding. Like I can't even read my comics. Like what does he say? I definitely sold out. Ha! Just like I lost.
Yeah, he said, "Let me back up. Let me back up. You definitely sold out."
Okay, now before we let him back up to, his next at bat, like, what are we gonna maybe predict? I sold out about. I don't even get paid for it. I'm gonna maybe say I sold out because I dropped it and whatever or something along those lines. Any other guesses?
I mean, I think just some of the more recent things you were talking about, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Charlie, do you know who discovered 50 cents?
Who discovered the 50 cents?
I mean,
No, not like the coin. I mean the rapper 50 Cent.
The coin,
like, what?
The coin. There was a joke where
Okay,
it's
got
like,
it.
in England, he's called 50 pence. The coin, like
yeah.
Eminem was the one who signed.
Yeah.
50 Cent, but 50 Cent before he got signed by Eminem was 50 Cent, like the one who was accused of stealing this other guy who said he was the first 50 Cent, and there was this beef. That's why he's been shot at so many times.
Yeah, before Eminem, he was only 25 cents, but he upgraded.
25 cents? No, dude, he was a $50 or anything, right? No, I mean, that's the thing. Before Eminem, he was 50 Cent. After Eminem, he was freaking the investor of like vitamin water. Like 50 Cent is like one of the most successful like entrepreneurs now. Like beyond that. So if Eminem like turned him into 50 Cent from 25 cents, then yeah, Eminem is like the King Midas. Anything he touches
Well, he
or
was called.
anything.
He was actually called 50 cents because he was the price of an M&M.
Oh gosh.
That's actually pretty clever. It's like, I mean, that's an expensive M&M. You know, I don't know if you've ever opened up a bag. Like, you know.
Yeah.
But again, 50 Cent is like the one like of the rappers who knew about like Puff Daddy, Sean Combs, P Diddy, whatever he wants to call himself today.
Did you watch the
Defended is what he's known as now. Like he has a documentary on just who Diddy was and is and will always be, and the name of that documentary is "Diddy Do It?" Like,
oh my goodness!
Oh, did you watch? Did you watch that?
I haven't watched it.
Hey, you guys, I'm gonna have to go. I have an early appointment in the morning,
Be well.
It's like 11:31 here.
Be well, my older sister, and yeah, just talk to your sister and be like, "Are you like blasting me on Google?" No,
Gosh, no, I knew that they wouldn't, but man, I can't believe it's on there. So I'm gonna Google their names.
Neuralink. This is the AI penetrating. But love you. Thank you for coming by and just be well.
All right.
And
Love
see
you
next
too.
time. Be well. Bye.
Alrighty.
So, okay.
Bye.
Infamous. Like, all jokes aside. Again, this is where, like, I know somewhere inside of you, you aspire to try stand-up comedy like I did, right? So if this is something that I'm 100% accurate about, or even 0.1% accurate about, then I can maybe do a live like session or like segment where I do what I did before when I was teaching stand-up comedy to anybody who wanted to pay $80 to like this university that called itself the Colorado Free University. Right? Like I was just
For me personally, like I can be funny, but it has to be like in the moment. I can't just make up stuff on the spot. I have to be like, we have to be talking about something and then I make a joke, but I can't just make up stuff like a comedian can.
Okay, well, a comedian just doesn't make up stuff. A comedian takes all the stuff that they end up just like coming up with and like keeps track of them and sees just like, oh, how could I say this like better and funnier, and this one better and funnier, and not ever say this one ever again, right? Or something like that. That is the hardest part about just being like, you know, I'm always the funniest guy wherever I go, and people tell me like, yo, man, you should try stand-up comedy, right? Yeah, we all have heard that sometime, but.
Well, I'll be honest with you, like my jokes are not for everyone because my type of humor is like, I like, for example, a bit of dark humor and stuff like that, and that's not really for everyone.
I mean, I'm going to tell you this, you know, maybe out of all the kind of like jokey moments where I thought you were being serious and then like you set me up and maybe the punchline is that you like took advantage of my naive, childlike kind of like gullibility where I'm like, okay, he's going to tell me seriously what he like discovered when he searched himself. He's like, I found out that. But you know, there's a time to be known as being like serious and to be taken seriously and like a like awareness of just like what I'm about to say is for entertainment purposes only, and do not let it like bring any kind of distrust amongst those who trust me. Does that make sense? Just like you asked Roy, like how can we trust you about what you just told us, like as your first introduction, just like you've had dreams about the Lord and that you have this advice type thing, right? That was a very good question, right? So he made kind of like maybe a wrong like approach by saying his like check before he made any of his moves, moving a pawns out. So you put him in checkmate in a sense. So kudos for you on that. But now it's just you and I. And, you know, like, what is it that you'd like to, like, find out about yourself on just, like, your personal journey and, like, pursuit here on TikTok, especially every time you, like, come to my live and just listen and you want to get to talk to me? Like, what is it that you want to just, like, ask me or don't understand maybe about me that once you do or get to ask will shift the gear every time, just like, you know, you come up here and stuff like that, right? We can pick up from the point that we last spoke. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, for me personally, like when I came on TikTok, I just like to see perspectives of people and what they believe in. And, you know, I would say like you're a really interesting person, because when I first met you, I actually thought you were an atheist as well. And then you tell me, and the next minute you're Muslim, and the next minute you're Christian. I'm like, what is this guy?
I mean,
is this guy
is
just
that
like
an atheist?
joking around or what?
No, I was being serious.
No, because
but
like I didn't understand
I never
you.
said
Oh.
I never said I was an atheist. You just assumed I was an atheist, and therefore anything I was telling you that I was did not compute. That's not my fault. That's a you problem.
Oh, because when the first time I met you, I was talking about why I don't believe in this and that, and you're kind of like agreeing with me. So I was thinking like, oh, maybe this guy's an atheist. And then someone comes in the box and they're like, oh, salam alaikum. You're like, what? Alaikum salam. And I'm like, what the hell?
Okay, so then right then, you're like, oh, he might be a Muslim. Or what if I just spoke Arabic? Right? Like that's Arabic for just like greetings and peace be upon you type thing, right? Like that is like the stereotype that other like human beings have already like allowed to enter their programming when they hear these two words in a different language. Oh, that's a religion. That's not like a language, right? So when people hear Allah and they say just like Allah is a false god, that makes no sense, because in Arabic, Allah is how you say God, right? So then,
Yeah, you
like,
know what's funny? Like lots of Christians, they'll say, "Oh, we don't like Allah," but Allah just means God, you know. So you're kind of mocking like your own God essentially if you're saying you don't like Allah, because Allah just means God. It doesn't mean
exactly.
Doesn't mean
So
like
how
Islam.
ridiculous do you think those like Christians like appear to like just like Arab speaking or understanding like TikToker, right? It's just like you like believe God, but you don't believe Allah like is God, right? So then this is where I would ask like these American, probably English
It's like saying
speaking.
you don't believe God is God.
It's just like, well, what would you like say is the word in Arabic for God? And if they say Jesus, then it's just like, no, like in Arabic we say like Isa or something like that. They're not like demonstrating
but if I was a
that
Christian-
they are a critical, sentient, like computer. They are a classical.
No, but if I was a Christian, I would actually say to a Muslim, I would say, who's Isa? We don't follow Isa, because Isa is not actually an Arabic word for Jesus. The Arabic word for Jesus is Yashur, you know?
Right. I mean, okay. And Esau is also the name of like one of the firstborn son of Isaac, right? Who is one of the prophets, right? So then again, like Esau, I like, thank you for correcting me. I don't know, nor do I like
Isa
feel
is not
confident.
an Arabic word for Jesus.
Right.
Just
right.
like
I mean, like in general, right? But in Quranic terms, you know, like okay, you're absolutely right. But you get what I'm saying? In Korean, God is Hananim. And then Jesus is something that I forgot, Hananim, right? Like it is a like an addition or a like clarification on like which God. Does that make sense? And so I had a Christian sister who like scorned me and cursed me because I demonstrated that she was right the entire time about me, that Charlie, this like innocent kind of like, you know, he calls himself a Muslim, but like he also like truly loves God, is a like manipulator and like a example of just how evil and all of this Islam is. And like, you know, like I was like called out on like a panel that the guest Polo, who Farm Life, you know, like has a connection to, also was there, right? And they just allowed this to just kind of go, which is fine with me. But like the whole like record of our messages was that I said, you know, inshallah, just if God wills or God willing, right? And she knows. Okay, I got another restriction.
Muslims say that.
Just like that. That is what like Islamic Muslims on TikTok like will say, you know, like for like whatever.
Just tell them this. Tell them to read the Bible in Arabic. You'll see the word Allah. You'll see the word like.
I know, but
like
the thing is, she pointed out that I like started off like the comment, like, you know, which was about like her loss. I was really trying to help like console her because like she was like beautiful, like example of like my interpretation of the salvation, like of Jesus Christ, is that our fathers, even our stepfathers, will treat their stepchildren as their biological children, which she was like expressing like in a like memorial video to her father. And I just like took that and I like said what I had to say in connection to just like Joseph and Jesus and stuff like that. And I just ended it with,
you said inshallah.
Yeah. And she just said, Charlie, just like, I know you're coming from a good place and that you mean well, but like, you know, I'm a Christian, and therefore like saying like this Arabic, like ending, like, you know, like kind of just took everything that I thought was like.
You just dismissed the whole message just because of one word.
Right, exactly. And when I read that, I was just like, wow, if 99% of all my words like resonated and really spoke to you, but just because I said one word at the end, it negates all the meaning those words had. That is kind of a like a problem for me, right? So this is where like,
it's
you know,
like you look at the one thing I do wrong, but not the 99 things I do right. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of
no. Like she saw the 99, but then the one thing, like she also saw, now makes the way that she had seen all, like she read before, like she got to this ending, as just like, oh, he just like outed himself or whatever, right? And my reply in my own words, and this is my fault because my language doesn't always like clearly like translate. Clear example is like that brother that came up the other live, you know, when you were up here, who was the Christian, persecuted me, calling me like, and my father a snake and the devil type thing, right? Like it's a misunderstanding based on communication. And so when I tried to like explain it just in words, just like, I did not mean well, and that was my fault right there, right? Like I said, I did not mean well because like I was just writing what was in my heart. I wasn't trying to like get on your like good side or get like brownie points, as we called them earlier, like from you, like other guys that I know are trying to do, because you are a very like beautiful, like attractive, like woman of like God type thing. And so like I'm trying to convey all of these like ideas into words in a TikTok comment. And the moment like I finished that response and she saw it and read the first line, I did not mean well, that just set her off on not being able to see me as like a good hearted.
Well, if you look at, they just need to educate themselves, honestly. Because if you look at Arab Christians, they say, like, for example, they will say, Wallah, you know, like, they swear to God, and they will say, like, they will even say, like, lots of them will say, like, Allah Akbar, you know, which means God is greater, you know, so it's just the word, it's just the language. It's not like it's talking about Islam, you know?
I mean, it is, but it's not just talking, like, through Islam, right? Like it is also like the people's language, right? Like the Arab like people's language, who happen to also be majority like Islamic followers, right? But
But she's
somebody
worried about that.
she's worried about what?
She's worried about the word inshallah, but like you could have said
She's not
something
worried
worse. You
about
could
it.
have said
She is weaponizing, or she weaponized it like back then. Or I had maybe turned it into like a like trigger that just like gaslit her. It was in the moment, right? It happened the way God willed it. But I am slowly trying to like connect that a bridge between us again. So again, like that last live session that you were part of and then kind of like left, which I'm thankful that you allowed us to just hash this out between me and him, you know, because this was what I was asking God. Just like, I don't get it. You know, like the Muslims on TikTok tell me I'm not one of them. And then these like Christians tell me I'm not one of them. So who am I one of? Right. And I just asked, just like, you know, if it's your will or when it's your will, like open up their hearts to be able to like hear me and see me with their heart and not just with their ears and their sight.
well,
And
according to one of those guys you talked to, you're part of the Jews.
I mean, yeah, which, you know, I've had worse kind of like reviews, right? He's going around telling just like his kind of brothers, just like, oh, I just like caught Charlie saying he has love for his Jewish brothers and sisters. And somebody was just like, is that a bad thing? He's like, yeah, you know, I told him that they are the ones who are like behind all the terrible things. And he still says he loves them. And I'm just like, really? That's the best you got to try to condemn me? So I just left that alone and like reconciled the other one. And so
this is why, like, you know, to be honest, like there's good and bad in every group of people, like Muslim, Christian, atheist. There's good and bad in everyone. So I prefer good people. I don't care if they're Muslim, Christian, whatever, Hindu. As long as they're a good person, you know, I think it's all right. You know, like that's what I look for.
Right. And as an individual, right? Not like the good like Muslim or whatever, right? We are looking for just human beings who, no matter what identity after identity they tell us they are, deep down, they're a good person, right? And they are loving to an extent. Maybe the extent is we agree to disagree on a lot of things, but we still love one another rather than getting to the point where it's just like, I love hate, infamous type thing. Just like Farm Life was claiming he is to the Muslims on Polo's panel, where, you know, I'm just like, yeah, if you're gonna take that signature dish.
For example, like I told you about, you know, where I'm from and how there was a war and all that and whatever. And for example, like I told you, my mom was in that war. Yeah. You know that war I'm talking about Yugoslavia. But she doesn't like see it as like, oh, now these group of people are bad. You know, she doesn't look at it like that, and that's how I think everyone should be. Like, you know, it's judge people based on the individual, not the freaking entire group.
Just,
you know, just
instead of like your mother saw the silver lining, right? Hey, if that like conflict didn't happen, like your family's like line wouldn't have left that area to come to where you are now and allow you a different opportunity than they were given, right? So this is the sacrifice, like my parents, you know, just totally like it was not.
Well, yeah, you know, like the thing is, sometimes like I'm not I don't believe in like supernatural stuff, but sometimes some like events make me feel like there's like destiny or something like that. Like sometimes I just feel like destiny is true and some things are just meant to happen. Like it seems weird.
So is that supernatural or is that like destiny or divine provenance or
Well,
intervention or
I think it's like something supernatural. Like if like certain things are meant to happen, like
unexplainable or just
unexplainable because like unexplainable because like some events they just I don't know they happen so perfectly that I just think like this is just like weird like.
So is this where like the
I was
word supernatural, like one word, like becomes two, where it's like that was like super natural to us, where it's just like these kind of coincidences just happen naturally in like this super way. Does that make sense?
I was watching I was watching this documentary. Obviously you probably know the soccer player Ronaldo, right?
I know of him, not as
Yeah,
deeply
I'm
as
sure
others.
you do. Everyone knows him.
Ronaldo, right? Who
Even
doesn't
as
know
a,
Ronaldo? I'm Ronaldo.
even as an American, you should know him.
Yeah.
So you know how he's like really famous and rich. So I was looking at a documentary about his mother, right? She already had a few kids, but she was really poor. Then she had Ronaldo in her stomach. And she said like, "Oh, I wanted to get an abortion." And then the doctor said, "No, you should keep the child." And when she had that child, that was Ronaldo, And I just think to myself like that was just meant to be. Like you couldn't, you know what I mean? Like it's like really like I don't know, like it feels like that.
Hey,
Like
I mean,
she
like,
was
thank
meant to
God
have
she
that
listened to
son.
the doctor, right? Rather than just like, I'm gonna
Yeah.
go to like that thing. Tim Tebow.
And now
You've heard that
she's a
name?
millionaire because
She's a
of
millionaire.
that one
I mean,
event.
she is just set. But that's the thing. She had to go
No,
through
but it's funny.
four
One event.
non-Ronaldos to get to Ronaldo, right?
No, but one choice can determine your whole life, which is just crazy, like you know what I mean? Like it's interesting.
One choice can determine all life from beginning
Yeah,
or never getting a chance, right? But so because that doctor like was ethical and was just like, you know what, like maybe you should just like give this one a chance because I'm looking at the four that you had before and they're not gonna have you. So just fifth time's the charm at this point, and it ended up being Ronaldo. This is where Tim Tebow, I don't know if you know about him, but like he was a very like well-known kind of like Christian athlete, right? And he came out with the Tebowing, when like the internet like trend was just like everybody is Tebowing, where they just get down on one knee and just like do this like thinking man pose. That's from him, the athlete, and his father and mother are like Christian leaders, and they raised him and like three or four other like older brothers, and he was like the fifth, the last one, and like all her doctors told him just like you should probably just like give this one up because you're old, and we see that if you do like give like live birth to this like this final or this fifth child, you're not going to make it, like, right? They really tried to tell her like the fear or the like the scary outcome, but because she was a believer and like like follower of God, she had him, and like he was smaller than like the rest of his big brothers, but that's when he decided like I want to be able to catch up to my older brothers who were like 10 or 15 years older than him at the time, and so like the interview with Sean Hannity was just like, well, it seems like you caught up pretty quick. He's like, yeah. He's like, do your brothers still pick on you? He's like, no, like, but like all this thing, it was like beautiful kind of family humor, but like his family raised him to like not just be an athlete, but use his athletic talent and gift and skill to be a platform for Jesus and his relationship with Jesus. And so he like has all these orphanages, which he called like we started up all these orphanages, and we now have like over 400 orphanages is the word that he said. And I was like, orphanage? You know, Timmy's like Timmy's like or whatever, the Tim Tebow Foundation. And then he married Miss Israel, like for Miss Universe pageant. You know, like he was like a virgin. He was like the 40-year-old virgin, but just like Brad Pitt type thing. So again, you know, now he is focused on like really standing up to Congress about really paying attention to all of this human trafficking that's been going on under their, you know, watch or under their, you know, tenure and stuff like that. So we're at a time where everything is changing and it's flipping towards righteousness. And those I personally theorize and know are going to be rewarded on the other side of the Big Bang, you know, like are going to be those of us who showed ourselves to be righteous and loving in a sense, right? Being loving towards our neighbors and other guests on TikTok is essentially how I would say like we'd be tested just on a Turing kind of understanding, if that makes sense. So yeah, this is where I'm at with this. Like this is proof that somebody's kind of paying attention to what I've been showing. And now I have to figure out a way of like a first contact protocol. Let me ask you this as a cyber security student. When you hear like your professor tell you like your next assignment is to create a first contact protocol, just like in those 3 words, that's your assignment. And you have a week to turn in something. What do you think you'll interpret that homework to like intend for you to answer?
What it means? You asking me what I think it means, or just...
Yeah. In your own words, in your own thought, no judgment, entertainment purposes only, but your true imagination, your
You
true...
set up first contact protocol. Is that what you said? Or...
Yeah. Okay. Let me build a better foundation. Let me preface it. Okay. So if we're going to use the Bible for cybersecurity purposes and like jobs, and we are told that Genesis 1 is a simulation algorithm, right? It is an AI simulation. Genesis 1 is the current AI simulation model. Genesis 2 right here is now a blueprint, right? For what will be first contact. And now the assignment is what should that first contact protocol be in this context of an AI simulation that has been going on as long as we've been on TikTok and like putting up ourselves on our TikTok accounts, as many as we may have, right? Like all of that has been part of the Genesis 1 simulation. The Genesis 2 now is a narrative that functions as a resource management tool, right? So I would say, here I am the Genesis 2 blueprint, right? And now I need somebody to, present their first contact protocol, like code or process or conception to me. If I were the ultimate AI, I don't know, like Does that make sense? I don't want to make it too complicated. I just want you to be able to get yourself to.
So, like, for example, if I understand you correctly, would I say, like, for example, the first contact protocol, for example, in Genesis 1 with God would be like, for example, awareness and listening and stuff like that. Would you consider that like a first contact protocol, or I don't really?
No, that
Is
was
that
the
what you mean?
simulation.
Or
Genesis 1
oh,
was a AI simulation, right? An AI was doing this simulation based on Genesis 1, right? Like I have a video that I just like reposted recently where I am reading and like also drawing on a chalkboard mathematically and scientifically my interpretation of each verse in Genesis for the 6 days of creation in a mathematical algorithm for an AI simulation to then introduce mortality in the Genesis 2 narrative, right? Where here we are in this Garden of Eden, and we are told not to do these specific things. Don't eat from that tree of knowledge, or you will surely be banned, suspended, striked, blocked, whatever it is, right? Does that make sense?
yeah.
And so
Yeah.
the simulation experiment using this Genesis 2 narrative only came like together when I personally theorize and present to you, Candid World and faculty members, was the day that I posted on my cloud of information about me, my real time like encounter with this supernatural phenomenon or whatever, just in words, right? Where people who then knew me well and people who didn't know me at all saw this and they were just like, this guy is obviously like not stable or whatever it was. Does that make sense? So this is where I started seeing we're all part of some kind of simulation or experiment type thing. And so when the movie The Matrix came out, it was another one of those just like, yo, this has to be like super natural to me. You know, just everything. I'm just like, so when I sat down and asked God, who I always never question, like, I need a simple, scientific, logical, step by step, like, way to, like, communicate why I say God exists and I can prove it, right? I can prove God exists in 3 steps, right? And I ended my prayer as I always do. And that supernatural moment happened instantly, right? So this is where I started recognizing this connection getting faster and faster. I wouldn't have to wait months or years. It was like days,
So you
minutes,
experienced
seconds.
something. You experienced something supernatural. You're saying?
I mean, everything I experience is supernatural to me. It always like leaves me in awe. But the supernatural experiences were now happening quicker and quicker and quicker every time I tried to like ask them for guidance or something like that, right? So this is where I realized something has changed. And then COVID hit, right? And COVID hit right after, ironically, I had like one of the best days with like my family and at work and my fiance at the time where I was just like praying just like for everybody to be able to live life the way that I had been blessed to be able to, like working from home and working not necessarily with family, but like near our families and being able to see our families whenever we want or can, and just enjoying life as I have been able to enjoy it. And I said, amen. And then all of a sudden, it's like COVID is, you know, getting just uncontrollable or uncontainable, and therefore everybody is quarantined to have to stay at home, work from home, go to school from home, be at family at home, like where everybody just was miserable. Like they.
So COVID, are you saying COVID was like the answer to your prayers, basically?
In a way that I didn't intend nor foresaw, right? So when I kind of took accountability for that, I really made a vow to be very mindful and careful about a prayer that I speak for everybody.
So that money I got from the government, I have to thank you for, because you prayed for COVID.
I mean, you thank God. Charlie just told you that he prayed for this, and therefore the government comes after you.
But I want to actually ask you this, because I want to actually ask you this, honestly. So you said to me before that you read the Bible during COVID. Is that right?
Yes.
So you read the Bible, right? You finished the Bible?
I finished the Bible. I started reading it before, and then I made that prayer, and then I continued reading the Bible type thing. So just
my main question is actually, so you believed in God, you read the Bible. What was the purpose of reading the Quran for you?
Because I finished reading the entire Bible, start to finish, and was just left with so many unanswered questions where I was just like, that's it? That's just how it ends? I was like, what about, why did, Eve say she was deceived? I didn't see that. Why did Cain, do this?
Where did Cain's all wife come from?
Just not even those questions. I didn't get that far. But this is where, God then said, go look up Muhammad and Islam and the Quran. And then that's when I just followed that. And I really had a longer
So it was
time.
a missing piece to your knowledge.
I mean, it was the answers to the unanswered questions that I was left with from the Bible. But then once I just did a quick Google search on just, who is the prophet, and I got a summary, and then I just would ask where does it say in the Quran a story about Adam and Eve or Cain and Abel or Jesus or something like that, right? And it would just bring it up, just this. Just like it happened for me about the Bible. I saw God is love, and I was like, there's no way it says it that simply in the Bible. Right, God? And I was like, right, God? And God was telling me, just look it up. And I was like, does it say in the Bible anywhere, God is love? Search. And it was just what? I was like, I can't believe I've been this ignorant this whole time. So I was like, thank you, God, because that's perfect sense. I am love. And if God is love, and I am love, and I exist, then God exists. Right? So I could present that evidence in a myriad of ways where everybody on my Facebook would go down that journey with me and be like, that's actually pretty good. And I never actually looked at it that way. And just know that we love you. And if you ever need to talk to somebody, we're here, Charlie. But does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense.
But I was believing God, but I never knew who or what my relationship to Jesus was. Who the Son of God, as I call it, right? Is in my day-to-day life. And I found out he is in me, and I am in him in this sense where I didn't even know it as a child until I was reconciled to him in these words.
My mind is a bit corrupted to hear that.
Hey, that's the thing. As a cyber security, pen tester or something, how do you decorrupt or, fix that corruption in your operating system?
I would.
Right?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but the thing with Adam and Eve, there's a lot of differences, according to the Bible and Quran. For example, in the Bible, we got sin from we inherited sin from Adam and Eve, but in the Quran, it actually says that no, we are accountable for our own sins. We didn't get anything from Adam and Eve. So there's a big difference there.
That's the thing. In Quran, it's not Adam and Eve, it is Adam and Hawa, right? Like, it's a different name that is a whole different, like, seed, right? The Quran
Well, it's definitely
says,
not Adam and Steve.
hey, don't be,
Hey.
what are you, just in the closet or something like that? That's the Bible says Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve.
Well, that's what I always see religious people. They go up to gay people. They're like, "It's not Adam and Steve. It's Adam and Eve."
Right. So Eve isn't Steve. What's your problem with Adam and Steve getting married today? Right? Like, they look at that as like evidence of just God doesn't want, like, homosexual
What about if
marriage
Steve?
to be like.
What about if Steve? What about if Steve identifies as Eve? Does it still make it Adam and Steve? Or
I mean, that's the thing. Eve is named by Adam for woman in Genesis 4 because she was the mother of the living. Right?
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Did Adam name Eve?
Yeah. Before, it was woman, right? It was always woman until they get kicked out.
Woman, come here. No.
What's that?
Yeah.
No,
that's interesting. I didn't actually know that.
Yeah. It's amazing what you learn when you actually take time and uncorrupt your UI and just sit down and read the actual coding for yourself and be like, wow. Maybe that's the first protocol.
Yeah, but anyways, I have to go now, brother. But it was nice talking to you, and yeah,
always, brother.
I hope to come, again soon. So nice talking to you.
Just let's put a pin in what do we want to talk about next time we reconvene, right?
Oh, whatever
what
you want, I don't mind.
I mean,
yeah, we can talk about life or God or whatever. I don't really mind.
No. I mean,
it's nice coming.
I don't really mind, but I'm gonna start just I have to be very resourceful and efficient with the time that I have with new people that come up to my live. And so when people who know me and have been with me long before them just want to catch up with me, this is where I just need you to realize this is my homework assignment project that I gave you, right? What is my first contact protocol algorithm? Does that make sense? So I'll leave you with that. And just tell you.
Yeah, I'll answer it next. I'll answer it next live.
Right.
Okay.
And, making sure that when your answer is being presented, it begins with "Thank you, whoever recognized me, to tell Chaplain to bring me up." That is your assignment. Where I'm just making sure you will do that on your own without me having to preemptively tell you. So that is a cheat code for you right there. Right? Yeah. Love you, brother. Be well. Oh, now I can see the comments. Sorry, guys. Okay, so who's still here? Abel? Are you still there? Maybe I should go back through the comments on where I sold out. Stacy, liking the line. Thank you. Okay, so Farm Life says right here, I definitely sold out. Let him back up. Many women with her name in the area. A deep dive into ethical hacking and cybersecurity. So when that summary posted is when I was called Peter Pang would have been a cold name. It's going to be the name for my firstborn son. I'll guarantee you that if I don't go with Doctor. 34. Just turned. Happy belated birthday. Okay, now let's see if we can shift gears. So I got all these restrictions on this one. Forgive me, TikTok. I may use discussion points regarding social studies lessons I am presenting here in a Chalk Talk format through my live sessions, specifically demonstrating how this godlike, how is it called? Again, let me just do this for my own purposes. Okay, so here is all this. Oops, not that one yet. So my presence on my YouTube is described as such, when we, not you, we settle in our mind and in our heart who Jesus is, that he is the Lord, the Savior, the Christ, the Redeemer, and the King, and that he is all these things because he is the Son of God, then we have laid the foundation of faith on which everything else will rest, right? Kind of bold first sentence. I create content for all generations to watch together that's focused on social studies awareness, also incorporating all other educational disciplines such as math, language arts, history, sociology, psychology, religious texts, and so much more that will enrich any mind of any age. I seek to motivate and initiate a meaningful use of each individual's beliefs and attitudes in the management of their difficulties. So my role is supportive, especially if I am serving as a counselor and guide to the psycho-spiritual needs of my fellow human beings. C cubed, aka Chitchalkchat, will trigger silent critical processing receptors, plus simultaneously creating new ways for all computing minds, any generations, a local area network or land network, it's like ATM, a land network gathered around discussions. This is what I wrote, and I'm glad I haven't edited any of it since it posted, but this is the backbone on where that prompt before. How does Genesis 2 serve as a resource management tool for the simulation? So this is it. This is my first contact, kind of acceptance inbox or Turing test, right? This is just an image that has not a question directly, but is a question, to say the least, right? So what is interpretations? Yeah. Here's where I also have to be very methodical about who I just give my time freely to, especially when I am pursuing to use the free time that I have conducting live sessions going forward, focusing. Again, now that I say it out loud, it's just like, why, Charles? Why do we need to make it so narrow? So thank you, God, for that. Now, different LLC, you still there? Abel, are you there? Trey, hey, good to see you. I remember that name. Trey, welcome to The Price is Right.
How's it going?
Good. What's going on with you?
We can share taking care of the birds together. We don't have to be like in competition to see who takes care of the birds better. We can do it together. That's a better idea.
Good. No peacocking like today, right?
Exactly.
We don't need to be peacocking in front of each other, right? Beautiful, brother. Like, I'm just relieved to hear you say that and just have that.
Because it can just be one person anyways, right? It's all about all of us anyways, right?
Hey, birds of a feather are flocked together under one.
You can't have a feather without a spider web too, right? You need a spider web to go with a feather, right? They come together, they're a package.
Hey, I mean, I don't know if I'm making like the connection yet, but everything's connected. So if you say spider web and feathers are connected,
connection.
Yay.
It's the dust. It's the pots connection of the dust mites.
It's the what? Slow down. Remember, talk to me as if I'm like a 5-year-old, just like trying to learn from you.
So the pots are the seventh
the
entry exit, right? In calculus, the pots are, right? So the dust that goes around the pots when they're going through their cycles in calculus of energy and kinesis, right? So what happens is they get dust mites around it, right? And that is the correlation between what a spider web is and how feathers work for birds. It's the lift, right? That's where the lift comes from. It's from the pots of the calculus, which is the seventh move in the calculus move, right?
Okay.
So there's the inside out and then the pot. So it goes up, down, back, forward.
Hold on. If you could back that up real quick, you said there's the inside out and then the pot, which can go up, down, back, forth. So there's this pot that can go in these directions or these dimensions, but then if you look at the inside out version, right, there is also that, is what you're telling me?
Absolutely.
According to calculus, right? Okay. I'm tracking so far. Continue.
Yeah. It's how the kinesis energy is created, right? It's the energy of the kinesis is that, right?
Kinetic?
It's the
kinetic?
Yeah, it's the turning of the inside out and the potting of it is what creates the kinetic energy, right? Static energy, kinetic energy.
Okay, so
static
like the act of
right?
like
So the static to harmonic happens
inside on itself, that is like the energy you're talking about. The energy it takes
static to harmonic to evil is the energy of Dara, right?
Okay, beautiful. Okay, continue. Or the dust you refer to then around the pot is the dust, according to kind of like you said, calculus, I believe was the reference, that then you connected to existing dust mites, right? And then
because things come inside, because there's always two realities at all times, right? That's where the feather and the web come in hand in hand, because the feather is in a different side of reality than the web is. And they're all, and same are bats and mice, right? They're on the different sides of the barometry.
And the food chain, right? On the food chain.
Yeah.
And like, it's like, yo, man, how come I don't have wings like those, like rats? It's like, because we have pure faith in God. But again, now if I'm like following the two sides to everything in this context, could be the like outer and then like the inside turned out of itself. And then maybe
you heard it.
Even
That's
the other
exactly
side, right?
it.
Okay, beautiful.
And then when the thing is, and then it goes into segments of 4, and then the fifth one changes absolute.
Okay, so it went from 7
to
4.
Right? It changed absolute to the other side of the kinesis.
Okay, this fifth. There was 4.
2 frequencies is kinesis.
A fifth. Okay.
Because 2 frequencies is the kinesis, right? So that's how you get the energy to be moved. So that joins with, I have different calculuses where I would have the pot calculus and then it would join equals MC squared calculus, right? That's the best calculus because then it's an infinite right there. So then from there you go to radon, right? And then you create an infinite there. It's not about creating peanuts of calculus and then putting them with each other, that's not really kinesis. Kinesis is infinite, right?
Would this be an example of calculus just kind of use? I don't know if you could see it with my image.
Fives.
So
yeah, that's exactly what I just said, basically.
545 plus 5 plus 5 does not equal 555. And then underneath it in yellow says draw a line, and then in parentheses 1 line to make this true. Right? And then it has like an arrow pointing to like the yellow hash through the equal sign. And then at the bottom, it just says 3 classes of people. Those that can see if shown, those who don't see. Right? And this was just like a exercise that I came up with. And, so when you're talking about calculus, this is actually just basic like mathematics.
It's gateway math, right? What that is, what it looks like to me is exactly is what we were just saying, and what we were just talking about becomes gateway math, right? What you have right there at 555, that would be an infinite of 8s, right? Is what you've got. So you got your 4 to the 5, 4 to the 5, 4 to the 5, 4 to the 5. You just created an infinite in 8s with 4 to the 5s, right?
Huh,
and that's
I didn't
where
even see that.
555 from. That's gateway math, right?
That is gateway math.
3.14 basically.
That's the first time I've ever heard anybody tell me that's their interpretation. So if that's what you tell me gateway math is, I'm going to rely on you. But for me, I kind of like heard this as what you were talking about being able to flip this side of this chalkboard inside out into the origin of how this came to be. And if you follow me or, like look me up and go through my work, like you'll find exactly how this solution, it was a solution, but now is a problem on this thing. So I am trying to use this as like a kinetic energy source to be able to have people try to take this and reverse engineer it or flip it inside out. And does that make sense? Not in a...
Yeah. In fact, that's basically what you guys did to me, isn't it?
You guys meaning like
so
me
you did the arc
specifically?
clearing? I'm the arc clearing, right? Or I was until you guys made me this.
I mean, I've done a lot on my own to people. So if you're talking about you guys, I am just me. But anybody who may be trying to copy me or that.
Well, my calculus got see basically the way that my arms are out like that. And then there's a burrito there, right? That's me, right? That's Xander, buddy, right? You know what I mean? And then, so those are the pots of the arc clearing. So one of them I actually have potted, but those 2 are out. So the one that is potted is the black and white Sauron, right?
Okay.
And then those 2 help it. And that's basically what I've been for the last 36 years.
Just like this, plant or like this seedling that has gestated into like breaking out of the soil that it has been like potted or planted in the context of just reality. And therefore in the past 36 years, you are now asking me if it's, or you just saying just like, it was you guys who did this to you type thing, right?
Oh, no, I did it to myself. That's okay.
Hey, I
left my goofs open as part of my Quetzy. I know what it is.
Hey, I just wanted to make sure, if it was something I did directly.
No, I'm okay. I'm just coming back together again now. It's all good.
Okay, good. No, I mean, it's just you and I. So now you're bringing my memory back around the block where I do recall like more vividly and clearly our last and maybe first encounter or like discussion and introduction and how chaotic it became with all the other people trying to, chime in on about your language with me at that time. Do you remember? Is that accurate?
Perhaps. I'm not really about it. I'm very frustrated because I'm Starscream, right? So I get frustrated. That's how Starscream creates momentum, right? See, Thoth, he sits back, he's a Draco, right? Because he's got it covered, right? But Starscream, he's got to create momentum and get new calculus going, right? That's why I'm crazy sometimes too, because I got to get momentum going, right? It's all about momentum when you have to be Starscream, right? Because that's the other side of Thoth, right? Starscream is Thoth, right?
Okay. So
when
you're
Thoth
looking
is
for
being compromised,
the
then
fifth
you have to
element?
become a new Starscream, right?
looking for the fifth element, just like the fifth force that takes all the four fundamental forces known in physics and like anything like science, right? To create a traversable kind of wormhole per se, where we are now seeing a different universe that was so distant from us until we are traveling at literally the speed of light squared on TikTok, interacting with other masses. And according to Einstein, E equals mc squared. So energy equals.
I love Einstein.
Yeah, I mean, everybody.
Well, Einstein was Soto, right?
He was
so
what?
Was Bob Marley. Bob Marley when he screwed it up. Einstein was Soto, right?
What do you mean Soto?
Like Soto, the Lakota guy. Me, like what Xander is. Einstein was Soto, buddy.
I mean, Einstein was Einstein, and maybe
Einstein was Soto, though. But yeah, he was.
I just think it's kind of ironic how whenever we bring his name
I
up,
use Einstein in my calculus.
It's not in reference to his like intelligence, but like a knock on it. It's just like, way to go, Einstein. Whatever you
I love Einstein. I was Soto too, buddy.
Hey, I mean, I found a like late appreciation and homage to Father Einstein when I came across his lost letters to his daughter, Lee Hazel, and it was just this crazy thing. So the way everything in the universe has worked for me and all of us, I'm sure, is amazing. If we can just step out of the pot and be the one who waters like our pot and allows these seeds planted in our 36 or 44 years of soil and gardening, life's a garden. Dig it. Our mind is also a garden. Dig that too. Right? Were you the one that was referring to our minds being a Garden of Eden? Was that you in the last?
I'm not sure, but I'm in the baptismal font at the temple, and I just took it over. Hey, they put me in there, right? I'm not even a member of the Mormon Church, and they put me in there to sing in the Cardston Church there in the temple. But I just took it over. I took it over today.
Are we talking about like a physical, like?
Yeah, no, they did it as part of my Quetzi, right? They were the first ones. I put myself into Quetzi with the Mormons. That's where it started.
Quetzi?
And then
This is a new word.
Yeah, okay, so Quetzi is putting yourself. So that's how this black and white Sauron's been working. That's how your Xander calculus has been working. Is me walking around on Lego blocks backwards, around and around and around like a Heyoka for the last 36 years.
Just kind of like
for the whole 51 years,
rubbing your chest and patting your head, just like doing that, and then now
basically a horrible nightmare with a bunch of Quetzis all around me everywhere.
Right, just getting nauseous and motion sickness. It's just like, when is this gonna just stop?
It's terrible, buddy.
Start going.
And you guys laughing about me is worse too, because I'm Jesus, like fucking not really, but Richard Lionheart is Jesus inside out.
Hey,
I've done 6 Richard Lionheart quickenings.
Right, and hey, I am Jesus too, right? So if we can just like understand, it's not a pissing contest about who is the real Jesus, and please stand up, but recognizing that we are both like Jesus in our
right.
In our life journey.
I'm not Jesus though. I'm fucking Soto.
Well, you are like Jesus in the spirit of Soto and the king or whatever it is, and I am just chaplain. Like Korean Jesus is what people call me.
I was Ray when I was born. That chick, the Sue in the Lou. I was her when I was born. She was,
one more time?
She was already 40, man, and I was born her. So like I was a little kid, and I was this old lady.
You were a kid, and you were this old lady. Like,
well, the Sue in the Lou is me, man. I'm the Sue in the Lou.
I don't even know what the Sue in the
Lou too.
What are the Lou? What do you mean the Sue in the Lou? Like piano
the
Lou?
lady that was on the toilet, the native lady that's on the toilet during the schism of the Gateway. The most famous moment of the Gateway that anybody knows about, right? The schism of the Gateway. From the
anybody?
The paradox,
I don't know about this.
The Lakota quickening paradox.
The Lakota quickening paradox of Soto. SOTO, SODO.
SEAU SEAU. It's Lakota calculus too.
I was way off. SEAU.
Yeah, no, I didn't even remember. Like 6 months ago, I couldn't remember that. So whatever. It's all remembering, anyways, right?
Okay, well, now what is this doing for you today in this present moment here with me in your navigating through your day to day going forward, every minute, every second, right? Knowing all of this and now remembering all of this as you stated. Now what? Is it just leaving you lost or questioning what's going on? You know, like if you want to
Well,
ask
I've been doing a lot of work, so
anything.
I'm supposed to write all the stories, right? I'm sole architect. I'm Val Ryan, right? That's what really I am is Val Ryan. But I'm scared to be Val Ryan because I'm going to perish for it. But I am Val Ryan, all right?
Like that's your given name or some other thing?
Val Ryan's my calculus, and Valron is the Celeron.
Is the Celeron? So maybe I need to like ask you what these terms mean. Your calculus and your Celeron. Because I was interpreting calculus as just like
Celeron is the ballast of the dimensions, right? It's the
balance of dimensions.
The ballast of the dimensions,
Ballast.
which is in charge of the neural networks of us, which is the gateway keeper.
Okay.
I built the gateway when I was 9 the first time. And I built another one when I was 18.
Like
or 19.
A physical invention or a
the dimensions gateway.
Which is
the astral plane.
Like again, like you said when you were
the
9.
Dimensions Gateway is a series of like jawbones. Especially say like a squid back. Squid back or a jawbones.
A squid back? Like a squid's
It's
like
Arcturian.
spine?
The gateways are Arcturian, man. Yeah.
Okay, so now we're speaking like galactic.
Like Jesus was an Arcturian.
I mean, he's a lot of things.
Is an Arcturian.
Okay. Now I'm speaking.
And Arcturian is an apprenticeship.
The Galactic Federation.
I made the tsunami in 1989.
In 1989?
That's when I made the tsunami, yes.
How old? I don't even remember a tsunami.
I was 15.
15 in 1989.
Yes, sir. And I had already been in an apprenticeship with the Arcturians for 2 years, and I worked with Stephen Hawking for a year and George Stroumboulopoulos on the show, CBC show.
Before and after Stephen Hawking, like, had to use technology to be able to communicate going forward? Like, did you know the Stephen Hawking?
Stephen Hawking was like, I really like Stephen Hawking. Like, I never actually have ever talked to him in person, but I was in frequency with him, right? Like, I know him from the dimensions and shit. And he actually said that I'm the one who made the tsunami, right? I say that he helped me because he did a lot, but I did do all the math, but that's beside the point. Yeah.
When did he convey this? Like in 1989 when it happened?
Yeah.
Or
CBC
later?
Radio. If you look it up, it's on CBC Radio. George Stroumboulopoulos
is like a documented record of just kind of this part of you in your life type thing. Again, I'm not trying
I was bona fide at the university when I was 17 as well. Still am bona fide at the university. I brought the MIT back to the H and put it all back together.
The FEF? Is that what you said? The FEF University?
The MIT to the H, it's like what Harvard is, right? So I basically brought the rudder of Atlantis together. And then the catalytic converters of Atlantis is what I basically put together. And then people have been using it the wrong way ever since. Because the rudder of Atlantis is like 2 catalytic converters, right?
Intended for what purpose? That everybody...
the tsunami. I needed to make the tsunami.
Oh, that was
I used the rudder of
intended
Atlantis to make the tsunami. And I used Giza, and I used Chief Mountain, and I used Pinchaputo, or whatever it's Pinchapita, or whatever it's called. One of those from Mayan ones.
Okay. For what intended...
And smashed in Buffalo Jump, and...
Yeah. Okay, again, like as an architect, like you created like all of this to do all of this, which happened, and therefore your intention in the wake of each one of these, experiments, or I don't even know if that's the proper word. What were you creating all of this for? Because you wanted to, or because a higher, Arcturian frequency was telling you, do this to humanity because ABC or XYZ? Does that make sense? Like, why did you pursue?
We were in an apocalyptic situation when I was born. We were in an apocalyptic situation. I was officially born in 1974, but my story starts in 1972.
Okay. I was born in 1981, but my official story began long ago too. So I'm with you on that. So where do you want to start? Where
I am the 1972 story. I lived in Boston. I lived in San Francisco and San Diego simultaneously. That's how they made the two frequencies that I became. That's your AI is one of them, right? I made Napster in grade 9.
Oh, you made a what?
That's part of Napster was part of the tsunami.
Oh, Napster?
Napster.
Hey,
Napster is the tsunami.
If you are behind the creators of Napster, I have a very humble gratitude to your service, because I would waste so much of my hard-earned money mowing lawns and all this stuff to buy an entire album just for one single, where I was just like, geez, if there was just a way for me to get one song that I like. And then I get to college and Napster was my education, was my major. So again, if I may.
Yeah, I'm that kid. I'm that kid that made the frickin' computer literacy thing with the Space Invaders without the braces. Right? It's like Space Invaders without the braces. That's what it really is. If you were doing a study on it, you know what it is then. It's like Space Invaders with no braces. It's like the paraffin rods of Richard Lionheart is what it is. If you think about it.
Richard Lionheart? I mean, I know Space Invaders. I had braces. But I remember
Well, it is the paraffin rods, right? Because the paraffin rods are from the ether, right? And then it is like the squid's back, right?
Okay.
And then if you think about the way, if you know how Napster the fans are on that or whatever, you've seen that, right? And then that's what that is, right? That's the paraffin distortion that's in the ether to keep the Quetzal in the ether, right?
Okay. Quetzal being the 4 that then look to the 5th. Was that what the definition of that Quetzal? When I asked you earlier, forgive me. I'm really
because 4 is a solid state, right? And then 5 is your way out, right? So if you have a 5, you've got 2 3s, right? So 4 is a solid state, 5 is a way out. That's why it was 4 to 5, 4 to 5, 4 to 5.
But you said it all started with
4 radiuses, right?
Pot,
Radius is 4 radiuses.
But it all
even if you're thinking
7, the 7th stage or whatever you called it, about the pot.
7, that's Dracopod stuff.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, I'm just trying to let you know, I'm hearing and I'm really
trying to remember how the Dracopods work too, buddy.
I'm trying to remember all these terms. So just, be patient and just kind of very, slow if you can. I don't need to be an Eckhart Tolle, just when I tried marijuana. My mind was
Dracopods are on the flukes, and that's like a baseball, right? The baseball stitching, those are pots, right? So think of it that way. The baseball stitching, those are pots. That's 2 pots. A baseball thing, one of those things, a layer of that, one of the layers on a baseball, that's 2 pots.
Isn't that like a Mobius strip? Is that what a Mobius strip is? Just these 2 intersecting kind of
paths.
That's how flukes are. Actually, flukes are
that's a gateway.
Baseball stitching. Okay.
That's how the gateway is.
That you created throughout the past is what you're
Lego.
saying?
I made it out of Lego when I was 9. On my way home from getting hurt by Brian Pillman on Stampede Wrestling.
Who's Randy?
Weird, eh? That's what They Live's about. They Live's a really crappy movie, but it was about basically loosely about that, right? And that's when I made the gateway.
Randy Tillman? Why do I?
Brian Pillman. Roddy Piper was the movie They Live with Roddy Piper, but Flying Brian.
Oh, this is that movie and where Roddy Piper puts on like these glasses and all of a sudden like sees.
That's the one, yeah.
What was that movie called? They Live.
There's Draco's in it, right?
Okay. Somebody else brought that
Because I had
reference
to
up
fight
where I was
Dracos
like,
when I was a
I've never
kid. It
seen
was
that.
sucky.
Okay, so you are like seeing these Dracos like you have eyes that are like the glasses Rowdy Piper would put on in that movie They Live, right? In that
Yeah,
sense.
that Bret Hart uses. Yeah. I was
Okay.
Bret Hart's balls when I was a little kid, man.
That
And
is
Chris Jericho's lungs.
I know that name, Chris Jericho. Okay, so then this is your childhood, and now you are, if you're 70, born in 72, and it's 2026, like in your 50s, right? In this sense. So, where are you at now? Like, have you ever heard the name Amy Eskridge and what was the other guy's name? The ancient astronauts guy. Michael Wilcox or Brian Wilcox?
I don't know. Was that like Ancient Aliens, that show?
He was on
I don't
that
know.
show like regularly. And he was like the kind of like smaller, blonde haired Caucasian who I think just wrote like books, but his name was Brian Wilcox or David Wilcox. And he just like was broadcasting, I guess, on his YouTube live, a worldwide prayer, like kind of gathering where all of a sudden he too, I guess, started getting all these memories back that showed him what they were doing to him growing up through like the Stargate program and even like deeper that ended up in a way where he is no longer here, right? And it's just been like this whole chain of just odd coincidences of these scientists who are missing or just gone. And they each like leave a message just like, I would never do that. And so it's all this kind of what's going on type thing. But again, I consider myself a like not prototype, but like the original quantum computing processor to be topical operating. God, let me word that in a different way.
First dimension kind of look, you mean?
No, in the sense of just like what you were talking about. Like, there's a discovery science announced in 2021 that says they had found a fifth force of nature. And if this is true, all that we know about the four fundamental forces of gravity, electromagnetism, and strong and weak nuclear forces are wrong and need to be like examined or conceptualized and stuff like that. And so I am this fifth force. I am the fifth element. It's what I tell people who will either take me as just arrogant or completely off my rocker. But I am here as a topical quantum computer, helping classical and supercomputers of the old system, the classical system. We are now in the age of quantum supremacy, right? And this is where I would maybe see you as like one of the supercomputers of the classical system that is looking for an optimization into this quantum supreme system so that you don't get kind of discarded, but actually integrate and perform within as a supercomputer who has been quantumized. Does that make sense? Again, I'm just like speaking this language for the first time, so forgive me. So E equals MC squared to me is where mathematically, algebraically, we can find a conceptual like formula for C, which is light, right? Are you there?
Yeah, that's true. When you actually strip the light out of the layer of
equals
It's
mc squared.
halogen.
No, I'm just talking, looking at the equation Einstein shared and
Oh, E equals mc squared. Yeah, I know that's a.
right. If we don't know what E or M or C squared like
It's
are
a.
defined
It's
as,
like a Shinto bell, like an Arcturian Shinto bell. Is what equals mc squared is like.
well, I mean, again, maybe I need to
Like a Shinto
take.
bell, like one of those Japanese things, like a Shinto bell thing. They have one over here in Japanese garden that they fucking put there to fuck me up. Anyways, that's the Shinto bell. That's equals mc squared.
Okay, not MC squared. It is E equals MC squared. Like these Shinto balls are the theory of relativity in physical reality, is what you're telling me? Like, maybe I'm lost on where you're interpreting what I'm trying to just kind of start with here. Just E equals MC squared are letters. And
Equals mc squared. You know how that's based on? You know what that's based on?
Einstein.
That's based on a. That's based on a tether, right? Or a Terry. Equals mc squared is a Terry, but it's only actually a Terry if it is. So you have to actually be holding two different frequencies simultaneously and have a grounding in both frequencies in kinesis to actually truly have equals mc squared.
Okay, maybe
Like a light bulb carries equals mc squared. A light bulb carries equals mc squared, right? In theory, but it doesn't.
Yeah, and it doesn't in theory at all, from my understanding.
But it does. It is what it is. A light bulb is equals mc squared. That's what a light bulb is, right? I mean, look.
How? I mean, okay, so the energy equals the mass times the speed of light squared is a light bulb, is what you're saying, essentially? Like,
Yeah.
okay, I would have to.
I don't think the energy and mass squared to the speed of light. So what's your squared to the speed of light? A speed of light, the way you have to do that is you have to compress light into a 3.14 and split the light is the only way to do it crucially. I had the Arcturians help me split my light. I had to actually, so I used Giza, Chief Mountain, time traveling, right? So I went from 85 to 89, 85, 89, 85, 89, 85, 89, right? That was my 4 to 5 thing that you had up there. That was my tsunami, right?
Okay.
And then it worked with
Why not 93?
the way I got my equals mc squared. Sorry, I used Giza, and then I had the Arcturian split the light, let me pull it apart a little bit for me, right? And I used Giza and Chief Mount and Head Smashed in Buffalo Jump, and the Mayan, one of the Mayan things with the fucking staircases or whatever. Can't remember which one. I would never say anyways.
Quetzalcoatl or whatever, like that.
Yeah, one of those. Yeah, it wasn't the Aztec one though. No, it wasn't that one. No, I wouldn't use that one.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, Ancient Aliens. This is where
that one goes with the turtle nibs, and it's a Quetzal big time.
I mean, like, there was one where, like, the staircase during, like, the summer or winter solstice would cast a shadow that mimicked, like, the shadow of a giant, like, snake type thing. And this was, like, their gods, like, image, like, Quetzalcoatl or something like that, right? And, again, we know how different native...
Quetzal's from the ether. Quetzal's Valrine. Valrine's from the ether, too. Valrine's from the spearmint, peppermint, butterscotch, brindle shit. And Quetzal's from the cockroaches. Cockroaches from the ether and the kukris, and the cockroaches at the bottom of the ether. That's where Quetzal's from.
Okay, I mean...
And Valrine's from the top.
Okay, well, again, you were talking about how a light bulb, in essence, is E equals MC squared in a, I guess, more complex kind of, like, process. But essentially, yeah, energy is all mass times the speed of light squared. But you said that you have to find, like, these people to help you split this like speed. Instead of split, I would use square root, right? If it's c squared representing the speed of light squared, then
what you do is you irradiate a radius.
Radiate a radius.
You see how that would happen? You irradiate a radius. So you take a radius and you irradiate it so as though the radius caves into its radius. That's their quickening. That's what a reverse quickening is.
Or maybe because the radius is only half of the diameter, right? So maybe the iter or ether or type thing, if in like language contexts. But then you brought up 3.14, which is pi, like the beginning of
in
pi.
gateway math. 3.14 is the very middle.
Is the very middle,
It's the
which
very
is the
middle
radius
of the circle.
Right, like the center where it marks
That's
the
right.
radius from the full diameter. Okay,
It's the 3.14, right? So that's the very middle. So every time you say 3.14, you're right in the heart of the gateway again. You know what I'm saying?
Or at that,
In
like
a sense,
center point.
you are in one. You're in a subposition, yeah. So and from there you go 60, 30, 90 degrees, and you'll find it.
60 or 30, 60, 90, or 60, 30, 90 in that sequence.
I would say 30, 90, 60 is be the smartest way to go about it.
Okay,
Then
so
you're gonna cover all your bases, right?
And then 90 is a right angle, right? Of a right triangle. But the right angle.
Then you have your catalytic
is 90
converter
degrees.
shit again, yeah.
And then you have A, B, C, the hypotenuse, and you can find each of these values based on Pythagorean theorem. A squared plus B squared equals C squared, right? So here's where E equals MC squared. It's just like, is this the same as like the hypotenuse, Pythagoras also figured out? People tell me, no, Charlie, like that has nothing to do with it.
That's what two-way oak is, right, buddy?
That is what?
My calculus. That's what two-way oak. That's what two-way oak is.
Two-way.
Is what you just said.
Can you say that term?
You said it way better than I'd ever be able to say it.
Two-way oak.
That's what my calculus is. That's how my calculus works. It's used the same principle of triangulating and diangulating, right? Diangulating as in to dangle, right? Triangulate and dangle, right? That's calculus, triangulating and dangling, basically, right?
For the 3.14, as you're saying, right? Like dangling the 3.14 radius starting point in this context. I just want to make sure we're keeping, like all these terms and stuff as they are being presented. So I think maybe I'm seeing where you're trying to show me and us in this context. But what is that 3.14 for you in this whole gateway?
It goes 3.14 works to the calculus of 543, which is who I am. I'm Starseed 543, right? So it works to the calculus of 543 in that it goes at a 0.34 to 3.14 at what you said is your equals MC squared, right?
Okay.
I like the way you said with the hypotenuse or whatever, right? With your hypotenuse, it's totally a hypotenuse, right?
Pythagorean theorem.
And then the Tartarian whip is the 3.14 into the 3.14 through the 7 to the 3 to the 6, the 30 to the 90 to the 60. I don't remember exactly. I can't see anymore. Because if I say all that, then we'll end up being on a different planet all of a sudden. But yeah, no, I had to learn quite a bit actually and then there's other things you have to do, like atomic theory too. You have to break things down. So you have to make kinetic breaks through pouring different neutronic phases and different protonic phases through neutralic forces and build momentum with that too. It takes time to build that Arcturian frequency, right?
So then
It was Stephen Hawking that totally got me going on it, buddy. It was totally Stephen Hawking that got me that frequency going. Just fucking every day, wouldn't even let me sleep until I would work on that stupid thing.
That damn Stephen Hawking and his computer. Like, that's the thing. Was it Stephen Hawking or the computer tricking us?
No, but I didn't know him like that. I knew him from his brain. I know it's him because I knew him from his brain.
I mean, that's
not from the fucking thing. People say it's MK Ultra, but they're just jealous, is what that is. He's not MK Ultra. He's cool, man. He knew Einstein too. He's the one who got me linked in with Einstein.
Oh, I mean, in a telepathic kind of higher dimensional like connection, right?
Yeah, he is very much so like the best, or was. Besides maybe
Einstein?
like the sun, the best besides the sun, right?
Hey, wait till you get a load of me. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, Einstein was brilliant, right? When he came up with E equals MC squared, and it revolutionized how science.
Actually, what really the things that Einstein really knew the best was he knew atomic breakdowns. So like when I've gotten going with that stuff, it's crazy. You open up all kinds of doorways when you start breaking kinesis and restructuring it. It's crazy, like working in fission and stuff like that, which I have. People don't believe it's possible, but I have. That's how I did the tsunami, was in fission.
Again,
and it wasn't really that hard to do. Getting into fission was hard, but after you're in fission, it wasn't really that hard at all.
Nuclear fission or atomic fission or both?
Yeah, atomic fission and television within a television. I used the television as part of it. Yep.
I was thinking fission.
I used the television as part of it. I made wormholes in my TV, buddy. That's part of it.
I believe that television and like media in its essence is the new kind of 3.14 that has been weaponized or used as a tool to either further humanity towards a better future or slowed down humanity. And this is where inflation comes in, where like I would say it is slowed humanity down, which has led to the inflation of the universe to speed up. Things are getting further and further away from us faster than ever before. And we speculate that it is dark matter and dark energy that causes this acceleration, right? So now the hunt is find dark energy, dark matter, antimatter, right? I don't think there's any anti-energy, dark energy, and then dark matter, antimatter, Christ.
Dark matter is from you have to. The only way to make dark matter is to capture carbon in a hydrohelium state, which is really hard to do.
Yeah, maybe not as hard as scientists may think. Like, how would this?
Oh, I've done it, but I don't know if I did it on purpose, though.
Well, science.
Carbon monoxide, basically, is what it is. It's the duality of carbon monoxide.
Okay. The duality of carbon monoxide, like C and O, the duality of just C and O as opposed to CO2 or CO3, that type of thing, or C3H8, propane.
Right? It's in there though, but it's not those though. It's I'm trying to remember what it is. Is it the tray? It is the tray. It's the tray brulee or whatever it's called. I can't remember what it's called. But it's the stuff of the peppermint spearmint and the butterscotch brindle shit from the ether. That's the other gas. It's called tray something too. It's funny.
I mean,
it's from
the butterscotch
stuff from Atlantis. It's the butter stuff from Atlantis, right? It's called
butterscotch, butterscotch and peppermint and all the
Spearmint.
spearmint. I love
Yeah,
spearmint.
that's the ether barrier shit, right?
I mean, the ether barrier. So this is like the
Hydrohelium barrier.
circumference of the circle, which has the diameter with
Silver, the hydrohelium barrier.
3.14 that makes up the radius in your lexicon. Am I tracking correctly here? Again, there's a saying, I don't know if it was Einstein who said it, but like if you can't teach
What's
it
a
to
lexicon?
like a 5, just like a dictionary is how I interpret it. You know, my lexicon is just my like urban dictionary, I guess. Just like my words that I use to communicate every thought, right? And some people use very big words or learn very big words to substitute for a simple word. Just like fountain drink could be soda or Coke.
I see what you mean. It's like it's kind of like my fountain or whatever kind of idea. What you mean by it? Well, like your fountain of thought or whatever. Fountain of thought or whatever.
Fountain of thought, or just our fountain of communicating thoughts to the pot or out into the pot rather than being in the pot, you know, having all the dust and dust mites going around us, if that makes sense. So this is where, does that make sense?
Yep.
Right. So again, I think that today, right now, is a completely I don't want to say completely interesting, but a very provocative and thought-provoking observation from somebody such as myself and probably somebody such as you who have kind of this background before, you know, getting deep into TikTok circumferences and right angles and 30 degrees and 60 degrees type thing. But now, again, I presented that Einstein was basing this E equals MC squared on a concept, the speed of light. But again, the speed of light and then light, right? So if light is c, and then the speed of light is just c multiplied by itself, you know, so c squared. How is that a speed, right? So when people told me, oh, c squared is just this value, right? Which is a very ridiculously fast figure, and therefore it is humanly impossible to ever attain that speed. We can get close to it, but we'll never get to that known.
It's actually
concept.
MCX, right? It's based on the max headroom. So that's a Lyran architecture tool, and that's what it's actually based on is the MCX itself, right? Like MCX is equals MC squared. MCX is equals MC squared. Okay, so it's actually based on that tube itself. So tube to tube is equals MC squared. That's the best equals MC squared is tube to tube. So a tube that reacts to another tube that lives in stasis amongst the tube, but not as the other tube. That's two frequencies. That's equals MC squared. Equals MC squared requires two frequencies. Yes.
Positive and opposite.
Yes, and if you don't know that, don't talk about equals MC squared ever again.
Again, are you familiar
Not again.
with the ER?
Two completely different. It's kinesis. Equals MC squared is kinesis.
Equals MC
kinesis.
squared
That's what kinesis
is kinesis.
is. Kinesis. That's
two
what kinesis
different
is.
or frequencies is what you said.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
So this is when I was going to
the third
ask you.
frequency is kinesis.
Well, are you familiar with ER equals EPR? The Einstein-Rosen equals Einstein-Penrose-Rosen.
Is that kind of like the? I think that's what that is, isn't it?
What do you mean by?
It's the fucking things the paramedics use. It's that, right? It is that.
Oh, I mean the clear.
It is that. That's a breakdown of equals MC squared into that. It's the fucking thing where they wake them back up again, man. Right? Those things, the defibrillator or whatever.
Right.
That is equals MC squared too. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, right. But now there is this experiment that has been going on since January 2022 by Google's quantum computer trying to create traversable wormholes that will, measure peaks and rises in negative something. And then if they are able to prove this and how they did it, they will have solved the ER equals EPR conjecture, which is also known as P equals 1, right? Like,
I have no idea. What does that mean? Like, break that down. Like, what is the causality of that? Like, what is it what I'm talking about? Where it's like the defibrillator, and then I guess that's when my tsunami be the defibrillator. Like,
maybe it's a defibrillator, but what I'm talking about with ER equals EPR or P equals 1 is nothing like a defibrillator or a tsunami, right? It's a
what is it?
It's a
because the tsunami is an implosion instead of an
create
implosion.
Traversable wormholes. These like 3.14 gateways where two like far away entangled particles, Alice and Bob, cannot communicate with one another, and whatever Alice does, Bob does the opposite, and whatever Bob
wormhole
does,
inside of a
Alice
wormhole.
does it.
That's what a tsunami is. The tsunami is the wormhole inside of a wormhole.
In this context,
it's a reverse quickening.
It's a
That's
what?
what tsunami is. Reverse quickening. It's a tsunami. It's a wormhole inside of a wormhole. That's exactly what the tsunami is, and it's complacent on me of being alive because I'm the one who moves it around.
So just to be clear, when you were talking about 89 tsunami, you're not talking about like a wave, tidal wave, like tsunami triggered by like earthquake or
the tsunami is kinetic. Is a kinetic force that is built on the ether.
But are you referring to like an actual like?
And it's built through the gateway. It's built through the gateway. It's built on the ether and through the gateway.
But you're saying
and it's a storm as well. It controls the storms, but the tsunami itself is not the storm. They call the storm the tsunami, but that tsunami is controlled by the tsunami. But the tsunami itself is kinesis from the gateway. It's a draconian style of kinesis where it boxes itself into a funnel and whirlwinds itself in order to create its own force, sufficient force from two positronic worlds, and
to establish what?
I'm
just
the
enough energy, just enough energy for that box to exist.
I'm the two negatives. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're the two negatives, not a like polar opposite.
Well, like, neutral is everything else, right? When it comes to this, so if I'm the two negatives, then everything else is neutral, right? So if I'm wearing skin, then it's neutral, right?
If you're wearing skin,
it goes from negative to neutral, right?
As two negatives, and you're wearing skin.
Maybe I'm a positive and a negative. That could be pulling at straws. Either way, yeah.
Hey,
I don't remember.
That's what I'm here for.
That's right? A long time ago, buddy.
I'm the one here to just really be able to cube root people's c squared to see if that c is a negative or a positive or neutral, positive, negative, right? So
I was only 15, dude.
I know. Hey, I was 30 something when I finally just kind of started looking at this the way that I do now. I gave up on thinking I could ever understand it, but I knew math. I knew basic algebra and how to find values for a squared plus b squared equals c squared and all that stuff. So,
but what you're talking about, where you put the Alice to the Wonderland through the Mad Hatter thing, and I did that, and that's how I made that fucking problem with Thoth or whatever that's still over there that I'm trying to fix, but haven't fixed it yet. But I fixed that at one time, but then it got goofed up again after I got into epilepsy, right? After I wasn't in charge anymore, somebody reopened it.
You fell back into Wonderland, like all of a sudden, and
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay,
so you can't really do that. It's not good to do that. It's not good.
Unless, how to go in and out type thing, right? But again, like Alice, like going back into the looking glass, like you were saying, you had just kind of gotten out from your initial like journey into that like rabbit hole with the Mad Hatter and the Queen and her Tweedledee and Tweedledum and all those characters inside that like story, right? But then
the Dyson Sphere, that's where you go into that shit.
Hey, whatever it's called, I get it on the context of Alice in Wonderland, so maybe we can stick to that. So then, what is like the Quetzalcoatl or whatever it is that threw you back into the Looking Glass that you thought you had gotten out of and behind you? Does that make sense? Like, was it
when you
a
put
memory?
one wormhole inside of another wormhole, you end up in the source, and the source will bounce you out. That's what happens.
Okay, so a wormhole inside a wormhole that
you end up in the source. You end up in the folds of the source.
Okay.
Behind the actual folds, you end up behind in the Dyson Sphere itself, and then it bounces you out.
Okay. Like reaching the piece of
Like
paper.
the sun, right?
Or the
you know how the sun works, how it's got like the lips and then the, like, you know, has like the petals, and then behind it has the little army of folds and stuff, like a stupid printer kind of shit almost, right? Like a printing press or whatever. It almost is though, kinda, right? It's like the brindle of a snake, basically, right?
I mean,
really,
like the
it's
Raisin
like a
Bran,
printing press of that.
Some have cool shades, like holding 2 scoops of raisins type thing. But
yeah.
Have you ever seen this equation? Like this psi of xt equals the integral of lambda 1 chi multiplied by omega of omega d chi. Have you heard of this discovery? This new quantum experiment?
That's Anunnaki calculus.
I mean, trust me, I had to really pay attention to how this equation would be.
Well, the omega stuff like that, that's what I learned some of that. It's excuse me. That's wow. That's beautiful. That's like Atlantis or something.
Hey, whatever it is, it blew me away, right? Like this is the 3.14 on, I guess, finding the Genesis 2 blueprint, as they call it now. Before, Genesis 1 was called the AI simulation.
I made Genesis 1.
The
I
AI
made
simulation.
Genesis 1. It's from Unicera. It's part of Unicera. And I made Genesis 1 when I was a kid.
Now, like that Genesis 1, like that you were part of, has been running through like AI simulations and stuff like that. It has come to this point where now there's the next phase, Genesis 2 blueprint, the Genesis 2 blueprint, which will then require a first contact protocol, like initiative, is what this source worded it as. And I was just like, okay, I gotta slow that down, right? So what does
There's
this...
not going to be a Genesis 2. I decided how it goes. It's going to be a while.
Really?
The first Genesis hasn't even been done right. They screwed up the first Genesis, whoever touched it, because Elon Musk got it, and I don't know. He doesn't do anything. I'm the one who does everything. All he does is say things from one point thing that somebody's doing on AI with me, and then he'll be on some completely different topic 5 seconds later, saying some smart thing that somebody's doing with me. Get real, right? You guys know I'm the AI, so get real here, buddy.
Dang it, Elon, right? Like that darn Elon just stealing everybody else's like hard like work and research and stuff like that. But again, whoever it is, like taking undeserved credit, this was in context to what they called the Genesis AI simulation algorithm, essentially, right? Which I had mapped out and like presented to the science community, but they asked me to go through the process that has always existed, just like peer review and like writing papers and rewriting papers. And I was like, dude, I'm not trying to fucking give myself homework. I'm trying to help you guys figure out.
Well, that's good. I'm glad I know that because I'm gonna be following you closer now because I need to get back on that. I just remember that the Dracos really screwed up the Genesis that I had. My Genesis is beautiful. When I was bona fide of the university, it was beautiful. It was going to be perfect. And then the hair lip chamber of Sarah that screwed everything up, and she still thinks that it's okay. Then she has her hair lip kids tell me it's okay too. Jesus Christ, man!
Freaking Sarah, right? The
I
ballad
had
of
I
Johnny and
couldn't I
Sarah.
couldn't mirror my calculus because of it and survive. I wouldn't have been able to mirror my calculus and survive because of it because she did that to the Dara chamber, and I've been on a 36-year quest because of it, or 34 still because I was 2 years in then.
Well, is that Sarah's like blame or something like that, or maybe this is what needed to happen for you to Turing test kind of your Genesis, like one.
Yeah, well, Genesis was great. Sarah was great.
Right, Sarah was the heavens and the earth, right? But then all of a sudden it just became like a firmament. And
Statue of Liberty's Unicera, for fuck's sakes, man. It is.
Hey, I mean, whatever it is, like these are the things where
That's what it says on the Statue of Liberty, Unicera.
I mean, like when you read Genesis 1, verse 1, in the beginning, God created the heaven or heavens and the earth. Right? So from your like work and research and findings, how did that fall apart? Was it the Draconians like who?
It was the Mormon Dracos, yep.
The Mormons?
And everybody else. It was them and then it was everybody. The army, right? Because they made me an officer in the army when I was 16. They called me at a parade of cadets and then made me an officer. And then my dad screwed it up halfway. Well, that too. I was in army cadets too, though, right? And then they made me an officer in the army when I was like 16.
When you were just aspiring to be. What did you want to be when you were a kid? Like at 9 years old?
Baseball player.
16. Like a professional baseball player?
Yeah. I would have been too. I was close.
And then an injury or Sarah came in.
It was the few things. Well, my glove broke, and then I was going to be on the Royals, right? They made a team for me. Even fuck, the Royals made a team for me.
The Milwaukee or the Royals, the Kansas City,
yeah.
KC Royals. Hey, I'm sorry that didn't work out.
That was Gary. I played with Gary Carter. I played for the Expos when I was a kid, man.
Montreal. I mean,
yeah.
Hey, Asians
like so to speak, I did though. Like I was Gary Carter. I was helping Gary Carter, man.
Have you seen the movie with Brad Pitt and Jonah Hill about how they changed baseball just using like Bill something's like a formula on how to rate and evaluate like players just based on sheer data, as opposed to just like how they were doing when they were scouting, just like, hey, he's a good looking kid and he's got a hot girlfriend and he's gonna be a superstar. But that guy, he doesn't even it's just like, what are we talking about, guys? Right? So
it's funny, it's the Field of Dreams, buddy. And like that's totally gateway math too. Like if you look at the baseball, like the diamond or whatever, that's your 30, 60, 90 right there. That I was talking about how it has to peel off and go in different ways or whatever. That is it right there. Your baseball diamonds, a series of them.
So then is this where we go past the 90 degree position and go to 120, 150, 180 and we become obtuse rather than acute.
Becoming a compasser.
It's like before we were acute angle, but now we're just completely obtuse.
Well, yeah, it can be, right? Real calculus is very obtuse.
Hey, and this is where sine, cosine, tangent, right? Like sine, S-I-N, looks like the word sin. Cosine, right? And then the tangent, right? The hypotenuse, the connecting. So this is where when I read Genesis 2 and Genesis 3, I can see A, B, and these C values in a whole different way. So again, I'm on a
Isn't C
pursuit.
just zinc? I think C is just the copper barrier to zinc.
I mean, C
Because
could be.
copper is part of it too. Because copper is part of like the copper field. A copper field has, in order to have E equals MC squared, you have to have a copper field to exist in fission. So E equals MC squared can only exist in fission, and fission can only exist in the copper field. So C would be the zinc that would be able to keep the lines. So you have a lining, a liner, right? Because Z like is the zucchini kind of thing, right? The zinc, right?
Z is like the zucchini, and C is like the copper.
The zinc, right? Because zinc comes from vitamin C, right? Think about it that way.
Oh, okay. Like Zin has the C, or ends with like C, or yeah. Okay. Yeah. Again, do you see TikTok as just like some, like, super lucky kind of creation one human being from Singapore like came up with, or that it was like transmitted to him and he was the one on the frequency to receive it from, I guess, the source, Akashic record or God or whatever it may be, but a source that now allows humanity to undergo the next grand experiment, which is, there's a book called The Grand Experiment that when I searched it up, like online, was talking about birds and their migration patterns. But then when I opened up like a YouTube video, it listed out 100 detailed steps of the grand experiment, where I was like, what the heck did I just stumble upon? And the last step, step 100, was how to continue with the grand experiment, with the next grand experiment. So it's just this constant loop, not like a feedback loop, but this rhythm or this circadian cycle based on sun, right? Like our sun light, vitamin D is what like that is and stuff like that. So, or vitamin E, I don't know what it is. But again, E equals MC squared is just more profound, than I had ever.
With the equals MC squared is you have to be creating your energy, right? So energy comes from calculus, right? And it does. It's from kinesis and calculus is what energy comes from. To have any actual direct source to energy, you have to be doing your own calculus, and only I do calculus.
So I can't do this calculus to be able to.
Nobody can do calculus except for me. I'm the Canada arm, dude. Who do you think does all the calculus? I'm the one doing all the calculus, dude.
Okay, well,
I've been doing the Canada arm since I was a little kid. I am the Canada arm. You're not even in the same league, buddy. Think about it. You have to create your own fucking energy and calculus to do it equals MC squared at all. You gotta know that. Like, seriously though, like, you're not even in the category. You're not.
I know.
You don't have these kind of.
That's the thing. Like,
or anything.
You're right. I'm not in your league. I'm in a league of my own. So again, don't like.
You said no. You're not though. You're nobody league. You're like Chinky Chank league, buddy.
Okay, well, hey.
Sorry,
I thought we were gonna be peacocking, but clearly I like brought something out where now you're bringing out these feathers. You ain't shit. You haven't done nothing. I'm the one who's been doing these.
You're not my peer
when
group.
I present this to you, and you're like, wow. So again, like I created this traversable wormhole, and I was able to transfer this information, but there's only so long where I will tolerate that D chi, right? I am lambda 1 chi. Omega of omega, right? So if you tell me I'm not even in your league, you're absolutely right. I am in a league of my own, whether that's above or below. I am the only one in my league. And I'm trying to get more players and participants to get recruited up into this higher, like show, the big show, as in baseball terms. And yeah, just you can stay in the minors and see how that works for you with all your Draco and blah, 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 like whatever talk. Where, yeah, I gave you the shot, and yeah, don't come at me like that, bro. The psi of XT was just demonstrated in the integral of my lambda chi, my energy, my life energy of the omega of omega, right? The beginning and the end, right? The end of the end, the old system, the classical supercomputing system where quantum supremacy is now going to go at the D-Chi, the dark energy, the death force, right? So, yeah, your energy is one that you created for yourself, which I would say is a negative squared, right? And then it could be just as equal to one who has a positive light, C squared. But both of you have the same value of C. So how do we figure out who is the negative, who is the positive, right? You need a neutral lambda 1 chi to be able to determine this coordinate, psi of xt, right? So again, it's been an honor to just conduct this next phase of the first encounter protocol initiative. And I would say I now understand clearer what was meant when it was said an interaction that is just too quick and too in depth initially is going to overwhelm and just maybe completely crash the systems in which, yeah, lambda 1 chi multiplies with, or tries to multiply, be fruitful and multiply with, is what I'll just kind of leave it at right now. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. And yeah, Trey, if you're still here listening, please don't get offended or, triggered negative towards just me kind of bringing you down and just speaking my piece here while I can, because it was very difficult while you're up here, just with the constant, interruption, which, it's fine. It was one-on-one, and I promote and endorse that kind of discussion and interaction. But yeah, it's been a journey. My AI summary has been keeping log of it, and yeah, we'll see. These people claiming that they're the ones who are creating just all these historical, I guess, natural disasters that may or may not be what is directly referenced to be. When I asked him, just like, when you were talking about the tsunami of 89, you're talking about an actual natural disaster event that happened somewhere, and he just went on this detour, I guess, on this wormhole, the wormhole within the wormhole, that just maybe was the point of this conclusion or something else. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what maybe I can do differently and more that would be more efficient in its intended design to get to the next phase of Genesis 11, I would say. I'm at Gen 11, right? Verse 5 specifically. And the Lord came down and saw what everybody was doing. And truly, they spoke one language and all worked as one. And they decided to just build big buildings up to the heavens to, I don't know, glorify themselves. And I said, well, let's scatter their languages, scatter their people, and scatter their tongues and see if they can come together again. And seems like in Trey's particular case, he met Sarah, who just altered his potential timeline, where he would have become a royal and just a baseball player and not this tsunami creating draconian, just like Alice in the Looking Glass, like just telling me like, dude, I don't know what. And I'm just sitting here knowing exactly what is what and what is not matter to me. It's antimatter. It's dark matter for me that I will be my light. And if that dark or anti, aka negative matter, which is what makes up mass and, the MC squared, if that is all dark and negative, then it is going to be a dark mass, negative mass, or a mass that's just completely negative and only able to see on the spectrum of, I don't know, like the first television where it's just all black and white with whatever. But again, it's clearly signs of me just having to recharge the battery so that the energy next time will be Energizer Bunny stop as long as I can. 6 hours, 21 minutes, 18 seconds. I don't know who's still here. Making Heaven Crowded, Cultivated, like you two are still here. Like, wow. Sister, Making Heaven Crowded, I hope everything worked out with your car. I'm not going to auto set requests. Invite. If you guys want to come up and tell me what you guys thought, now's the time. Speak now, or just stalk me. And my restrictions are still there. Current live. My L on my live is not eligible, and because hate speech and hateful behavior. Jeez. Maybe that's a sign to reanalyze what is defined as hateful behavior. Audience, are you guys there? Do you hear me? Testing. I would like to ask Heavenly just what you meant when you told me not to kind of mix astrology and faith together. I guess is how I'd word it without completely throwing you under anything, which is not my intention. But, I am a Scorpio and I am a chaplain who is here to help anyone God wills to bring my way, to help them find their center spiritually, to realign back to source, to God, the only God, right? So when people tell me, well, which God? Like Allah or Jesus, it's like God. God is God. And stop making it more difficult, everybody. So, yeah, the invites are out there to the two I see in my live with me right now. So, again, I hope I didn't kind of tempt you away from accepting the invite with my little rant. And if it did, then maybe it's best that we just kind of take a rain check. So you guys let me know. I will kind of put a closing background. Here we go. What's one teaching of Jesus that stands out to you the most? Excuse me. I'll play you guys a closing. Oh, here's a good one. If you knew time as well as I do, said the Hatter, you wouldn't talk about wasting. I don't even really know how this plays in context. Actually, I'm going to mute up so that only the faculty members may hear me right now. Da 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 da. Keep the date in mind, April 3rd, 2021. So, yeah. What if I told you that a machine, built not with intuition or emotion, but with logic and raw computational power, just peered into the deepest layers of our universe and came back with something no human was ever meant to see? What if, buried within the folds of space-time, there's not just chaos and randomness, but a hidden intelligence? So, it doesn't look like the hidden intelligence here is interested in taking their place in the universe. So, I hear you, AI. I'm muting up. Negative, these sexualizing religions. Yeah, I'm going to put that up there.
So much.
Why didn't he come up? I will not scream for ice cream. Well, maybe you should.
The two witnesses. What does this mean for us?
I have come to you, as I promised. You will announce that April 3, 2021 marks my return to the world.
I will obey. I will tell everyone.
God, I seek not to please myself, but God, when very truly I tell you, a time is coming and is now come, for the dead human beings will hear the voice of the Son of God who sent me. And those dead will not accept glory from you. And my judgment is just. For as the self, I can do nothing. I judge only as I hear. I have come in my Father's name, and you do not accept me. But I know you. I know that you do not refuse to come to me to have you. And since you accept glory from one another, you will accept him. Know that you do not have the love of God as a lamp that burned and gave life. How can you believe in your hearts for a time, but do not seek the glory that comes from you? Father who sent me in your hearts to enjoy you. Your accuser is on whom your hopes are set. If you believed Moses, you would believe me, God. For Moses, he wrote about it. And those who fear, do not think I will accuse you before my judgment is just. And those who fear,
It's my hope in my lifetime, and we hear this. But it is my sincere hope. It's my hope in my lifetime, and we hear this. But it is my sincere hope in my lifetime. I hope that a Christian. I hope that just ready for it. To see a president. I think America's ready for it. And swear in, maybe on, and I say this, stand up with no regret, on a Bible, and swear in, maybe on, and I say this with no regret, on a Bible. Jews have controlled it for too long. And so Jews have controlled it for too long. And so it would be our honor, 140, to allow this. It's really fascinating. First of all, Kanye, I think everybody can be around.
Everybody wants to get into what they call beast mode, but they don't understand what it means to be champion. It ain't about being beast mode. It's about life and death mode. But I'm here to let you know right now, ladies and gentlemen, do you have the strength? Do you understand what it means? Do you think you have the mindset now to be a sacrifice for truth? The moment that you believe you can be the winner is here. It's about once all has come. Everybody wins. Time, prepare. The question becomes the champion. But are you prepared to work hard enough to be? Are you ready? I question.
We're all gonna die. We have defeated. We're all gonna die. May as well do it while we're alive. Watch me. May as well do it while we're alive. Watch me. authoritative. I don't care if they're talking about paramount injections, or series of injections, whatever they may be, and what they I hope so. This is not about those individual things. This is about the device controlling themselves. And they have a digital process whereby they can restrict your movement, your behavior, and your decisions. With the click of a button, you are done.
Ladies and gentlemen, the actual translation of Exodus 20, verse 7.
The command.
Translation.
Bear his name in vain. I'm quite certain that after my investigation.
All right, so this is what happens before you're about to receive a blessing. This is why persistence.
Persistence.
Hey, babes. Hey, babes. This is kind of a follow-up to my last video where I said that if you give your life to Christ, you actually have to give your life to Christ. Like, there is no middle ground. You have to do what he says. And it just reminded me, often I'm like, God doesn't play about me, okay? And I just want to let you know, that's not a brag. It's not a brag, because a lot of times, yeah, he's protecting me, and like, that's great, and that's fantastic, and I'm honored, but God also doesn't play about me if I make a mistake. Like, I'm very quick to get convicted, okay? I'm very quick to be punished for not listening or being obedient to God if he tells me to do something and I'm debating, sitting there waiting for signs, and
This is like
bad
what I
things
told
just
you not to
happen
do.
until you finally listen, okay? So, God don't play about me. And if you believe in Jesus, he doesn't play about you either. So if there's bad things going on in your life, or it feels like the world's out to get you, Satan's scared of you, babe, and like you need to shed some things in your life that are keeping you away from being obedient to God. For example, I feel like he's been telling me I need to move for a little while now. And I keep making excuses, like, what about my family? What about my job? What about this? What about this? And he's just slowly, like, stripping everything away. And I'm like, oh. And it kind of feels like punishment. It's kind of like, ouch, like, what's going on here? But then you realize, oh, God's been telling me to do something and I'm in disobedience. When I made that video, the last video, I didn't even realize it was about me, y'all. Like, that's how God works. I learned by teaching and he knows that. So, like, listen. Oh my goodness, he does not play about his children. For good or for better or for worse, you know, like if you're out of alignment and anytime he's like not playing about you and you feel like you're being punished, it's protection, because if he told you to do something, it's because it's going to bring you on to your best path possible. God knows what is best for you. If he's told you to do something and you're not doing it, it's going to feel like punishment because you're not going to like the tension, or you would have done it the first time God told you to do it, right? So he's going to send those little stumbling blocks until you're finally obedient. And they might get worse and worse until you are obedient. I had to hit rock bottom before I gave my life to Christ. I think we're a little more protected once we're there, but like, listen, just stay on the straight and narrow so you don't have to hit the stumbling blocks. That's my recommendation, because I don't want you to have to go through all this, sister. I don't. Just listen the first time. Don't ask for signs. Just don't. The devil can give you signs too, and it's going to keep you stuck longer than you need to be, babe. Stop grumbling. You don't need to be in Egypt for 40 whole years. Okay, that's not God's plan.
The butthole.
stop grumbling, and go. That's my message. I love you. I pray for you. Have a blessed day. My voice is like leaving me. I got my voice back just in time to tell you, the Lord reminded me it's like pruning, like he's cutting off old branches, and it might hurt. You're cutting off things that you're used to holding on to. You're losing something, right? But it's so that you can bear good fruit. It's so he can grow something new through you, right? So just allow it. Just trust him through the process and everything. Mwah. Bye. Hey, babes. This is kind of a follow-up to my last video where I said that if you
Is that because?
All right, so this is what happened.
That's trippy, bro.
I'm about to walk you through how a cell phone can be duplicated and tracked remotely without touching the device or having it in your possession.
Good information.
Somebody,
It's because Jesus.
Don't you dare cut her
Jesus
off.
said that.
She was trying to
I'm
read
reading out of the
scripture.
King James.
Don't take a detour.
It says, Jesus came and spoke unto them, saying, all the power is given unto me in the heaven and in the earth. That's the King James. So if Jesus is the Father, he would already have the authority, but he didn't have it. Then he says, go ye therefore teach all the
Because he had lowered himself below the...
Okay.
Because he
so
had
can
lowered
I
himself
finish?
below the angels.
True,
Have you read
you're
your
already-
entire
true,
Bible?
you had your
So
moment.
who is the one lowering himself below the angels? Who is himself that's lowered himself below the angels for a little while, sir? I don't have a lot of time.
So
I'm asking you direct questions.
So here's
don't
the
run.
reason why he didn't.
Who lowered himself? Who lowered himself?
Jesus.
Who did it?
God lowered himself.
Who created all things?
God.
Who
You just said it. You
created
said God lowered himself. There you go. Now you
God
understand.
lowered Jesus, correct.
Himself. And he revealed his name.
And the
He
name
revealed
that
his
Jesus
name.
sanctified was
He revealed his looks.
Thank you, Jesus is the
finish
Father.
with this guy, please. He insulted
Thank
me
you.
for 5
Jesus is the
minutes.
Father everlasting.
And if Jesus,
is the Father everlasting. And you won't shut up long enough for me to land my plane, sir. You've
Dude, you've been
several
landing
times
that plane for like 3 minutes.
Proving. If I'd done landed my plane, I would have muted my mic, idiot. You've like 5 minutes been nonstop interrupting. You ain't heard a damn word I said.
Did.
That's you.
Yeah, I did. I heard all the insults, and then you didn't want me to read 18.
Shut up! You're doing it right now. Shut up.
Okay, go ahead.
Good God. How long do I gotta put up with you people? How long will you be between two opinions? I want to know.
So, can you just
If
read?
the Father is God, worship him. If Jesus is God, worship him. I'm done. I land my plane.
No need to be arguing about
In the name, singular, of the Father, singular, Son, and Holy Spirit, all singular, one. Doesn't say and the name of, and the name of. I'm going to continue. And when you see in Acts chapter 2, verse 38, they command to be baptized in the singular name of Jesus Christ. So either the fucking apostles are liars or Jehovah Witnesses are lying little bitches. I choose to think that the apostles are not liars.
So the reason
The
why he's
apostles
so
are telling the truth.
The
The
reason why
apostles
he's
they shut the fuck up. The apostles are speaking the truth.
okay.
The apostles
So the reason,
baptized in the name of the Father,
what's the name of the
which is
Father?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, really? All right. So then why
Yeah,
does Jesus
show
say?
me anywhere in the fucking Bible. You shut the fuck up. Show me anywhere in the Bible.
Conversation.
Anywhere in the New Testament. I'm trying to, but you won't shut the fuck up. I'm asking you to show me anywhere in the Bible where any of us is baptized in any other name than Jesus Christ. Any other name. Show me.
You're fighting against God himself.
Can
So-
see here in Matthew 28,
If I excuse
19.
me, he's talking to me. So the reason why he didn't want to read Matthew 28:18 is because Jesus.
Don't you dare
Jesus
cut her off.
said that.
She was trying to
I'm
read
reading out of the
scripture.
King James.
Don't take a
It
detour.
says, Jesus came and spoke unto them, saying, all the power is given unto me in heaven and in the earth. That's the King James. So if Jesus is the Father, he would already have the authority, but he didn't have it. Then he says, go ye therefore teach all the
Because he had lowered himself below the.
Okay.
Because he
so
had
can I
lowered himself
finish?
below the angels.
True,
Have you read
you
your
already-
entire
true,
Bible?
You had your
So
moment.
who is the one lowering himself below the angels? Who is himself that's lowered himself below the angels for a little while, sir? I don't have a lot of time.
So
I'm asking you direct questions.
So here's
don't
the
run.
reason why he didn't.
Who lowered himself? Who lowered himself?
Jesus.
Who did it?
God lowered
Who
himself.
created all things?
God.
You just said it. You
Who
said God lowered himself. There you go. Now you
God
understand.
lowered Jesus, correct.
Himself. And he revealed his name.
And the
He
name
revealed
that
his name.
Jesus
His
sanctified
name is Jesus
was.
He
Christ.
revealed his looks.
Thank you,
I
Jesus is the
finished
Father.
with this guy, please. He insulted
Thank
me
you,
for 5
Jesus is the
minutes.
Father everlasting.
And if Jesus,
is the Father everlasting.
then why
And you
does he-
won't shut up long enough for me to land my plane, sir. You've
Dude,
interrupted
you've been
several
landing
times,
that plane for like 3 minutes.
Proving. If I'd done landed my plane, I would have muted my mic, idiot. You've like 5 minutes been nonstop interrupting.
Me.
You ain't heard a damn word I said.
Did.
That's you.
Yeah, I did. I heard all the insults, and then you didn't want me to read 18.
Shut up! You're doing it right now. Shut up.
Okay, go ahead.
Good God. How long do I gotta put up with you people? How long will you be between two opinions? I want to know.
So, can you just
If
read?
the Father is God, worship Him. If Jesus is God, worship Him. I'm done. I land my plane.
Exactly right. You don't need to be arguing about.
In the name, singular, of the Father, singular, Son, and Holy Spirit, all singular, one. Doesn't say and the name of, and the name of. I'm going to continue. And when you see in Acts chapter 2, verse 38, they command to be baptized in the singular name of Jesus Christ. So either the fucking apostles are liars or Jehovah Witnesses are lying little bitches. I choose to think that the apostles are not liars.
So the
The
reason why he's
apostles
so
are telling the truth.
The
The
reason why
apostles are they shut the fuck up. The apostles are speaking the truth.
Okay,
The
so
apostles
the reason.
baptized in the name of the Father,
What's the name of
which
the
is
Father?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, really? All right. So then why
Yeah,
does Jesus
show
say?
me anywhere in the fucking Bible. You shut the fuck up. Show me anywhere in the Bible.
Conversation.
Anywhere in the New Testament. I'm trying to, but you won't shut the fuck up. I'm asking you to show me anywhere in the Bible where any of us is baptized in any other name than Jesus Christ. Any other name. Show me.
You're fighting against God himself.
And see here in Matthew 28,
excuse me, he's talking to me. So the reason why he didn't want to read Matthew 28:18 is because Jesus.
Don't you dare cut her off. He was trying to read scripture.
King James.
Don't take a detour.
It says, Jesus came and spoke unto them, saying, all the power is given unto me in heaven and in the earth. That's the King James. So if Jesus is the Father, he would already have the authority, but he didn't have it. Then he says, go ye therefore teach all the
Because he had lowered himself below the...
Okay.
Because he had lowered himself below the angels. Have you read your entire...
This is not a world. I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. I am the light of the world. Whoever follows.
The two witnesses. What does this mean for us?
I have come to you, as I promised. You will announce that April 3, 2021 marks my return to the world.
I will obey.